Hi, everybody. This is Ava filling in for John. Welcome to Mertech.com's daily news wrap up. We are sharing dozens of videos from a wide range of producers that provide you with no nonsense, common sense, logic, and truth. I am following these channels and given these videos a thumbs up. The links to these video channels are in the description box below. Please follow Mertech on Rumble and give me a thumbs up on this video and share this information far and wide. This great news wrap-up will begin approximately 9:30 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. Thank you and may God bless.
Hi, everybody. This is John Murphy at Mertech.com with your daily news wrap up. Okay, here we are. Happy Friday on May the 30th in the year of our Lord 2025. Got a lot of great information for you. Let me come over here, though, and share this with you. This is my placeholder for the video that you're now watching. Okay, and I've done something a little different here in the description box. I have added the like Anthony Brian Logan and his link, Andrew Klavan and the link to his site. If you click on this link here, it's going to take you right to Andrew Klavan. So you have a link here to all the sites that I'm sharing for this daily news wrap up. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Let's go ahead and click over here. Let me get this set up for you. There we go. Now we have my Mertech Daily News Wrap-Up playlist. I have 75 videos in here. We're going to start off with some information from Dinesh D'Souza that he dropped like 11 minutes ago on our American voters, the obstacle to a more responsible government. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what he has to say. And then from Fox News, Walters, this is the war crime in Washington. That's going to be interesting. And Elon Musk departs Doge after slashing waste and savings. That was dropped about 54 minutes ago. So let me go ahead and click the play all and let's get into this.
What is the problem here? Is the problem?
Pause that and back it up here to the beginning. Give Dinesh a thumbs up, and I hope you give me a thumbs up as well. And if you're not following my channel, please do so because I provide this information every night. My daily news wrap up of all the news and information that has gone on during the day so that you can get caught up on what has been happening. And maybe you won't have to rely on the lying legacy media. You can rely on the truth and information that I provide for you here. Okay, let's give him a full screen here for your viewing pleasure. And without further ado or interruption, let's begin our daily news wrap up. Please enjoy.
What is the problem here? Is the problem that the Trump administration doesn't have a heart for real budget cuts? Is it that the congressmen are the obstacle, or ultimately is the problem, well, the voters, the American people? And I think we both think at some level it is, in the end, the recipients of these benefits who have gotten, as you say, used to them.
Right. Well, I mean, you made the point of a responsible parent, right? Saying, I don't want these credit card bills. I'm going to pay them down. I'm not going to buy anything until I have the money to pay it off at the end of the month, that kind of thing. But that same family, when they had children, the mom started giving the baby candy, right? Sugar.
Give the kids whatever they want.
Whatever they want, right? And then when they get to about 2 or 3, the pediatrician goes, listen, your child is obese. You're going to have to cut that candy out, right? So what does she do? She's like, well, I guess maybe I'll start giving him broccoli. So you give your kid broccoli after you've been giving him candy all these years. Do you really think that kid is going to throw a tantrum or, okay, mom, I'll eat the broccoli? No.
Right.
Throw a tantrum. So the American people are throwing a tantrum anytime any kind of entitlement is threaten to be taken away, right? And so the Republicans don't want to be seen as the bad guy. It's like the mom doesn't want to be seen as the bad parent, right? You do it, so the dad does it. And then the kid hates the dad. It's like, you're a terrible dad,
Well,
whatever.
as you know, I've been
Yeah.
doing my Reagan book on the podcast, and in some ways, this is the dilemma that Reagan confronted, which was that the Democrats were the party of Santa Claus, and
That's
the
right. A
Republicans
perfect
the
example.
party of Scrooge.
That's right.
Right? And what would happen is Democrats would go, "We got this for you, and this for you, and this for you," and Republicans would go,
We're taking this away.
"We
and this
need
away,
to
and
have
this away.
fiscal responsibility, and we're going to
Exactly.
need to raise your taxes."
Exactly.
And so Reagan realized, well, it's no surprise Republicans have been losing elections from 1932 to 1980 because who wants Scrooge when you can have Santa Claus, right?
Exactly.
And in some ways, that problem is with us today. Here we go, fast forward 50 years later.
So I would argue that it's even worse.
It's
Even worse than it was even then. Because number one, there's more entitlements. There's more people wanting the entitlements. And then, we do have a whole slew of illegals getting those entitlements. And until we deport them all, they're still continuing to get them, right?
right.
So we have that problem on top of the other problem.
And then not to mention the fact that whenever something goes on for a longer duration, it not only becomes a lifestyle, it becomes intergenerational. I mean, you've got families that have been on welfare now, since the 60s and 70s.
Their grandparents.
Right.
Their
This is the way of life,
Right.
and that's how mom did it, and her mom
Right.
before her, and then, my daughter is heading in the same direction.
Right.
So, and we also want to be clear that we're talking about entitlements that are not just, quote, for the poor or Social Security, Medicare. We're talking about giveaways at every level. People who are tapping into, I'll give a small example of this. Apparently, under Obama, they started this program in New York where if you stay at home and take care of an elderly parent, you get some sort of a subsidy, right?
Mhm.
And there were something like 25,000 people who did that.
Mhm.
Guess how many people there are now on that program? Like
More?
650,000.
Uh-oh.
So from 25,000 to 50 to 90 to 150. And pretty soon people realize,
And I'm guessing these people didn't tell the government when their parent passed away.
well, that, and not to mention, they don't even know if you have a parent.
Well-
I mean, I'm sure that there's no monitoring system that consistently makes sure, as this guy would know, it's just you go
Look.
fill out some forms, you qualify for the program. Once you qualify, you basically can never get off of it.
Right.
And so, and then what I find so disheartening is think of what this does to people's character. You're a slug, you don't work. Or you don't work,
Well,
you don't support yourself.
Why do you want to work if you get more money not working?
Right. This ultimately is the big question. This question was not really a question during FDR's own time because the programs were modest. But starting, I think, with LBJ and the 60s, this is basically a creation of the boomers.
Mm-hmm.
In the 1960s, this whole idea you have an illegitimate kid, you get welfare. You have two, you get more. You have three, you get even more.
Mm-hmm.
This perverse system that causes people, or someone who says, hey, listen, I can get, I had an accident, I was on disability, but now I'm perfectly fine. But nevertheless, I am somewhat obese. And so I can get $2,500 if I continue to collect disability. Now, I might be able to make $3,000 if I work. But it's not worth the difference. I have to get up every day. I've got to get dressed.
Yeah, there's
I
no
can just
incentive.
sit at home, collect my $2,500, and
Not to mention get unhealthy, get really big, fat, and then claim another disability on top of that, and then just get diabetes, get all kinds of things. So then now you're even more of a burden.
Because you're
on
now
the state.
tapping into a itself bloated
It
and
is.
wasteful healthcare system that is
is.
also ripping off the taxpayer. The Trump administration has their sleeves rolled up. They're streamlining some pretty big and monumental moves right now. But, it's difficult for them to take your personal finances into account when trying to fix the country. That's something you have to do. And that's why tens of thousands of Americans are acting. They're buying gold now from Birch Gold. Here are a few key facts. In the last 12 months, the value of gold has gone up 30%. I'm very happy about that. Central banks are buying gold in large quantities. That should tell you something. The Rio reset on the horizon, where BRICS nations are looking to unseat the US dollar as the global reserve. Hey, you can find peace of mind in gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to store at home. Get started. Text Dinesh to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. There's no obligation, only useful information. Birch Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers. So go ahead, contact them, diversify your savings today. Text the word Dinesh to 989898.
The Doge father brought a chainsaw to Washington, and after 130 days, he's saying goodbye. Today, Trump threw Elon a farewell party, but before it started, he threw a party for Trump.
Numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations.
Trump wants to be a Fox News anchor. He throws the sound bites, argues with guests. Welcome to Oval Office Prime Time tonight. But it was Elon's day.
He's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations.
$175 billion in waste was doged. Government computers were modernized, and 2% of the workforce accepted very generous severance packages. But we'll always remember Elon when we see the shiny red Tesla. Caroline and Margot took it out for a spin last night. And if you look closely, Stephen Miller's in the back. 47 gave Musk a key to the White House and said he'll be back and forth because Doge is his baby. Just because Musk is leaving doesn't mean Doge is going anywhere. Big Balls is embedded.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I could liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction.
Elon was in good spirits, but he had a black eye. Who hit him? Must have been a lefty.
Is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France. So, I was just horsing around with little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
No, it was X that did?
Yeah.
X could do it.
Like Musk said, he wasn't the only one this week to take a beating.
This week, there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yes.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What's worse, getting a black eye from your wife or your kid? Probably your wife. CNN says it was Washington that gave him the black eye.
He has a black eye, but don't you think that black eye is also going to become a metaphor for 1,000 articles about his time in Washington? You know, this is a guy who was able to conquer basically every industry that he set out to succeed in, and Washington, D.C. may be the only one where he's going away with a black eye.
Stelter doesn't think Musk succeeded in Washington because Stelter thinks anyone who leaves Washington failed. No, Musk did more in 130 days than politicians do in 3 decades. And then he went back to building cars and rockets. He's not just sulking like he lost a campaign. The New York Times on Musk's last day called him a drug addict. Quote, he told people he was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall. Our very own stupid son of a bitch asked Elon about the Times allegation. Watch.
So there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer.
I think it is.
It is.
So I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times, let's move on.
There was an actual drug addict who last spring was kind of running the country, and the Times didn't notice. They found cocaine in the White House, and the Times never cared. And they never accused Hunter, but they're accusing Musk with no evidence. CNN jumped in and defended the Times.
I think we have to revisit it and not let it stand alone, because he talks about the Russia hoax. We just have to be very clear that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. The Mueller report did not find collusion, but Mueller was very clear he did not exonerate Trump.
Yeah, so CNN admitted we were right about Biden's brain, the border, inflation, but they just won't let go of the Russia hoax. MSNBC said Musk's more deadly than the Vietnam War.
He talked about bringing the wood chipper to USAID. They have a tracker, 300,000 deaths, according to a Boston University professor, because of the aid cut so far, 200,000 of them children. Okay, Vietnam War, y'all remember that? 60,000 U.S. service members died. This is 5 times more deaths.
Cutting spending's a war crime in Washington. Musk doged Sesame Street in Iraq, and they're calling it an atrocity. Anyone who dies in Africa, now it's Elon's fault. And by the way, if there's 300,000 deaths since Doge, where are the bodies? Why doesn't MSNBC have videos of mass graves? A professor is making up numbers so MSNBC can accuse him of genocide and Democrats can open an investigation. That's exactly how hoaxes start.
I think some crimes may have been committed over the past 3 or 4 months, and they are going to come to light. One way or another, we're going to come to light, even if it takes us getting into power again. But we will subpoena people and find out.
Elon puts his 5 companies on ice for 4 months to help cut pork and make government more efficient. And Democrats firebombed his cars and called him a Nazi and accused him of taking drugs. Oh, and as a cherry on top, if they take the House back, they're going to make his life hell and fine his companies. They've already made the world's wealthiest man the Republican Party's biggest donor. And they keep going. They've made themselves the enemy in his eyes. You think Musk's going to let this slide?
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
The country's begging the Democrats to get it together so we can work together for the good of the country. Building and maintaining human civilization's serious business. We can lose this country like that. The Roman Empire, the British Empire, here one day, gone the next. What does it say about how serious the Democrats are when they make Kamala Harris AI czar and spend trillions on windmills that don't work? Wall Street's starting to get it. Here's JP Morgan's CEO, Jamie Dimon.
The Biden administration is giving all its money to EVs and cars and wasting a lot of money on green stuff, which isn't going to work, and all that. Do you think people in rural cities, do you think people in inner cities thought they were getting anything? Do you think that those people think that the American government is fair and competent and that this was in their best interest? Their schools don't work. They're not getting the skills they need. And you heard that just now. So we got to acknowledge these. And I also call it blue tape. Because, Republicans, you generally don't like red tape. You understand the devastation of it. But, most Democrats, they love it. They want more of it. And they want to make it so confusing you can't even meet the rules, so you get punished and fined afterwards.
If we doge the Democrats, we'd make America so efficient. Imagine what we could accomplish. Elon's building robo-taxis. I saw him in LA last weekend. Computerized cars are just picking people up and taking them to dinner. He's building tunnels in Vegas and building rockets to go to Mars, putting chips in people's brains to cure ALS.
It's an incredible privilege to be a part of this and, have someone like Elon Musk, one of the most powerful men in the world, so involved, so interested in affecting my life and people with disabilities right now. I just can't even put it into words. And the guys and gals at Neuralink, they are the hardest workers that I've ever met in my life, and they have such passion for helping people.
We're in the beginning of the AI revolution, and the world's about to change big. We have a pioneer who broke the mold like Rockefeller, or Ford, or Jobs. Elon's not perfect. Nobody is, but he's not a villain. He's a legend. And if we want successful public servants to serve the country like they used to, instead of lazy lawyers who get elected to Congress and spend all day fundraising and making up lies, we have to support them, whether they're on the right or the left. We shouldn't fight just to fight because they're on the other side. If there's a Democrat billionaire who wants to upgrade the old computers in Washington, we'll back that. We have to be grateful when people help us instead of when they help themselves. This country has to come together so that we don't get left behind. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him. And he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people. And I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. You see the lock. The lock on this is amazing.
Large lot.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we will see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. It's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in, so it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
It's the New York Times. Is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I think it is.
I think it is. I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay.
Next question.
President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the AutoPen, I think the AutoPen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country?
With the AutoPen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they?
Well, it's very hard, because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day, and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. They wouldn't get away with it for long, because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? AutoPens, to me, are used to sign letters to people, because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And AutoPens are meant for that. AutoPens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it, because the next day or sooner, I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about, and who the hell signed this? So I almost never use the AutoPen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with AutoPens. I understand he signed almost everything with an AutoPen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the AutoPen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly use the
Mr. President, are you going to reinstate the tariffs on China? You said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. If you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, it's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas is still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow. And we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal. And I think that could happen in the not too distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have it. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
Mr. President, a question for you.
Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. On Doge, you said that there was a $1 trillion promise for cuts from.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money is being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with zero people using them. Zero. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we need to terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government a big giant?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multiplanetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by the official end of Doge, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you think that Congress has been?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yeah.
Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yes. So what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge. And so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us. Just as an example. So it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, and including things that made no sense, and we would agree made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do when someone within the government tries to stop that money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it worth
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week, there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yeah.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
I got a little shiner here.
What do you think about this Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end, they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. That's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them.
Looking for news that actually tells the truth, not just the headlines they want you to hear? Then it's time to sign up for OAN Live. It's your go-to source for unfiltered news, sharp debate, and 5 hard-hitting political talk shows, including my show, Real America with Dan Bald. You can watch live anytime, anywhere. No noise, no nonsense, just real reporting and bold conversations that matter to you and your family. You can sign up for OAN Live now to see the truth unfold, and you can catch Real America every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Just go to live.onn.com. Again, that's live.onn.com and sign up today and start watching every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
The annual month-long celebration for the LGBTQIA2S plus community. It is a community, just like the S community. We don't get a whole month, but the straight community can have pride too. But do you know what all those letters stand for? Does anyone on earth know what all those letters stand for? And every year, more and more get added, and everyone is expected not only to know what it means, but to have unquestioning respect for every single letter. LGBTQIAS, that's 8 letters, that's 30% of the alphabet. It stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, two-spirit, and the plus sign actually stands for anything else they might have missed. Seriously. And we are the only country in human history that does this, that indulges this whole thing to this level, including like the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks, who had some pretty out there customs, if you know what I mean. And all this only got worse when Joe Biden was president. Suddenly, a massive trans pride flag could be seen hanging outside the White House. Why? Why? Right? Why do something like that? Not only that, but at night, they would light up the White House in the colors of the rainbow, again, to show the world that the White House and the Biden administration has pride. And on Sunday, Pride Month will start again, but this whole thing is very strange. And no one seems to ever want to talk about it or bring it up. It just happens every year. But every June, we are all asked to show our pride and respect while we honor what some people choose to do in the bedroom. We've got parades with floats where we celebrate what people do in their private lives, which is really odd and really strange when you think about it. 340 million people live in the United States, and every year for a month, we're asked to celebrate what people do in their most private moments. I once saw a float. I was asked to be on a float in a parade in Florida when I worked at a station there. And I saw another float with Santa Claus whipping the reindeers, who were men dressed in drag with antlers. This was a parade during the middle of the day with kids and families. And the last time I checked, Santa Claus did not ever whip the reindeers. Okay, they fly, they're magical. Rudolph's got a red nose, but they don't need to be whipped. They know where to go and they know what to do, Santa Claus's reindeer. And we do this for a whole month. There's no Veterans Month. There's no straight month. There's no month where we honor the union between a man and a woman. There's no month where we honor the nuclear family. No, instead, for the next 30 days starting this weekend, it will be scenes like this all across the country, although not at the White House, not anymore.
Pride is back at the White House. For this community, for our nation, and for the world, Pride Month represents so much. It stands for courage. The courage of all those in previous generations and today who proudly live their truth. It stands for justice, both the steps we've taken and the steps we need to take. And above all, Pride Month stands for love. You know, being able to love yourself.
Live their truth. Live their truth coming from a man who lied about his health for his entire presidency. And of course, we almost feel like we're obligated to say that we don't have any problem with what people do in their private lives. We do not. But we also think it should be okay to talk about all of this and the absurdity of what we are really being asked to celebrate throughout the month of June. But things are starting to change. Many sports teams have already announced they will not be forcing their players to wear Pride Month jerseys this year. Logos will not be turned into rainbows this year for many teams. By the way, did anyone ever think to consult the rainbow before slapping it on every pride flag and pride everything? And what about that poor little leprechaun? I've said this before, I'm an Irishman. What about the leprechaun at the end of the rainbow? Does anybody have any idea how he feels about all this? He might be fine with it. We don't know. Remember this scene at the White House last year? Oh, great song, though. But what a difference a year makes. After the insanity of the Biden years, the insanity of hanging a trans pride flag, which was just invented out of thin air at the White House, the American people, in their infinite wisdom, elected Donald Trump, who made it clear that pride is wonderful and you can have all the pride you want in your private pride time, but Pride Month, pride flags will no longer be the official policy of the United States government.
We're putting up a beautiful, almost 100-foot tall American flag on this side and another one on the other side, two flags, top of the line. And they've needed flagpoles for 200 years. It was something I've often said, you know, they don't have a flagpole per se. So we're putting one right where you saw us, and we're putting another one on the other side on top of the mounds. It's going to be two beautiful poles.
I love that. And because of that, the multi-billion-dollar business that has become Pride morphed into Pride. Pride is now big business. Think about big pharma, big tech, big tobacco. And now you know what we've got? Big Pride. Big Pride is a billion-dollar business. Pride events, though, have seen a mass exodus of sponsors since Donald Trump was elected. San Francisco Pride, New York City Pride, Utah Pride, Virginia Pride, Columbus Pride. All the events, all the parades are all now losing money. In Montana, the governor just signed a law banning pride flags from all public school classrooms. Tim Walz put tampons in the men's room. So we've gone from insanity back to common sense. Donald Trump officially banned pride flags from all federal buildings and all U.S. embassies. That's a good thing. That's common sense. You can do it at your house. Do whatever you want, right? I don't need it over U.S. embassy in Zimbabwe, as something called the American flag makes a comeback across this country and elsewhere. It was Memorial Day on Monday, 4th of July now right around the corner. And maybe you've already noticed it, but patriotism is making a comeback. Homes in neighborhoods across America are now flying the American flag once again after 4 years of this.
I was on Long Island this weekend visiting a really dear friend, and I was really disturbed. I saw, dozens and dozens of pickup trucks with, explicatives against Joe Biden on the back of them, Trump flags, and some cases just dozens of American flags, which, is also just disturbing.
Explicatives is not a word. Those days are over. You can now have all the pride you want. Next month, any month, every month. Pride's coming back to America. Pride in America and pride in the American flag, which should be okay.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world's trade. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know. MAGA.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. The core question when you're talking about Diddy or Epstein or any type of government and intel agency extortion operation is, what kind of leverage are they gathering? Is it powerful enough? Is it dangerous enough to get what these evil operators want? Because you have to have these powerful people doing really evil and sinister things that will embarrass them if it ever became public. That's how you control them. This is the core to any type of criminal extortion enterprise, which of course our government runs. And they run it on celebrities. Get a load of this. This is a video of J-Lo endorsing Kamala Harris live on stage. Really, to the shock of all Americans, J-Lo is not particularly political. But what happened just days before J-Lo went and trotted out any of her last remaining relevancy to help Kamala Harris? Well, what happened days before was we got little drips, little teasers about what might be in these Diddy files. Get a load of this. Former Playboy model claims Sean Diddy Combs made her watch Jennifer Lopez video at Freakoff. Would you look at that? Published right in October of this year, the election year, right before Jennifer Lopez went out and endorsed Kamala. It's almost like a little bit of a warning. Like, we have you on tape, and you better do what we want. Here's another example of that. Usher calls voting an individual choice following presidential debate, refuses to endorse Kamala Harris. He was, of course, badgered and beaten on The View to try and endorse Kamala, and he refused to do so. Instead, he just, sat around doing his little Usher thing. But then the powers that be reminded Usher who his real masters were. And hours later, I'm telling you, this was neck-snappingly fast. Usher was on stage endorsing Kamala Harris. Look at that. Oh, wow. Hey, sorry about that. Just kidding. Diddy himself used to be friends with Donald Trump, or at the very least was somebody who ran in the same celebrity orbits. But then Diddy, well, he got a little bit of pressure put on him and started ripping videos like this one.
White men like Trump need to be banished. That way of thinking is real dangerous.
That way of thinking is real dangerous. White men like Trump. Trump's so bad, except for when I want to go to his parties or stay at his buildings or go to any of his clubs. Or when I went to Donald Trump at my, to go to my record label opening. But no, white men like Trump's real dangerous. See that? See how it works? Jeez. Anyway, even Diddy, of course. This is the operation. This is how it works. Now, Diddy was a part of the 2024 campaign, even though he was in prison. Diddy was regularly used, clearly, to manipulate and blackmail celebrities into endorsing Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party. Diddy himself was blackmailed into, of course, turning on Trump. And entire Trump audiences in Madison Square Garden roared at jokes like this.
Side's got a lot of crazy endorsements. Swift, Eminem, Leo DiCaprio, Beyonce. Every day the Democratic Party looks more and more like a P. Diddy party. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what you guys want.
Okay, so it's a good punchline. Let's ask the final most important question. What use is Diddy to the feds? Because now that the feds have all of the tapes, isn't it now the federal government that has extortion on all of these celebrities? Isn't it now the government of Donald Trump that has the Epstein files and can use them to manipulate and leverage people? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, like, talk about this as from a pragmatic perspective. Like wouldn't, like, somewhere deep inside of the government, you say, wait, now we can control all these people? We can either shut them up or stop lawfare or to stop them from doing the things we don't want them to, like, I'm just living in the real world here. I'm not saying it's something that should happen. I'm saying maybe that is what's happening. The federal government's going very light on Diddy. Federal government is not going hard at Diddy in court. And guess who's bringing that charge? Those charges brought against Diddy is coming from James Comey's daughter. None other than Maureen Comey. So Donald Trump shocked the world when he answered the question, would you pardon Diddy? I want to make this very clear. If you know anything about Donald Trump, you know that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club, that he was the first guy to stand up and help the prosecutors put Jeffrey Epstein in jail. Donald Trump is not a degenerate at all. Donald Trump does not do drugs. He has very clean living. He completely abstains from alcohol. I'm not in any way, like, here's a good example. If Epstein files had anything on Trump, wouldn't, of course, we already know about it? If Diddy had anything on Trump, wouldn't you already know about it? The fact that celebrities rolled in the same circles is not a big story. But this is a big story. Trump asked, will you pardon Diddy? You know him, right? Like, you two clearly rolled in the same circles in New York.
You mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President. Very interesting. Very interesting. Is Diddy cooperating with the feds? Are the feds just glad that they were able to get everything from Diddy? Thank you for being useful in our operation. And here's a 20-year prison sentence. That seems like what's going to happen. In a federal indictment unsealed on September 17th, Combs was charged with racketeering, conspiracy, RICO, sex trafficking by force, fraud, coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. If found guilty, he faces a minimum of 15 years behind bars, maximum sentence of life in prison. He's maintained his innocence. Throughout the ongoing trial, where witnesses have testified and have shown videos and photos of rape, sexual assault, severe physical abuse, forced labor, and drug trafficking. So he's not a good person. But I guess we'll see. Wow, what a photo. Look at Elon. Look at Elon Musk's hand after shaking Trump's hand. You better come correct. Yeah, this is what the abuse inside of the Oval Office looks like. All right. This is amazing clip here from Chris Cuomo's show, where Suge Knight, who knows Diddy, obviously he's also a rap mogul, says the reason that Diddy isn't dead already and the reason that he expects Diddy will get out of prison is because he's working with the feds. He is a Fed. He's worked with the feds. This entire operation was for the feds. It's remarkable stuff here.
The government, I think they're going to show him a little leeway. It might not seem like it when it's all said and done, but I don't think he has nothing to worry about. I don't think he's worried because he's going to be federal. And if he gets convicted, Trump's going to pardon him. So what's the worry?
You think the president of the United States would pardon Sean Combs for sex trafficking?
Shit, he pardoned Michael Harris, who allegedly killed a Jewish teenager or had him killed. So they don't care about that. It's all about, what's in it for the long run and what the bucks say and what the power of the people want.
In another interview, Suge Knight says Diddy's an FBI informant. He's a Fed. They have all of his tapes. He's protecting his tapes. He's protecting the feds. He's working with the feds. They have the leverage that they need on all these powerful people. Now the op needs to be wrapped up nice and clean. Pin it all on Diddy. Don't go after the larger criminal conspiracy. Don't release any of the videos. Of course, that's something that's going to be kept in the secret government vault in case they need people to do, very powerful people to do very specific things. Like, turn on their friends, right? Like this.
White men like Trump need to be banished.
It's like, give him the best acting award, really, like truly. What do you think? Well, how would you feel if President Trump pardoned Diddy? What would you think about that? Based on what I'm seeing at this trial, I think it would not be good. I certainly wouldn't be for it. But I'm trying at my very best to lay out exactly what the structures look like and why it's so hard to release the Epstein. Why would you release the Epstein list? You can use the Epstein list on all of these powerful people, presidents and billionaires and bankers, prime ministers and royal family. You can use that information to make them do whatever you want. It's useful. I'm just trying to think like an evil person. Of course, I want all of it out, but I want to explain the pragmatism of why they don't release it all. What do I know, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know what you think in the comments section. Like, share, and subscribe if you want Diddy to spend the rest of his life in prison, where he belongs, along with a lot of his celebrity friends. See ya.
Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world, the most successful space company, and I guess in history you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude.
That goes certainly without saying. What Elon Musk has done for this country over the last couple of years has just been impressive, and even longer than that, let's be honest. Earlier this week, Elon did let out some frustration that he has found from being in Washington for the last several months, upset about the lack of budget cutting that he sees in the big, beautiful bill and lack of congressional action on his DOGE cuts, which are nearing about $200 billion. The White House quickly creating a rescission package of nearly $10 billion in wasteful cuts to satiate the genius who has, of course, captivated Trump's base. Elon taking a few questions today.
On Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
What have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense.
What do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder.
Harder than making the government efficient. And that's probably true. And it's also truly sick what Elon Musk has gone through over this last 6 months, a testament to just how deranged the American left has become, that their hero, an electric car maker, goes to Washington to try and cut fat out of government, something that no thinking person can deny is a massive problem. And you find that they start firebombing his company, keying his cars every chance they get, screaming at people that drive his cars, who are ironically mostly Democrat voters, all because he was just tethered to Donald Trump as he tried to do something that is unanimously known to be a problem, which is a tremendous amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington and our government. Elon risked $1 trillion company to help the United States government with efficiency. He went from beloved to hated by millions in Washington who were terrified at what Elon Musk would find in that vile swamp wherein they thrive. Jamie Raskin's tweet today: this ketamine, ecstasy, and mushroom-using government contractor, the richest person in the world, sacked thousands of excellent government workers. So give me a break. Caused the deaths of thousands of poor children in foreign lands, stole Americans' data, and destroyed government services. But he did pick up billions more in government contracts while he was in town. There is nobody sleazier than Jamie Raskin, the little rat, the little used car salesman rat. Listen to the way he talks about people. Imagine how stupid he thinks his supporters are to ask them to believe that Elon Musk did everything that he just did because he wanted to steal Americans' personal information. And then he charges that Elon Musk killed thousands of people and fired thousands of wonderful government employees. No, he fired a lot of lazy fat. He trimmed a lot of fat. You know, everybody's reporting the same stories, the same spin. You turn the channel, it's always the same. But not us. We're different. We report the real news. No spin, just the facts. Turn to us, and you won't turn back.
Tune in to Rob Schmidt tonight on Newsmax.
Thank you, President Trump. This week, there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. No, I spoke to him, and he's fine too. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What do you think about this Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent $2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end, they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent $2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get $28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs. When they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. They're, I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. And they wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening. And I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Hey, it's Will Cain. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Cain podcast for full episodes right now.
Welcome to News Leftovers. I have so much news at the end of the day. I got to hit them all. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to the Quad Club. If you watch 4 videos a day, then this will get you all caught up. My question for the day is, are you ready to vote for J.D. Vance in 2028? Are you okay with J.D. Vance in 2028? Here's J.D. Vance shredding the mainstream media. Welcome to Doug in Exile.
I think we're seeing that pivot away from traditional media. I mean, I'd love to see the media reform. I'm not sure if they're psychologically capable of doing it, Greg. But I mean, look, your network taking off is a big evidence of this. You see the creation of this massive podcast ecosystem. People are tuning out traditional media. As you know, they've got a lower approval rating traditional media does than Congress, which is actually a very hard thing to do. It's almost a skill in and of itself to have a lower approval rating than Congress, but somehow CBS and NBC and ABC have managed to do it. But look, I think these things tend to happen gradually. You're going to see the rise of alternative media. It's already happening. It's going to accelerate in the years to come.
He asked, do they have the psychological makeup to move on? Can media, are they not so psycho? It would be like changing your religion to go from being a Democrat spokesperson, just trying to do nothing but defend Biden. We have a shocking clip of Joe Biden at the end today. Don't miss that. That'll be your dessert. If you eat all your dinner and don't skip your peas, sit up straight at the table. Going into the win for Trump at the Supreme Court, we did another video, but there's a little more detail because it was actually 2 court cases breaking. Trump wins two more stays from SCOTUS in related cases involving the Trump administration's cancellation of parole, allowing illegal aliens to remain in America. Just so you know, there's a whole smattering of these lawsuits. They have to hit them one at a time. But so far, all of these cases have been cutting Trump's way once they go to a higher, real court that's not a fake Democrat court. Now,
the program that the gentleman's referring to is CHNV, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela. But more specifically, it's the program, this is a very important point because its context is often missing. It's the program that was launched by the Biden administration to fly illegal aliens into the country by aircraft. So when you hear about migrant flights, when you hear about illegal aliens being flown into the country, there were other programs too. They had a flying program they had a free transportation program for hundreds of thousands of illegals at the border that was run out of DHS and funded by FEMA. They had a separate program for UAC, unaccompanied alien children. But when you think about mostly when people talk about the migrant flights, they're talking about this program, the fly-ins for these illegal aliens. About 500,000 illegal aliens from those 4 countries, particularly in the last 2 years of the Biden administration, were flown directly into American cities and towns.
How come we didn't get permission and give them due process when they came in? How come we fly in? We brought 500,000 illegal aliens paid for flights. How would you all like to get a free flight? We brought them here. That's just shocking. Mayorkas absolutely needs to go to jail. And Joe Biden too, for the rest of his 2-month life.
So of course, we revoked those, they called it parole, for those individuals, amnesty basically. And now, of course, they're all subject to deportation from the United States. And of course, self-evidently, of course, they have to be deported. You can't have a situation where the Biden administration can fly in 500,000 illegal aliens in the last 24 months, and we're having a conversation about, oh, maybe they should get to stay for life. They've been here for 24 months. They were flown into our country illegally. And the good news is the airplanes travel in 2 directions.
And the Supreme Court is backing Trump up on that one, just with that one program that flew them in. There's other programs where it's much harder to deport them, but this one, the Supreme Court is going with Trump on it. And this is CNBC. This is the guy that started the entire Tea Party movement.
The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years, really very strong numbers. And you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due? Income really shooting up.
And that's what Scott Bessent said. When you're looking at the tariffs, don't look at the stock market. Look at income and American spending habits. So Scott Bessent said he would be scared if American spending habits went down. So they estimated that Trump, at best, in the first 3 months in office, would get a 0.3 estimated increase. And what did he actually get? He got 0.8%, almost 1% more money just in the 3 months that he's in office. So something is making Americans financially happy. Maybe you can tell me what that is. If you're going to vote for JD Vance, let me know in the chat below, because I think we're going to continue these kinds of increases under him. That means we won't just get 4 years of Trump, we'll get 8 years of MAGA economy helping us all out. Taxpayer savings.
Yeah, this is the thing I think that should alarm taxpayers. Nearly $100 billion of taxpayer money was committed to businesses all across this country to mostly build bridges to nowhere. In 76 days after President Biden lost the election and before President Trump was inaugurated, nearly $100 billion of taxpayer money was committed in just a rush and a mad dash to get money out the door.
That is
Who wins in that?
extraordinary. That is extraordinary.
I'm gonna say that again in case you missed it. On Biden's way out, they dumped hundreds of millions of dollars into bridges to nowhere. That is, they would fund just any Democrat harebrained scheme with no oversight. So they were trying to remove that money from Trump's control, and now they're trying to claw it all back. This guy's a sharpshooter.
I mean, in other words, they had money that they wanted to spend. They knew that they lost the election, so they just wanted to just get it out and allocate it to wherever they wanted, even though, I mean, these projects were not necessarily in line with what the American people wanted.
Exactly. A little over $40 billion was committed in the previous 15 years. The whole history of the Loan Program Office lent Solyndra is a famous example of that.
That's the solar panel company Solyndra that Barack Obama pumped up, and then they basically went bankrupt.
$40 billion over 15 years, and then $90 billion in 76 days. It's just appalling.
Wow.
They're spending your money like it's just confetti.
Like they're going out of office and they're never coming back. This could be a sign. If they go, look, we're not going to take the country back in 2028. We better get all this money out now. We're not going to have a second shot at this.
Madam Secretary, you say it is a privilege, not a right, for American schools to be able to host foreigners on their campus.
Yes, that's exactly right. And this program has been in place for a very long time. These policies have been in place for a long time, and Harvard brought these consequences upon themselves. They have promoted and allowed violent activity on campus. They have allowed anti-Semitism, participation with CCP and Chinese infiltration and influence on their campus, and they haven't protected their students. So we have given them multiple opportunities to share criminal activity with us, backgrounds on these students, to let us conduct the oversight into this program that is our responsibility, and they have refused to do so. So today I sent them a letter that said they will no longer be allowed to participate in this student exchange visitor program, and that's up to 27% of their enrolled students. So
27% of the enrolled students at Harvard were on an international. Are we educating everyone but Americans? 27%. So Harvard gone. Good. Anyone out there shedding a tear for Harvard? You know, poor baby with a silver spoon in your mouth?
it's significant. Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university to go to.
She said they have to find another college. I propose that we only pay for their tuition if they go to Hillsdale College. We'll turn them into red-blooded Americans. You see, they thought they were going to come over here and spy on us and brainwash our kids. And instead, we send them to Hillsdale College, and they'll come out wearing a Paul Revere hat and singing the national anthem and voting Republican. And then you watch, then they'll cut that international money for those students off real quick when that happens. Here's Scott Bessent on that growth income and how tariffs are working for the benefit of the American people.
I would disagree with John, and the tariffs are not separate from the budget because while we will not be able to score tariff income for the CBO scoring that we'll see as the bills come out of the, or as the bill comes out of the Senate, we are taking in a substantial amount of tariff income. So, they are not separated. And I'm not.
This strangely relates to the big, beautiful bill where many of the libertarian types, the Thomas Masseys, say this is fiscal irresponsibility. They're going to raise the debt, is what they said. They're going to raise the debt, raise the budget, raise the debt. And Scott Bessent is saying what they're not taking into account is the trillions we're going to take in from tariffs over the next couple of years. That's supposedly going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen yet, but and they're not even looking at that and taking that as part of the budget at all. When they do that, I forget what the CBO stands for, but it's like where they have to make sure that all the bills stuff is paid for before it can get passed.
I'm not sure exactly what John meant because I believe that the deficit will be smaller this year than it was last year. It will be smaller next year than it is this year. So we will be running deficits. We didn't get here in the 120 days that President Trump has been president this time. We inherited the largest peacetime non-recessionary deficit in history. And this debt has been built up over time. And I think by the time President Trump leaves office in 2028, we will have come back to the long-term average. We will have stabilized the debt to GDP, and that number will be going down.
And that takes time. Guys, do you remember when Reagan won office? Remember after Carter almost destroyed the country? When Reagan got in office, we had real financial problems. Like you couldn't get a job and there was inflation. I heard of friends that were buying bonds that were getting 18% interest on a bond. You got to give them, it takes time. And then by the end of Reagan's first administration, America's economy was on fire. Now here's some, just some sad news. I just thought you guys would be interested. This is interesting to me. It's, any of you guys ever watch MASH out there? I did in the, 80s, because I remember it. But the actress Loretta Swit died, who played Hot Lips Houlihan. I really liked her performance. Loretta Swit, Hot Lips Houlihan on MASH, dies at 87 years old. May God bless you and give you Godspeed. Loretta Swit. You know, it's really hard playing a kind of a bad guy or a jerk, and she did. She played kind of a bad guy in a, in a fuddy-duddy. It takes real comedic talent. It also takes being kind of generous, that you're willing to play a bad guy, because people might walk around not liking you so much. Now, speaking of not liking you so much, I have some Gavin Newsom. Get out your rotten fruit and get ready to throw it right at the screen. Maybe put a piece of cellophane over your TV screen or your phone or your computer. Put a big piece of cellophane down so you can throw that big rotten tomato right at the screen.
California just launched a new ranking system, first in the nation, to deal with extreme heat, similar to what we do with categories with hurricanes and tropical storms. California's new heat score will be a zip code level heat map to prepare to deal with the impacts of extreme heat.
Extreme heat impact news at 11. And this is all part of the global climate change hysteria where they're trying to make it sound like, the heat in California, it used to be fine out in the desert, but now it's really hot. Look, I used to work in the San Joaquin Valley. I went to high school in Denair, California. It's right outside of Turlock, California. We worked out in Delhi, which is at Foster Farms. I would sweep a 1 mile parking lot, rice hulls off the parking lot at 118-degree weather. So it's not like it suddenly got hot. Gavin, now look, I went over to Grok, and all I did was I asked how many people die from heat in California each year. Estimates of annual heat, they've got numbers here of as high as 599 people die. That would be the highest. There's 460 deaths in 2020. Here's between 150 and 400 deaths. So let's just call it, we'll give a round number of 450 deaths of heat in California. Now, I asked Grok, how many drug overdoses do people die of each year? Remember, the core thing that Gavin Newsom was worried about is 400 people dying of heat stroke or heat exhaustion. Let's see, 2023, there was 10,600 deaths. That's 10,200 more deaths than the amount of people that died of heat stroke. Here's 10,900 fatal drug overdoses, just about the same. 10,623, 10,900 in 2022, 2021, 10,900. And there's 2020, 8,900. And here's 2019 under Trump, just 4,900 because of the pre-fentanyl surge. So you have a surge of 10,000 people dying a year from a completely preventable disease, Gavin Newsom, you moron. You can't do anything. You can't change the temperature of California. But you could do something about the drug problem, like enforce it, shore up the border, police your homeless population. And now, as I promised, your dessert, which is a rare interview with Biden on CNN where he says he can kick Jake Tapper's butt. And then they cut away. This is too funny.
Well, the prognosis is good, We're working on everything. It's moving along. So I feel good. It's my bones are strong. I hadn't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
So
I feel like everybody expects. I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year. At the very beginning.
Ooh, look at that girl's face. Oh, gross. What in the heck? Biden, dude.
Matter of fact, one of the leading surgeons in the world is working with me. And he had diagnosed with the same exact thing 32 years ago. He's alive and well, doing very well. So we're optimistic. We're optimistic.
Well, good. So 32 years from now, he'll be about 120 years old. And that means he too will qualify for Medicare, like the millions of people on Medicare that are 120 and 150 years old.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
Not recently. We've been doing it for about 4 to 6 years.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want
he says, I can beat the hell out of both of them. He means Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. And that too isn't saying much. I think about 90% of the women in the world could beat the hell out of both Jake Tapper and Alex
to
Thompson.
reply to any of those?
There's a lot going on. And
we're losing him, guys. Hang in there, Biden. Hold that thought.
Pretty difficult moment, not only in American history, but in world history. I'm really proud of him. And he is the son of his father. So,
do you have anything to say to the press secretary?
Okay, we heard for the first time there.
And they cut away from Biden, from President Biden, the ex-President Biden. They're so bored. Dana Bash, CNN cuts away going, we got to stop this funeral. Well, you've been caught up on the news today. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I hope you guys leave a comment below. Are you ready to vote for J.D. Vance in 2028 is our question today. Doug in exile.
Well, there's a new strain of COVID that is being called highly infectious. It is NB.1.8.1. You may have seen these headlines saying that they are highly infectious, but in fact, There has been cases observed in New York, but it's not even on the CDC's strain tracker yet. So we don't have enough yet. They're just telling us that it's highly infectious. Do we need to panic? Well, according to the World Health Organization, we do not. This analysis, which I linked you in the newsletter today, if you're subscribed to the newsletter, I hope you are, it's free, shows that the WHO's own reporting is that the severity of this strain is low. If you've ever had a cup of coffee that makes you feel younger, more alive, well, that's where you go for 1775's Rejuvenate coffee. It's a bold dark roast infused with KAAKG. That's the same compound studied to reverse biological age by up to 8 years. You guys, it fuels your cells, sharpens your minds, and supports long-term strength, all without popping a cabinet full of supplements or drinking swamp water in a bottle. This isn't junk lab. It's not a mystery blend. It's just real single origin, small batch coffee that will make you go boing, which is what you buy coffee for, isn't it? Well, here's the best part. When you buy 1775 coffee, you're backing free speech, freedom of choice, and a company that backs the same creative values that we do here on Redacted. So no corporate overlords, just some products made for people who really believe in something real and want to add something to the economy. So go to 1775coffee.com, grab their anti-aging longevity roast, use the code Redacted, and you'll get 15% off. So feel sharper, stronger, younger, and know that you're fueling the companies that give a damn about your health and freedom. That's 1775coffee.com/redacted. Use the code Redacted. Now, notice they say that the COVID vaccine is expected to work against this new strain. Well, how do they know that? Since it's so new and the current vaccine on the market is against previous strains, they don't. They only are surmising that it could work because they have seen it in mice. So what they're saying here is that mice who had the COVID vaccine saw, quote, similar or modestly lower neutralizing antibodies against NB.1.8.1. Okay, these are the kind of science metrics that we should no longer accept, because throughout the whole pandemic, we were told that things were kind of sort of good, that it's similar or modest or, probably it gives some protection against the new strains. They don't know. There's no way that they could have tested that. We should now demand real numbers that the vaccine is tested against this strain and has shown X% fewer COVID cases, hospitalizations, severe infection, all of that. That's what we should demand now. And that's what HHS Secretary Kennedy has said that we should be hearing from now on, because they've promised us that all vaccines going forward will have real clinical trials with, and in fact, it was Dr. Macri who said that. So if you want to get a COVID vaccine that was made for XBB.1.5, which peaked in January of 2023, for this new strain, which is not severe, I guess you could do it if you want to. Explain to me why you would. Now, the good news is that these vaccines will no longer be pushed on children in the childhood vaccine schedule, only at the federal level. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. announced that the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC's recommended immunization schedule. But that doesn't mean that your local school district won't push it on your children. They still might, because those requirements are up to the state. So each state will have to take this federal mandate and decide for themselves. And each state can say, no, we still want the COVID vaccine. They could, in theory, do that, and then it would be up to you to decide whether or not to push that on your child. Here is HHS Secretary Kennedy announcing this just on Tuesday.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here today with NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary. I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
That ends today. It's common sense and it's good science.
There's no evidence healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children.
We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
produced.
Someone in the chat says that this is still on 6 things to know about COVID-19 vaccinations for children, like that there are still things on the website about COVID-19 vaccinations for children on CDC's website.
Yes. And you have to know how to speak CDC to extrapolate what they know and what they don't know. And so thankfully I've become an expert at that since the pandemic, because I'm like,
CDC.
okay, they're saying it may kind of sort of provide some protection, right? But they can't tell you they know that it does, because they don't. He was absolutely right when he said there was no clinical trials on any children under 12. And in fact, it was authorized in 2023 for young children based on extrapolated data. We showed you that at length in 2023. We showed you that they said, probably from the original clinical trials of the original COVID vaccine, probably this one will work in practice the same. They never knew. So again, at the very least, it won't be pushed on children. You may still be asked for it in your state. There are ways to, push back on that. You'll have to educate yourself on your own state. But the United States was one of the few holdouts still pushing this on children. They won't anymore. So I do expect, though, that the hysteria around NB.1.8.1 will increase. You've been warned, you've been prepared, and you've been shown that the original assessment through the CDC and through the WHO is that it is not a severe strain. It is just highly infectious.
The congressman from Kentucky, James Comer, is with us now. We want to talk about the cover-up and the investigation that he is overseeing right now on, what happened with the auto pin, what happened with the president, who was actually running the White House, and why this matters. He represents Kentucky's 1st congressional district, serves as the chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, where he aggressively advocates for reducing waste, fraud, and abuse in government. Welcome, Congressman. How are you, sir?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
Good. Your investigation has shown us now that there may be as many as 3, more than that, but 3 in like a little cabal that were kind of orchestrating the use of the auto pin for key executive actions and pardons. Can you confirm whether you have any evidence identifying a person or persons?
Yeah, we have 3. We have very good sources that point to 4 staffers, most of whom no one's ever heard of, that were the ones who actually operated the auto pen. Remember, even if Joe Biden was on the top of his game, and even if he were authorizing the use of his signature on an auto pen, he's not the person that would take the document and put it in the auto pen and press the power button. We've identified the 4 staffers. We're fairly certain these are the 4 staffers that actually put the auto pen in operation. We're bringing them in. We've asked them to come in voluntarily, which that's the process to do a subpoena. If Thursday is the deadline for their response. We've given them a week to respond and lawyer up and all that. If they do not respond, or if they say no, then they will get a subpoena the very next day from me, and they will have to come in for a full-blown deposition. We want to find out the process, who gave them the authority to use the auto pen, who were they talking to. Then the next step will probably be the names, like Klein and the people, maybe Joe Biden, the people that are in the news as who everyone suspects were possibly running the White House. This is important because so much was done in the last 100 days of the Biden administration from an executive order standpoint.
Right.
They Trump-proofed the government. They Trump-proofed the government with the auto pen. And then we all know about the pardons, but just the executive orders alone, these are given the Trump administration fits in court, like when he's trying to bring the federal employees back to work. The Joe Biden auto pen signed an executive order in the end saying they could continue to work from home and gave them collective bargaining rights and everything else. These are issues that are blocking the Trump agenda in court, and things that we think should be invalid because they weren't legitimately signed by the President of the United States. And furthermore, this investigation may reveal that the President of the United States didn't even know anything about these executive orders.
So I've heard that we have a whistleblower at a very high level of the Democratic Party that has blown the whistle on a little cabal inside the White House. That actually, what I heard was that some people in the White House had figured out a way to monetize the auto pin. Is any of that true?
We don't know, but that will be a line of questioning, especially when you get to the pardons. Remember, everyone knows about the pardons for the Biden family as a result of our investigation, but they pardoned thousands of people. Some of them were murderers and rapists. Some were legitimate pardons. But when you're talking about thousands of pardons, who vetted them? Who gave them the authority? Those and the auto pen was used in every one of those pardons. Outside of the Hunter Biden pardon, it looks like the auto pen was used on every single pardon issued by this president. And there's rumors that there were people that were monetizing that. I don't know, but we're gonna try to find out. But I'll tell you this, but a lot has come out in the last 3 weeks. We've been waiting on this. We've been waiting on this Tapper book. We have been waiting for this Tapper book for a while because we knew that he had sources inside the White House that spilled the beans on Joe Biden's mental incapacity. So this has helped fuel momentum for the investigation. More evidence has surfaced. So we're trying to go from there.
So, what specific legal or constitutional violations do you believe the auto pen may have breached, and how serious?
Well, first of all, yeah, it's very, very serious because first of all, you have to physically sign anything pertaining to the law. I have to sign subpoenas. I have an auto pen. Everybody in Congress has an auto pen. You use an auto pen to sign proclamations and mass letters and newsletters and things like that. But
wait. Didn't we in 2000, I don't know, 10, Barack Obama, maybe 8, Barack Obama is in Hawaii and it was the first authorized use of the auto pen for a executive order or law or something. So did that not change? Was that a one-time only thing?
Our lawyers say you have to sign anything pertaining to the law. You have to physically sign it. If Obama had a situation where he was in another country and something had to, go out, I don't think anyone would challenge that. But to use the auto pen for everything for the last at least 100 days of the administration, when you have so much activity. This wasn't a natural disaster and you had to do an executive order to get food to people who were starving to death after a tornado in Kentucky or anything. This is Trump proofing the next administration to where you can't eliminate the Department of Education because you can't fire those employees. You can't make the employees have to come back to work. You're giving them more rights to work from home. Where you've signed executive orders saying, oh, you've got to pay these student loan debt off. I mean, the list goes on and on. Oh, and my whole family, they're pardoned. By the way, you can't prosecute them. You can't touch them. So these are the kind of things. If I have a subpoena, I have to fly back to Washington to sign it, or we have to overnight it. I mean, there's a million things that you have to do and have to get it notarized and all this other stuff. This was not legal. There's no way these will hold up in court, especially if there's no evidence that Joe Biden gave the order to use the auto pen. And we have found no evidence where there were emails or anything that said Joe Biden said, yes, I want to sign that executive order, or I want to sign that pardon. Just go ahead and get the document and put it in the auto pen. Remember, he spent very few days, the last 100 days, in the White House. He was in Delaware, going between his two mansions on the beach. He was not in the White House. So there's a lot of evidence that's going to be hard for the Democrats and their friends in the left-wing media to try to spin that Joe Biden was actually running the show. And if you're in the White House, if you're giving the orders, why not just sign it there? Why do you have to use the auto pen?
You sent letters to the personal physicians as well as multiple advisors. Were we going to hear from the physician? I mean, we all suspected the president was not actually running things. We have to know his the real truth about his mental capacity towards the end, which would also strengthen the case that he didn't have any idea about the auto pen. These weren't things that were coming from him. He was probably, like Edith Wilson did with her husband, shoved underneath a hand or shoved into the auto pen and signed without him really being cognitively able to understand what he's signing.
Right. Yeah. And that's obviously why we're bringing the physician in. We have a lot of questions. We're going to consult with Ronnie Jackson. If Ronnie is available, I'd love to have him in for that interview or deposition, whatever it turns into, because he was the White House physician under Trump. And I think that he has a lot of insight. I've watched several of his interviews, so he knows exactly what's expected of the White House physician. I mean, this Dr. O'Connor, he better be on the top of his game, because we have his predecessor in Congress who's been very critical of a lot of the statements that Dr. O'Connor put out, praising Joe Biden and his health. And that comes out that he's got stage 3 prostate cancer. And they're trying to say, well, we never tested him for prostate cancer. I mean, that's just not. I'm 52. I get tested for prostate cancer every 6
year.
months. I mean, yeah.
So we're talking to Congressman Comer, who is Kentucky's congressman from the 1st District, but he also is the chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. The thing that I think most Americans want to see is not just the uncovering of the truth, but actually consequences. If this were happening, are people going to jail for doing this? We just heard from Jake Tapper's book again, just yesterday or day before, that they were calling themselves the Politburo, that there was a few of them, 3 or 4 of them, that were just saying, we're running it now. If he's reelected, we'll still run it. That's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional. If I, as a member of Congress or chairman of the Oversight Committee, could put people in jail, I would have put some of the Biden family members in jail. We investigate, and then we turn over the results of our investigation to the Attorney General. So that question should be asked to Pam Bondi. We certainly hope that she holds people accountable. We're still optimistic that she will hold people accountable from investigations of the Biden influence peddling. We've Jim Jordan and I have led 3 or 4 investigations where we believe that people should be held accountable for things that were done in the last administration. And so, again, if I could put people in jail, I would do it. Of course, if the Democrats, when they were in charge of Congress, if Adam Schiff could put people in jail, he would have put Jim Jordan and Scott Perry and Donald Trump in jail if he could have.
Right. I mean, I want the system to work the way it should. I'm glad you don't have, the power to put people in jail. I'm glad it goes through the DOJ. But the DOJ, if there are actual crimes committed, I can't think of a higher crime than usurping the power of the president of the United States and hiding the fact that he's not actually making the decisions or running the country. That is, in my view, that is a very high crime.
And it's the biggest scandal in the history of America. If you have 3 or 4 bureaucrats, like what Tapper is alleging, that were never elected, that no one's ever, I've never heard of them, and I'm pretty involved in things in Washington, and they're running the country. I mean, that is a bad deal.
Congressman, thank you so much. Thanks for spending some time with us and explaining what's going on in Congress, and best of luck to you. When do you expect an answer? They have to answer by tomorrow? Before you subpoena them?
By tomorrow. If they don't, they know the next step, subpoena. We've been very clear about that. So, and that's the process. So we're starting with them. We'll see where the trail leads. I fully expect every name that Jake Tapper has alleged in his book we're running the country, as well as some others that many on conservative media suspect we're running the country. I fully expect to hear from them all over the next few weeks, hopefully.
Good. Thank you very much. Congressman
Thank
Comer
you.
from Kentucky.
Skyrocketed over the last 4 years like you have never seen before by over 30%. That's an incredible, crazy number. And imports of steel and rebar from Mexico exploded by more than 1,000%. We were getting our steel from Mexico. We were getting our steel from Canada. We were getting our steel from every place, but right here, it was then that we announced the crown jewel of our steel industry, U.S. Steel, was being sold into foreign hands with no protections for our great steel workers. And I said, there's no way we're going to let that happen. When I was watching over you, you don't even know it. I was watching over you. Tell you, best people. You're the best people. You built this country. You know, you people built this country. You people and others like you built this country. By the time I came into office, many feared that the Mon Valley would lose up to 3,000 steel jobs, that U.S. Steel would close, and it was a fixture of the Pittsburgh skyline. It may never live for another week. We had times we thought we were going to live. You weren't living for another week. But I promised the people of Western Pennsylvania that I would never, ever let that happen. And as president, I kept that promise. Boy, did I keep that promise. So soon after initially taking office, I imposed powerful 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and ended each and every one of the Biden exceptions and exclusions. And today I have a major announcement. And are you ready to hear this? This is on behalf of Scott, Secretary of Treasury, Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, and all of the great geniuses and people we have working, and they are smart, but I don't think you'd be a good steel worker, Scott. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put a little more muscle content into that guy, but he's great. He's great at what he does. We are going to be imposing a 25% increase. We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States. Nobody's going to get around that.
Look, I know we talked about the hearing around vaccines yesterday and the MAHA movement and all, but I think the bigger issue here, and Dr. Bhattacharya touched on this in our show last night, is that our health institutions' credibility has been completely destroyed. I mean, I really never, ever trusted the government, probably, but now I bigly don't trust the government. Here's the issue. The libs, they're really responsible for this. Remember when COVID first started and all the celebrities came out like, I'm not listening to any of Trump's advice, even though he had the same Fauci in there that the left later came to idolize.
I don't trust the president, and I don't trust the FDA.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
I trust vaccines. I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump.
And then literally like 3 months later, those same people did a complete 180 on the same information from the same agencies with the same data from the same advisors.
The vaccine is the weapon that wins the war. We have to take it.
So I want to urge everyone to take the vaccine when it is your turn.
People should be prepared when it's available to take the vaccine. There's nothing to worry about.
It's the same vaccine. Not like how our institutions are supposed to function when they can, like they can't function when they're catering to this like liberal illogic. They're supposed to look out for our health and safety, but for everyone based on the data, no matter who's president or what celebrities are screaming about what or endorsing this or that. But more importantly, they're supposed to do the right thing. not what corporate lobbyists and donors want, not what's politically expedient. The point of a government agency is, the intent at least, is to not be perverted or swayed by private interest. But for the last 50 years, that has not happened. And only because RFK are we finding out the extent of the damage that's already been done. To trust, and when it comes to our MAHA movement, this is about our bodies, folks. You can do this with basically any guidance from any federal agency going back decades. Perfect example is the food pyramid. It's a joke. I mean, sorry, now they call it like My Plate or something, but it's still wrong. It says only 25% of our diet should be protein. 75% of your diet should be protein. I'm sorry, vegans, not sorry. But these shiny graphs, they were never based in science. They were written by some special interest group who doesn't care about you. They're just getting paid for it. Agencies with like a revolving door of officials, of CEOs of big companies making billions of dollars going back to the government agencies, and they just all recycle each other in these roles. They gave us federal guidance that fat is bad and sugar is good, and that we should take their word instead of listening to their actual fit people, like RFK, by the way. He's like 70 years old and died cranking out pull-ups. And it took 40 years for the truth to come out that sugar was way worse than fat or cholesterol, but not before the pharmaceutical industry made over $1 trillion on statin drugs, battling the wrong thing. I've talked to you about this before, and now that we have somebody, at least somebody, who has made a career of winning lawsuits against companies and agencies that promote things that are either not healthy or flat out wrong, who used to be the darling of the left, by the way, like Elon was. RFK is being brutalized to the point that his own family is condemning him for being basically the devil, simply for challenging the world order that made them rich. People are literally drinking seed oils in social media posts to protest him. Now, I know this guy right here, he did it as a parody, but there's a lot of other people that were like doing it for real to protest RFK. I mean, like, I don't care. Drink all the engine oil lubricant you want, but you get my point. This is the faith in our institutions, or lack thereof. What's even crazier is that this whole time, companies that use these toxic dyes that we know cause cancer and other things, Nestle, Dole, Dr. Pepper, Kroger, and like a whole pile of other companies, they all donate to cancer awareness. Nestle gave $1 million to Pink Pack back in 2013 to fight breast cancer. Well, here's an idea. How about instead of putting a ribbon on your company logo for a month, you stop putting the stuff in our foods that causes the cancer in the first place? No institution wanted to take that up. Even better, how about those institutions should try regulating it? I mean, the government tries to regulate everything else in our lives. Why don't they regulate? I got a $66 fine once for having a stair in my own backyard that was like apparently an inch too high. And I got a fine for, but they won't regulate chemicals that are killing us? Okay.
We can't continue to exist like this. And the problem is industry is making money keeping us sick.
I mean, like, what does the left always say when it comes to guns? Well, if it could only just save one life. Yeah, this could save a lot. Heart disease kills 700,000 people a year. I mean, start there. Yet you have Democrats demanding like equity for fat people, spending millions on campaigns of like acceptance and tolerance, with demands for plus size people to travel rather than treadmills. But when you have a guy who actually does the things that are good for people, he's literally a Nazi apparently, and can't get credit for anything.
Congressman DeLauro, you say that you've worked for 20 years on getting food dye out. Give me credit. I got it out in 100 days.
Look, I love that soundbite. These people, they got to pick a side. This is why no one trusts our institutions. That's the biggest problem here. Our institutions are all over the place. And the people who are supposed to be regulating it, they can't get anything done. That lady, DeLauro, says that she's worked for 20 years to get poison out of our foods. Well, I mean, lady, she's the one with the purple hair. You're either not effective or didn't actually work that hard. I mean, imagine that. Like, call it HR 1. Probably should be the first bill of the year. Remove poison and cancer-causing chemicals from food in America. Who would vote against that? She's obviously didn't try that one. This is where I would have started 20 years ago. But beyond the partisanly fickle flip-flops of Washington, we can't run an economy like this either. I mean, we should have been doing it right from the beginning. But seriously, where have our institutions been for 40 years while we're slurping down toxic dyes for the sake of color of our own cereal? Where have you been while our kids are getting dumber from the crap you're putting in our drinking water? Where have you been while you promote true beauty is on the inside or whatever else, but people's organs are being poisoned with seed oils? Why are we switching sides, changing stances on issues like basic health because they may or may not like the guy in the White House? It is utter insanity to me.
He loves the Constitution. He fights for what's right. He hates the bad guys. He's a freedom warrior. He's your freedom warrior. Watch Carl Higbie every weekday on Newsmax.
Jordan Conrad, Smith Gateway Pundit, here with border czar Tom Homan. So, Mr. Homan, you know, there's several senators, GOP senators, who have announced plans to oppose the big, beautiful bill. They say they have enough votes. What's your message to those senators?
Look, if President Trump was voted in office of American people on his biggest issue was securing the border and moving public safety threats and national security threat, criminal illegal aliens in this country, American people voted for that. I would think every member of the GOP would agree. There's no downside to securing the border. There's no downside on removing public safety threats in this country. It should be a nonpartisan issue, but especially for the GOP, who the American people have spoken. This is what they want. We're giving them what they want. They need to give them what they want also. That's my opinion.
Now, you recently said there may or may not be an ICE investigation into the Nashville mayor. You at least said you're keeping a closer eye on him. Is there a chance, you know, we've seen it with LaMonica McIver, we've seen it with these two judges. Is there a chance we could see a sitting sanctuary state official charges brought against them for impeding ICE?
Look, that's going to be up to DOJ, but I've said it again, don't cross the line. If you cross the line and commit a crime, then we'll certainly ask for criminal prosecution. That'd be up to DOJ.
Have you spoken to Attorney General Bondi about any of this?
Yes.
Is she on board?
We'll just keep that between me and Van Mine.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So you have a couple of people here that I wanted to introduce because, you know, being a guy that's watched a lot of football, this man had tremendous courage. He had a lot of grit. And everybody knows he wasn't the largest person on the field at all, but he was in many ways the most courageous. Rocky Bleier. Rocky, come up here, Rocky. Come up here. Come up here, Rocky. Come up here, Rocky. He's such a great heart. Come on up here, Rocky. Wow. And two other people I want to bring up because I'm a fan of your Steelers. And I happen to think a really good quarterback is a man named Mason Rudolph. And I think he's going to get a big shot. He's tall, he's handsome, got a great arm. And I have a feeling he's going to be the guy. So Mason Rudolph, come up here. And also a safety who's an absolute killer, Miles Killebrew. Do you know Miles? Come on up here, Miles. Come on up here, fellas. What a team, huh?
Mr. President, on behalf of U.S. Steel and to the people of Pittsburgh, more importantly, though, to all the Steeler fans that are here this evening, I have the honor of making you an honorary Pittsburgh Steeler and would like to present to you your jersey as with the number 47 as the 47th President of the United States, a number that hangs in the National Football League Hall of Fame. I'd like to present this to a Hall of Fame president. Please accept it.
Listen, I'm honored to be here with a great Steeler legend like Rocky Bleier, somebody who fought for our country in Vietnam and came back and played some great football with the black and gold. Awesome to be here, a part of this big investment in Pittsburgh. Go Steelers.
How about this president of ours, huh? Just wanted to say God bless you, President Trump, and God bless you, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Welcome back to The Real Story. So this week marks the 101st anniversary of the U.S. Border Patrol, otherwise known as America's Watchmen. The U.S. Border Patrol was established on May 28th, 1924. And back then there were only about 100 or 450 members of the agency. However, now there are roughly 20,000 Border Patrol agents in this country, and they've made significant headway in securing America's borders under the leadership of the Trump administration. They've put a stop to nearly 100% of illegal border crossings. The days of massive migrant caravans are just seemingly over, just like that. And more than 66,000 illegal immigrants were arrested during President Trump's first 100 days in office, with over 65,000 illegal immigrants having been deported, according to ICE data. In fact, over 17,000 people were deported in April alone. And given their success to date, there's no better way to honor the agency's anniversary than by turning up the pressure. So to that point, the Trump administration is setting a new goal of arresting 3,000 illegal immigrants daily. That's 3 times the current rate. So it's ambitious. And it's unclear if ICE has enough agents to make that many arrests every single day. However, the logic behind this goal is crystal clear. The Biden administration allowed well over 10 million people to illegally enter the U.S., and it's going to take aggressive action to apprehend them all, let alone deport them all, especially since the Trump administration only has a few years to do it. But speaking of taking aggressive action, ICE agents conducted a major raid at a construction site in Tallahassee, Florida on Thursday morning, arresting more than 100 people believed to be in the U.S. unlawfully. Authorities said there were people from multiple different countries, and some of them had reportedly been deported before the raid. Some of them also had criminal histories, although technically all of them do, because entering the country illegally is a crime. But that's not even the only immigration raid to happen at a construction site this week. So federal agents also raided one in New Orleans, Louisiana on Tuesday morning. And nearly everyone on site was asked to provide proof of their ability to work as well as their residency. The total number of arrests that were made is currently unknown, and their identities are also unknown, at least as of right now. But the only detail that really matters here is that they're in the country illegally. It doesn't really matter why they came here. It also doesn't really matter how they got here. And while they should still be treated, yes, with some basic human decency, ICE agents have every right to arrest, detain, and remove them. And of course, the DHS has every right to deport them. That's how a serious nation works. Nonetheless, Democrat officials all across the country have continued to obstruct authorities from doing their job. And that includes the mayor of Nashville, Tennessee, Freddie O'Connell, about whom our next guest announced an investigation into during a press conference on Memorial Day.
Due to the remarks of Freddie O'Connell and the potential for aiding and abetting illegal immigration, the Homeland Security and the Judiciary Committees will be conducting an investigation into the mayor of Nashville, his conduct, and whether or not federal dollars have been used in criminal enterprise. I will not back down. I will not relent, and I will always stand with law enforcement. I want my community and I want my country back.
Here to discuss is the man himself, Republican Congressman Andy Ogles, the U.S. representative of Tennessee's 5th Congressional District. Congressman, thank you for joining me.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So I love what you're doing here with the Nashville mayor. I want to ask you to elaborate more on how things stand today.
Yeah, so we officially sent out this notice. It's a joint investigation by the Homeland and Judiciary Committees. We'll be looking into the conduct of the mayor of Nashville and, of course, the city of Nashville. And keep in mind, Nashville is the jewel of the South. It's the economic engine of the South. But we have a woke, radical, activist mayor who's undermining our city. And I, for one, have had enough.
And just to clarify as well, is Nashville technically a sanctuary city or not?
Well, so technically it hasn't been, but because of the mayor of Nashville and his actions, it is now on a sanctuary city list. But keep in mind, that's because of the actions of the mayor. And so he needs to be held accountable. So, going back, there was this ICE raid. The mayor of Nashville instructed members of local law enforcement to report any activity with federal agents. He then went even further, encouraging citizens. So there's a community oversight board over the police department, encouraging citizens to file complaints against his own members of law enforcement, the Metro Police Department. So this is a mayor that's undermining federal authorities. He's targeting his own employees for the sake of his woke activism. And keep in mind, you have murderers, rapists, drug smugglers, human smugglers were on the list of people that were being apprehended and deported by ICE. And this mayor is defending illegal criminals versus the city of Nashville.
I mean, why do you think that is? I don't understand, to your brilliant point there, the fierce opposition, the hysteria about this. I mean, instead of governing your own people and benefiting and protecting your own people, you're trying to protect people who are gaming the system to come here to prey upon your own people.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to these radical mayors, it's almost become a religion for them. And so they're blindly seeking the defense of illegal criminals. And again, they're criminals versus protecting his own people. And so just a few days ago, there was a Chilean gang that was apprehended in Brentwood, a suburb of Nashville. And this gang was systematically breaking into homes. We had a situation where a gang broke into a home. A 15-year-old girl was there in the bath. She was able to hide and evade detection. But this is the type of situation and circumstance that the mayor is allowing to happen. And it's unfortunate that you have a member of Congress having to step in and defend a city from a woke radical mayor like Freddie O'Connell.
I never thought I would see the day. Truly, Congressman.
Right.
But thank you for doing that, by the way. I do want to pivot to this new goal of 3,000 arrests every single day. What do you make about that?
Well, I mean, I think that's a start. I mean, we need to be arresting and deporting 10,000 a day. You had 10 million or so come into this country illegally, many of whom have ties to MS-13 or Trinidad or some other cartel or other gang in Mexico, Central or South America. So we need to recognize that if you come into this country illegally, at that moment, you become a criminal. So all of these individuals have committed a crime. If you're working without a social security number, that's a crime. If you fraudulently obtained a social security number, that's a crime. If you're driving without a license, that's a crime. So the list goes on and on and on. And we've got to get back to this idea of rule of law and hold these folks accountable and start deporting individuals. And like I said, I've seen, as a member of Homeland Security Committee, I've seen the classified briefing on the really the network that these gangs and these cartels have into the United States of America. And keep in mind, when we think of the words gang, this isn't some street corner apparatus. These are corporations. These are big. I mean, they would rival the distribution network would rival, say, FedEx as far as their reach into most cities across the country. And so we've got to fight back. And if we don't, and we let these gangs get a foothold in our cities, then suddenly you're fighting for your street corners, corner by corner. And that can be avoided if we simply get serious about arresting those who are here illegally.
Sir, I mean, it's public safety, but it's also about national security. So that brings me to my final question for you, sir. So the Supreme Court, apparently they're allowing the Trump administration now to end those Biden-era parole programs for migrants. It protected 500,000 plus people from Nicaragua and Haiti and Venezuela. I think this is good news, but I also don't understand why the Supreme Court even needs to weigh in, because as far as I'm concerned, the Trump administration has every right to end those parole programs.
Well, I've been screaming at the top of my lungs about these woke activist judges getting in the way of President Trump and really usurping his authority and overstepping their own. And our founding fathers, Madison and Hamilton, warned us about a too powerful judiciary and that it could actually upset the balance of powers. And you now see that coming to fruition today. So Madison said, if you're not careful, your judiciary can become all powerful. We're seeing it today. Hamilton actually relegated the judiciary to a minor, lesser branch of government. So that being said, we need to get back to honoring the intent of our founding fathers. We need to get back to this idea of the legislative branches, which are the House and the Senate, not the judiciary. But what's happened with these activist judges, they have become writing law, making law through their own judgments, which is not what the founders intended.
Certainly not. And I don't think the founders would ever imagine a situation where the sitting U.S. president unsecures their own border intentionally. We can talk about motives, why. I think it's political. They want more voters. That's a different conversation. But still, to imagine what Biden and Harris did, and then what Alejandro Mayorkas did, and they all just got away with it. Zero accountability. That's just, it breaks my heart, really. But thank you for your time today, Congressman. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Let me tell you the story I heard from a local state trooper about Joe Biden riding on the Air Force One Cooper. His days were numbered, nobody wanted him around, so he took his cash and went out like D.B. Cooper. Run, Joe, run into the Amazon. Take your wife and crackhead son. Maybe one day we find your fortune like F.J.B. Cooper. Join us in the hunt for truth and light. At the Benny Show, targets in sight. Run, Joe, run into the Amazon. Take your wife and crackhead son. Maybe one day we find your fortune like F.J.B. Cooper.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Drain the Swamp is a very popular chant on the political right, talking about the destruction of Washington, D.C. and the parasite class that lives there. What kind of creature lives in the swamp? Well, mosquitoes live in the swamp, and they survive off sucking the blood of their hosts. They're parasitic by nature, and this is what a real blood-sucking ritual looks like right here. Look at how sick this all is. This is Chris Coons. He's a senator from Delaware. This is his daughter. And he's just kind of sacrificing his daughter up to Joe Biden, who's the power broker in Delaware. And this is how it works in D.C. Look at him grab her arm. Look at how uncomfortable she is. Look at how scared she is. You can see shock and fear, horror in her eyes. As the color from her face drains out. She's clearly in distress here. And her dad is just grinning here because, well, he's getting power out of this. And this is how the situation works in D.C. Joe Biden has always been part of this. He's always behaved like this. It's really sick when you watch Joe Biden around children. He's always been look at, this is Joe Biden biting a child. As a child screams and squeals in terror. Look at that. Look. Joe Biden's biting a little child as her mother just stares at the ground. Why do parents do this? What's going on here? Some of these parents need to be brought in for questioning. Why would you allow your child why would you offer your child up to Joe Biden, knowing what you know about Joe? Listen to this.
How to take all these pictures? Yeah. You're good. Let me whisper a secret. Don't tell mommy what I told you.
Don't tell mommy what I told you. Yeah. All the stuff coming out about Epstein and Diddy, and this is why it's not hard for us to believe it. And this is why. Because we watch people like Joe Biden act like this, and we watch the eyes of look at the crying child. Why would you subject your child to this? Why would anybody want to be around Joe Biden, seeing this provable series of behaviors that are ritualistic, let's just say? Joe Biden constantly violating people's personal space, leaning in, whispering, unwanted touching.
You guys hit me 4. I'm winning. 5 in a row. You guys only look at the New York Times. They're a great paper.
Joe Biden saying this, what I find funny about this is when reporters were like, hey, you're getting your ass kicked by Trump. And Joe Biden, you can see on his face the CPAP machine lines on his face, which means he was just sleeping like minutes ago. He was asleep. This is when Joe Biden thought he could still beat Trump, and before he was convinced otherwise by Jill Biden and her staff. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden is back, and he is out talking to reporters for the first time since his terminal cancer diagnosis. It's a weird thing to do. Why would you go out and like do press gaggles after that? Wouldn't you want to be like using the little time you have left to like spend with your family? Why would you be going out and talking smack about Donald Trump and creeping out reporters, whispering and leaning in and being a complete degenerate? This is exactly what Joe Biden did. And Joe Biden was in Delaware today. And he got saucy with reporters, I guess you could say. Saucy? Is that the right way to say it? I'm not sure. Other people are saying that Joe Biden took a harmless question from a reporter and seethed spitefully. She looked extremely uncomfortable. Joe Biden completely cooked and leaning in and creeping out a ton of reporters at this event. All right, let's begin. Here's the coverage. CNN took this little 3-minute press gaggle live.
Jasmine, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are now able to go to it. Listen to the exchange that former President Biden had with our own Arlette Saenz in its entirety.
You look good. You look good. Well, the prognosis is good. You know, we're working on everything. It's moving along. So I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. And they're underway. And all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
Well, it's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill, and for the next 6 weeks and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I haven't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
So why
I feel
was
like
it
everybody I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year at the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect.
What the F, dude? Like what? Like, so he sees a reporter and he just, look at where the mic is. So he just straight up eats the mic. And you can see how uncomfortable she is. Just creeper meat. Just creeper meat.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect of you today. And then you get here and you're speaking powerfully. You look good. You're confident. What do you say to all those people? Don't count you out.
Well, I said lots of luck in their senior year.
What the hell does that even mean? Okay, let's continue.
What has this been like for your family? Obviously, this is also an emotional time. This is the 10 years.
Also, isn't it amazing, like the style of questions that Biden gets versus Trump? If this were Donald Trump, it'd be, why would you keep this from the American people? You clearly aren't well. You have prostate cancer metastasizing to your bones. That takes decades. Why didn't you get the tests? These reporters are such bitches.
Your anniversary of your son Bo's passing. You received this diagnosis just 2 weeks before that.
Well, we're all optimistic about the diagnosis. Matter of fact, one of the leading surgeons in the world was working with me, and he had diagnosed with the same exact thing 32 years ago. He's alive and well, doing very well. So we're optimistic. We're optimistic.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent, and I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to?
So this is Joe Biden saying that he could beat the hell out of Jake Tapper at CNN and Alex Griswold at Axios.
Any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place.
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
Do you have any regrets?
No, I don't have any regrets. Look, there's a lot going on, and I think we're in a really difficult moment, not only in American history, but in world history. I think we're at one of those inflection points in history where the decisions we make in the next little bit are going to determine what things look like for the next 20 years. I've been talking about that for a long time. And I'm very proud. I put my record as president against any president at all. You notice that 12 of the 10 lady presidential historians rated me pretty good up on that list, and the guy I ran against, I rate him the last. So we'll see.
What the hell are you talking about? This is what's getting the most news is Joe Biden saying he could beat the hell out of the CNN reporters.
I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
While you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent.
I'm mentally
I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to...
It's amazing how you won't hear from CNN like attacks on the press, right? Only when Trump does it. But CNN does cut away as soon as he says that. This is hilarious.
Here, you have your grandson with you today. What's it mean to have your family here and be able to look out at him while you're talking?
It feels good. Look, that's my son, Bo's son. And Bo started coming here with me about the same age. So it's, he wanted to be where his dad had been and what he's doing. He just graduated from high school. He's going off to college in the fall. And I'm really proud of him. And he is the son of his father. So,
do you have anything to say to the press secretary?
Okay, we heard for the first time there from former President Biden, first of all, about his
Okay. What's happening here is the producers are hearing Joe Biden saying he's going to beat up CNN anchors, and they're like, oh, okay, sure. I think we're not going to take that anymore. Joe Biden's full remarks were around 3 minutes. He didn't say much after that. The cocked level of our press, man, in this country, they keep it up with Joe Biden. Just, you're doing great. You're doing great. We love you. You're amazing. What do you say to all the people that didn't believe you? We love you. Are you sad that you didn't run against Trump? Not a single question on the biggest cover-up in presidential history? It's wild, man. It's just wild. Imagine having this level of privilege where you can pull off a stunt like that and then walk into a group of reporters and none of them will ask you a tough question. And you can creep on them and breathe on them and walk right up to their microphone. Whatever, man. Keep running them. I hope they run Biden till kingdom come. If you, ladies and gentlemen, think that Joe Biden should be on a Predators list and should have an ankle monitor, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. I'll stick with it. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
Mr. President, on behalf of U.S. Steel and to the people of Pittsburgh, more importantly, though, to all the Steeler fans that are here this evening, I have the honor of making you an honorary Pittsburgh Steeler and would like to present to you your jersey as with the number 47 as the 47th President of the United States, a number that hangs in the National Football League Hall of Fame. I'd like to present this to a Hall of Fame president. Please accept it.
Listen, I'm honored to be here with a great Steeler legend like Rocky Bleier, somebody who fought for our country in Vietnam and came back and played some great football with the black and gold. Awesome to be here, a part of this big investment in Pittsburgh. Go Steelers.
How about this president of ours, huh? Just wanted to say God bless you, President Trump, and God bless you, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
There's some crazy actress lady. Yeah, she's. I want to be as charitable as I can, but she sounds kind of crazy when she says stuff like this. I hope that she's more grounded and she becomes more grounded over time when she hears my commentary on what she said, because what she said is nuts. She was at the Spirit Awards. This is for independent films. And she described how one of the things that keeps her up at night is that in Trump's America, 12-year-old girls can't get abortions.
You know, it's very weird to have like a showbiz guy in charge is surreal. I mean, because, well, I'm actually pretty horrified by how strategic and effective this whole thing has been. And I think there's a real disconnect in all of the noise around like the individuals that are going to be really taking the hits on a individual, like a human basis in the trans community, gay community, Black community, you know, women. Like when I think of the kids, or like the 12-year-old girl that can't get an abortion or something, or, you know, that's what really like rips me apart.
That's what really rips her apart, that a 12-year-old can't get an abortion in America. That's what rips her apart. The fact that 12-year-old girls can't be pressured into ripping apart their babies. Which, of course, by the way, the vast majority of abortions are not 12-year-old girls. Well over 99% of abortions are not women who have in any way faced duress or health issues or anything like that. It's elective abortions. She says, I don't know, America to her is every 12-year-old girl in America. We need 2 cars in every garage, a chicken in every pot, and an abortion for every 12-year-old girl. That's not my America. What she says at the end there is just totally nuts. What's interesting is that what she says at the beginning is quite sensible. She says, you know, it's weird to have a showbiz guy in the White House. Donald Trump is a showbiz guy. Donald Trump was #1 on network TV, has dominated tabloids for decades, for like 40 years at this point, has been in movies, has been sung about in pop songs and rap songs, and he's just a big pop culture guy. He's a showbiz guy. And she's horrified by how effective he has been. That part is really sensible. And more of Hollywood should have picked up on that, but they didn't, which is fine by me. He's been very effective. And he's effective in large part because he's a showbiz guy, because he knows what sells, because he's very good for the ratings, because he speaks to people in a popular way, not just for the graduates of Harvard who hear Kermit the Frog giving their commencement addresses and who study all sorts of irreplicable scientific studies, but who nevertheless get jobs in fancy, wealthy enclaves, the only few dozen enclaves that are trending Democrat. Rest of the country trends Republican because of how effective he's been. Democrats don't seem to be able to learn from that. We all know how it feels when bills start piling up. Sometimes it's not your fault, especially when inflation has been brutal. Everything costs more these days. Groceries, gas, you name it. Prices have jumped about 26% in just a few years. If you're struggling with debt, you should check out Done with Debt. They take a different approach than most debt relief companies. Instead of pushing loans or bankruptcy, their team negotiates directly with your creditors to reduce what you owe. Sometimes they can even eliminate it completely. Best part? They work quickly. Many of their clients see results in the very first month. Just be aware that some of their debt reduction strategies are time sensitive, so it's worth looking into sooner rather than later. Before you make another payment, why not have a free chat with one of their debt strategists? Visit donewithdebt.com to learn more and see if they can help with your situation. That's donewithdebt.com. Again, donewithdebt.com. Start finding solutions to your debt today. If they were smart, they would try to take some of that juice. If they were smart, they'd try to grab some of that mojo. That's what Gavin Newsom was trying to do when he launched that podcast and then tried to get a bunch of right-wingers to normalize him. So he says, okay, I'm going to sit down with Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk took advantage to nail Gavin on a few things. But what was it? Gavin knew that. Gavin knew Charlie was going to take advantage. He said it's worth it because Trump is popular. He won the popular vote. The people around Trump clearly know something that I don't know. So I'm going to try to talk to Charlie Kirk, who's famously close to Trump, or Steve Bannon, who was the chief strategist in the White House under Trump 1. I'm just going to try to get some of their mojo. Whereas the rest of the Democrats insist that 50 million Frenchmen must be wrong. It's very effective. According to the polls, Rasmussen has just come out, say that 50% of Americans finally say the country is on the right track. That doesn't seem super high, I guess, for a lot of people. This is the first time in Rasmussen's 29-year polling history that it has shown that 50% of the country believe that America's on the right track. That's compared to 45% who say it's on the wrong track. That's big. And it has become fashionable to say in the last 15 years that America is becoming more and more polarized. Actually, I'm not sure that's true anymore. America was becoming more and more polarized. Now I think we're becoming less polarized because the country is just becoming more Republican because of the New York Times survey on the triple trend counties, because Trump won the popular vote, because the Democrats don't even know what they're running on anymore. They're getting blown out of the water. The country is becoming less polarized. It's becoming more right-wing. It's becoming more Republican. It's becoming more conservative. Trump, weirdly, shockingly, in the minds of the liberal media, is a unifying figure. Because when you dig in, I'm really taken with the New York Times report, as I think everyone should be. It's great news for us, and the libs should be pulling their hair out over it. I was talking to sweet little Elise about it last. I was talking to some of my colleagues around here today about this. I said, well, hold on. Dig into the details. Is it just that he's really gaining among white people, or he's really? I said, no. According to the Times report, it's like everyone. Everyone seems to be trending more conservative. That's a big win. That's very effective. The left should be scared. That was a great show. Now stop. Hey, stop. Ring the bell. Subscribe. See you next time.
Scott and Ron, you guys, now you got the right hat, Ron. Where's your hat, Scott?
Don't have it, sorry.
We got to get you one by the end of the day.
Trump sticker and an FJB sticker in the back of my truck. Get me whenever I drive by.
I love it. Now you guys are here. You're working in the steel manufacturing industry. You look at what President Trump's doing, threats of tariffs on China to try to bring some of that back. What do you think about that? What do you think about President Trump?
Oh, Trump's amazing. He's awesome. He's saved this country. Just wish more people would see it. He's definitely saved us. What he's doing here, allowing Nippon to partner with us, is going to make a big difference, and it's going to keep steel in the Mon Valley and the U.S. for a long time.
Yeah, Ron?
Best president in my lifetime that I've ever seen, I can't think of anything he's done that's been wrong, but the left, everything he does, no good.
Yeah. What do you think about what the judges are doing, trying to block him on deportations and everything else, even trying to block him on the tariffs, basically trying to even the playing field with these foreign countries that have been screwing us for years?
They're all controlled, That's all I could say. You know what it is.
Yeah.
District judges should not have the right to be able to do this. This has to be fought. I mean, you have an executive branch of the government that's being stopped by judges that have no right to do this. And I don't understand why Congress isn't going after this more. It's not right. It's unconstitutional what they're doing.
Do you think President Trump has support in the House and the Senate that the support that he deserves, or do you think Johnson should be stronger? You think the Senate should be stronger?
Oh, he has a lot more than his first term. That's for sure. Johnson's doing a good job. You could always find reasons to say somebody should be doing better or could do a better job, but I think he's doing an all right job right now.
His plate's full.
Yeah.
He's doing everything he can.
Yeah.
I doubt the man gets much sleep.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of the American people, God bless you guys for the work you do. We absolutely appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, everything you guys do is awesome. Charlie Kirk's amazing.
American Voice. That's a good show. That's a good network.
When Democrats were in power, they used lawfare, false accusations, and outrageous and childish interpretations of the law to target, jail, and deny the due process rights of conservatives, Trump supporters, and the president himself. Now the GOP is in charge, and their voters are asking them to restore the rule of law. They are also asking that those leftists who escaped prosecution under Democrats to be held accountable, whether those leftists be in Congress, on the bench, or the criminal element tied to powerful Democrats. Justice delayed is justice denied. That is my focus in today's preamble. To this day, only one person has served 6 months in jail for the Russia collusion hoax. Barack Obama and James Comey, they were the architects. They remain free. Even after crimes like lying to a FISA court judge 4 times, conclusions that said Comey and company's falsely predicated investigation was seriously flawed and had no basis in evidence, and subsequent wrongdoing by the FBI, like admitted evidence tampering and Inquisitor Jack Smith's team admitting it misled a court. No leftist has seen justice for their lawbreaking. Now we learn of a secret room at the FBI where Dan Bongino suggests key evidence was hidden away from the prying eyes of the public and investigators. The content of this room, Mr. Bongino says, will shock Americans. Meanwhile, one of the key figures in the Russia collusion hoax, Bruce Orr's wife, Nellie, according to FBI records, perjured herself, lied about President Trump, and in so doing, threw up roadblocks using the awesome power of the federal government to slow and stop the Trump agenda illegally. She's still free. And you'll all remember George Santos. He was accused of a crime of which he was eventually found guilty, but when he was only accused, the GOP voted not once, not twice, but 3 times to kick him out of Congress. Congressman Mike Lawler and his pals said it was imperative that this Republican be kicked out before he was given due process. Santos's seat has since been taken over by a Democrat as a result of left-leaning Republicans and their efforts. But how did left-wing Lawler and that caucus, the Republicans, who have so much more in common with leftists than us conservatives, how did they vote when Democrat Jamal Bowman admitted to a crime and was convicted? Oh, wait, there was no vote. Republicans in charge of the House made no moves to remove a Democrat convicted criminal. Now, what about an apples to apples comparison? Democrat Congresswoman LaMonica McIver has been indicted after video clearly shows her roughing up an ICE agent as she and her fellow illegal immigration cheerleaders stormed an ICE facility in New Jersey. Now, how did Congressman Mike Lawler, Don Bacon, or any of these other left-wing Republicans vote on removing her from Congress? Well, we don't know. You see, there has been no vote and likely won't be because McIver is a Democrat, you see. If the America First Coalition does convict her, I expect the GOP House will move heaven and earth to make sure she can vote on legislation from her jail cell. Even though Republicans will remove their own who are accused of crimes, they won't do the same to Democrats. You know, come to think of it, when the Democrats were in charge, the GOP said, well, we can't do anything because we don't set the agenda. When the GOP took over the House, Republicans claimed they couldn't do anything because they didn't have the Senate or the White House. Now, after we voters gave the GOP the House, the Senate, and the White House, they say, well, we can't do anything because we don't have a 60-vote threshold in the Senate. I'm sensing a pattern here, are you? Democrats never appear to be impeded at all when they are in partial or full control. That leads me to this. The GOP has not acted on lawless and unconstitutional judges, despite Congress's constitutional power and obligation to do so. Like the judges who recently pulled a ruling out of their rear ends claiming that President Trump, all of a sudden, folks, has no tariff authority. The press, seeming to be pulling for foreign nations to keep their unfair advantage over us, asked the press secretary Caroline Leavitt about this.
Why would other countries continue these trade deal negotiations given the ruling?
Other countries around the world have faith in the negotiator-in-chief, President Donald J. Trump. And they also probably see how ridiculous this ruling is, and they understand that the administration is going to win, and we intend to win. We already filed an emergency appeal. We expect to fight this battle all the way to the Supreme Court. These other countries should also know, and they do know, that the president reserves other tariff authorities, Section 232, for example, to ensure that America's interests are being restored around the world. But I can confirm that our ambassador for trade, Jamieson Greer, already heard from countries around the world this morning who said they intend to continue with these negotiations.
Right. Because perhaps those countries know our laws better than these judges do. Or perhaps those countries see the openly corrupt judicial tyranny will ultimately lose, and they will have to deal with President Trump for the next 4 years. They know they won't be able to run over Americans the way they did under Obama, Bush, and Biden. And that brings me full circle to the biggest scandal in U.S. history, the cover-up of Joe Biden's incapacity to perform his duties in the Oval Office. There is a push to get Dr. Jill Biden up to the Hill to testify about what she knew and when she knew it about Joe Biden's incapacity to fulfill the constitutional obligations of his office.
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew, because I think anybody looking again at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover up. And Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting and she needs to answer for it.
Yeah, about that. As much as I'd like to see Jill Biden and Hunter Biden grilled about how they participated in the cover-up, what crime did they commit? A wife and a son lying about Joe Biden's mental health and his physical health? Yes, disgraceful, low down, and very Democrat. It's not illegal, though. It's not illegal for Jake Tapper, CNN, MSNBS, and the rest of the fake news press to lie and cover up for the Biden scandal. Sure, it signals we can never trust a word that comes out of their filthy mouths ever again, but it's not a crime. My worry here is that the dynamic we have seen for the last 3 decades will continue. When Democrats run things, they weaponize government, illegally harming conservatives and Republicans, and then get away with it. When the GOP gets power, despite overwhelming evidence of Democrat wrongdoing, they never hold those Democrats accountable. Is the GOP effort to bring Jill Biden to testify all an effort to get political tongues wagging on both sides, but take our eye off the ball from President Otto Penn and the leftists who did undemocratic things to prevent the will of the people from being realized? Will a Jill Biden grilling allow the GOP to do what it's always done? Allow Democrats to get away with illegal, treacherous, and what President Trump classifies as treasonous activities? I suppose time will tell. You know, folks, I thank God for my wonderful wife, my kids, my country, the greatest nation ever. And Americans like you who believe in the truth, the Chris Salcedo Show will never stop fighting for you.
The Chris Salcedo Show, for the news you need to know.
You know, I thought it was pretty interesting when I saw a headline yesterday that Ben Shapiro was trying to start a feud with Taylor Swift, which we're going to talk about. But I started to think to myself, why is Ben Shapiro starting a feud with Taylor Swift? I was wondering, how is his YouTube channel doing, right? At one point, he was absolutely crushing it. Even early last year, still gaining 160 to 170,000 subscribers per month. But then I looked at the past couple months. April, 0. May, he lost 10,000 subs. February, 0. December, 0. Now, it is tough to gain new subscribers on YouTube. That is a fair thing to say. Really, the only way you're gaining subs these days is by doing short form media. And the short form media isn't even, they don't even watch your long form content. But I thought maybe this is just clout bait. And then I looked at his channel. Here's a video that he put out an hour ago, 8,000 views. A video from 7 hours ago, 16,000 views. Okay, here he did one that got 123,000 views. That's pretty good. 150, that's good. 60, 100,000. But this is a guy with 7.3 million subscribers. And I think it's because he's basically come out as Israel first. But we're gonna get into that because it's very, very interesting. By the way, I want to let everyone know we have our coffee gift boxes now 50% off. They're $49.99. Wait, let me read this as Ben. Listen, unique coffee. Have you had our blueberry cobbler coffee or our Colombian coffee or our honey sticks or yogurt covered pretzels or our chocolate covered espresso beans? Listen, they're delicious. And now with no promo code whatsoever, by tuning into my show, you can get them 50% off plus free overnight shipping. This is a limited quantity, only available now. Link in the description. Once they're gone, they're gone. We sent an extra pallet of gift boxes to Amazon. We did not expect to get there, so now we need to move them at the low price of $49.99. This is several tens of dollars cheaper than buying them separately. Don't even worry about them being a gift box. But if you are looking for a gift, we all know that fathers are great. And Father's Day is coming up. So pick up your gift box now. It is 50% off. It's $49.99 with free overnight shipping. No promo code required. Now, link in the description. I saw this, he goes after Taylor Swift, which is kind of weird.
There is this thing that's happening in our culture where a bunch of people are masquerading as 17-year-olds who are actually middle-aged. It kind of is amazing. It really is kind of an amazing thing. Like, if you are of middle age, you should act like you are of middle age. I don't mean you have to be a fuddy-duddy. I do mean that you should act like an adult. Like, you're not a 17-year-old or a 21-year-old trying desperately to gain attention. You see this with Katy Perry also, right? Katy Perry is also making a fool of herself doing her international tours right now, being silly. And you see it in the lyrics of a Taylor Swift also, who pretends to be a lovelorn 16-year-old girl when, in fact, Taylor Swift is currently age 35.
I mean, yeah, I think that a lot of people growing up now experience a lot of failure to launch and a lot of mental, like, what's the word for it? They're like, they have arrested development. That's really kind of the word. Disney adults, these people. The thing is, I think that Ben is looking at his viewership numbers and he's trying to get into the headlines. He always does this, like he did this with the Barbie movie, and it's a tried and true, it's a proven tactic. And he's also technically not wrong. If you're 35, in the 60s, if you were 35 or in the 50s, you already had 2 kids and you were living in a house and you'd been married for 15 years. Times are different now. College has arrested a lot of development. High school has arrested a lot of development. So he's not wrong. Shapiro has been a vocal critic of the pop star for months, celebrating trolls who booed her at the Super Bowl and cheered on her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, and wasn't the only celebrity to be caught or while she cheered on in the crosshairs on Wednesday. Shapiro also raged against Katy Perry, Jennifer Lopez, who sparked age-related criticism for her group makeout session with multiple backup dancers during a performance at the American Music Awards. Well, I think if you look at the reason why they try to stay young like this, is because that's who their audience is. I don't know a lot of 40-year-olds who are buying Taylor Swift records, but I guess I don't know for sure. I've never bought a Taylor Swift record. I couldn't even tell you the name of a Taylor Swift song. I couldn't name a Katy Perry song. Couldn't name a Jennifer Lopez song. Although I do know, I believe she has the dubious honor of never having a single movie ever make money that she was in. I think she was in a movie called Jiggly or something like that. Geely or something like that. I don't know because I don't care about these people. But it is true that you have a bunch of adults kind of masquerading as children, passing on this message. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like this third wave feminism stuff. Like, you have, Katy Perry looks like she's going on to her 60s, and she's out there, doing all this heinous stuff, trying to gain attention. Katy Perry, who's 40, again, she should, probably have a family. She's not really a good role model for young women. That's what I would say. I enjoy Theo Von as much as the next guy, although I think his political takes are insanely stupid. Theo Von's a comedian, that's fine. It's also worth noting that Theo Von is 45. So he's blasting Theo Von for being 45. I don't think Theo Von, I don't think that Theo Von is masquerading as a 17-year-old. I think he's just trying to get these articles written. Yeah, she looks really bad for 40. By the way, women have told me, fellas out there, you look good for your age is in fact not a compliment, so don't say that. But I think if I'm saying you look bad for your age, I meant that as an insult. So I get to say it. Yeah, Russell Brand won for sure. But like, so he seems kind of desperate. Like he's attacking Theo Vaughn, Katy Perry, and I mean, I don't care about Katy Perry or what's that other lady's name? Taylor Swift. I don't care. The fact of the matter is, people are going to college. And so they're finishing college at 22 years old and they're $250,000 in debt. So the first thoughts on their mind is not to run and start a family. I mean, that's kind of just, that's the long and short of it. I mean, that's why we are where we are. I don't think that that's necessary. It's like, I've really softened my position on Gen Z for that reason. Like, people make fun of Gen Z, but I'm like, man, what chance do they have? When I was 18, I worked part-time at, where did I work at? Oh, I was at a computer repair place then. But before that, I was at Office Max selling Palm Pilots. If you're old enough to remember what a Palm Pilot was, the Palm 3C just came out. With a friend, I could afford a 2-bedroom apartment. I could afford to live on my own working part-time. It wasn't a great apartment, but I could do it. Now, if you're Gen Z, you can't. Like, quite frankly, you have 0% chance of moving out, moving out and getting an apartment at 18. It's just not possible. So, I mean, there are reasons that, people are like this, and it's because these women are their role models. But I really think Ben is more desperate about the fact that his channel has completely fallen off. I mean, Tim Pool is talking about, post-election, things are really going to slow down. And I will say this week, it's been abnormally slow. But it's weird because like the day after Memorial Day was okay. And then the last couple days views have been really low and live stream numbers have been low. But like, I think it's ridiculous to, I'm sorry. I want to go back and say, I do think that some Gen Z complaints about like rent and the cost of living and stuff, they're actually fair. They're really easy to dismiss out of hand until you actually talk to some of them and you go and you look how much rent is versus how much people make and all that kind of stuff. But if you look at his channel, it's basically been dying since March 2024, where he had 177 million views. Again, the vast majority of these are shorts, but now it's down to 50 million. So what percentage drop is that? His views are down, what? 65%? Almost 70%? I mean, that's a pretty big number. And by the way, this is a guy that was averaging 100 million views for a period over 2 years. And he went from 177 million last March to 50 million. That's like almost almost a 70% drop in views. I think that probably has more to do with the fact that he's talking about Taylor Swift and Theo Vaughn and all these people than the fact that while he does have a good point about their Arrested Development, I don't think Theo Vaughn has a degenerate message. He's always talking about how he wants to, settle down. He's looking for a girlfriend, this kind of stuff. But ultimately, part of it too is that culture war has definitely cooled off. There's not a lot going on in Hollywood to talk about. Trump's president. Things are good. Things are getting good. That's part of it. But like, I didn't lose 70% of my views since then, and I cover the same stuff. I think it has more to do with, Ben getting mad that Trump didn't bomb Iran.
So a kind of shocking story from Axios yesterday emerged that suggested that President Trump had cautioned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a phone call last week not to take any action that could jeopardize negotiations between the United States and Iran on a new nuclear deal. Okay, so first of all, I have a question. Israel is not involved in those negotiations. So why should Israel hold off? Real question. Israel is the country most under threat from Iran, not the United States. Okay, so if we were going to take the full-scale J.D. Vance isolationist realist position, shouldn't the United States just sort of wash its hands and walk away and say whatever happens, happens?
Sure. But you know, you build yourself on as American conservative, and I understand you're Jewish, you care about Israel, but clearly 70% of your audience doesn't. And really, I think Ben's shtick of like owning libs is kind of over. Really, the whole owning libs, you know, the whole owning libs thing is kind of over too. The culture war is cooked, but the people who have remained genuine, the Mark Dices out there, you know, their channels haven't collapsed. So I can only really point to his more outspoken support of a country that isn't America as to the reason his channel has essentially collapsed. Gain views is not total views. No, this is total views. Gain views is in fact total views. That is absolutely true. Huck was stretching. These are total views each month. Otherwise, it would keep going up and up and up. So, I mean, in March of 2025, he's at 44 million from the previous March of 177 million. Owning the libs, dunking on the college kids, it's all over. So, you know, hopefully people can, even I have started to, you know, I've got to start covering more news. I've got to start doing panel live stream. I've got to adapt. Just don't know. It's interesting to watch. We'll see if Ben bounces back or not.
Are Democrats finished with the Obama era? Interesting. Democrats are tired of the party being run by Obama people. Bloom may be falling off the rose. Democrats are apparently tired of having their party controlled by people who were part of the Obama government. It's easy to see why. Obama and people in his orbit have basically been running the Democrat Party for almost 20 years, and now it's collapsing. Since 2016, they have lost to Donald Trump repeatedly. Before that, they lost control of Congress in 2 Tea Party wave elections. NBC News reports, Obama world loses its shine in a changing, hurting Democrat Party. After Kamala Harris entered the presidential race last year, she reached out to Barack Obama campaign operative Jim Messina to help lead her White House bid. But when Messina shared news of the vice president's offer with a friend, he received a stern warning. Quote, I said, Jim, if you get involved in this, it'll be political suicide. Democrat megadonor John Morgan, a longtime Harris critic, recalled of his conversation with Messina, who had served in Obama's White House and managed his successful 2012 re-election campaign. Quote, you're going to be a loser, and your whole shine is that you're undefeated. Messina declined the job, and after Harris's loss to Donald Trump, it may have not been a bad move after all. David P., long hailed as the brilliant architect of Obama's 2008 victory, served in a key role in Harris's campaign and is now among those tagged with a devastating defeat. While many Democrats still admire him and his successes, the harsh words punctuated a growing sentiment across a party searching for a path forward. Team Obama's bloom may be falling off the rose. More Democrats are openly criticizing Obama strategists and consultants, who were long treated as the high priests of their party's politics. Well, obviously, Barack Obama is outdated and rendered ineffective, mostly due to Donald Trump himself. But it's also the messaging, it's the rhetoric behind the Obama machine that bleeds until today with all of the race baiting and dividing and pinning Americans against each other. Speaking of chaos surrounding Barack Obama, 2 female Secret Service agents suspended after brawl outside Obama's DC residence. 2 female Secret Service agents have been suspended after getting into a brawl outside Barack Obama's DC residence that was captured on video and went viral online.
A Secret Service spokesperson confirming to NBC News what they're calling an altercation between 2 active duty officers outside the home of former President Obama here in DC. I want to show you a video. These are the 2 officers like in a fight. We should be clear, NBC News does not have ownership of this video. The Secret Service says both officers involved are on suspension. NBC News reached out to the Obama's office. They are declining to comment.
The incident occurred last Wednesday at approximately 2:30 a.m. while both women were on duty. The fight began when one officer who was late to relieve her colleague arrived in the wrong vehicle. In audio and video of the fight, one officer is heard calling for a supervisor, stating, quote, "Can I get a supervisor down to Delta 2 immediately before I whoop this girl's ass?" Next thing you know, the two women are throwing punches.
Can I get a supervisor out here to Delta 2 immediately before I whoop this girl's ass?
You thought I was kidding, didn't you? No, this is real. While Democrats are scattered, trying anything and everything to regain their footing, liberal outlet Politico urges Democrats to create a shadow cabinet to counter President Trump. Suggestions include John Fetterman's wife. The progressive outlet Politico is urging Democrats to create a shadow cabinet to fight Trump. Perhaps they haven't heard, but the chair of the DNC announced that they are already doing that. He said this back in April, if you can remember.
Hey, it's Ken Martin. I want to tell you about the People's Cabinet that the DNC is launching today. I have been traveling across the country nonstop since I started this job, and what I hear over and over is this: Americans want us to fight back against Trump's lies and offer a better alternative. Trump has stacked his cabinet with out-of-touch billionaires who are causing chaos and hurting working people. That's why we are launching the People's Cabinet. It will be made up of experts, leaders, and everyday Americans who will share reliable and accurate information that you can use to fight back.
It's crazy how these people announce a shadow government like they're your everyday friendly neighbor. Psychopaths. The only difference between Politico's plan and the one the DNC chair already announced is who will be featured in this unconstitutional body. From Politico, as Democrats cast about for a strategy to thwart President Donald Trump's agenda, rebrand their party, and take back power, Senator Elisa Slotkin recently offered one intriguing idea: build a shadow cabinet. The shadow cabinet, as envisioned by the Michigan Democrat in an interview with Politico, could be composed of the ranking members of congressional committees who could then take the lead in challenging the Trump administration. It's a common feature of opposition politics abroad and could be a way for Democrats to flood the media zone and deliver a coordinated response to Trump's most wild maneuvers. But ranking members? Ranking members have their issues. They're good at reclaiming their time and making motions to recommit, but they are not the fresh faces who can give the Democrat Party a sleek new look. Nor are the thirsty crop of presidential wannabes right for a shadow cabinet. Everything they say would be parsed by self-serving motivation, distracting from the party's broader task at hand. Here are some of the names they're floating around: Samantha Power, Shadow Secretary of State; Letitia James, Shadow Attorney General; Jon Stewart, Shadow Secretary of Veteran Affairs; Mrs. Fetterman herself, Shadow Secretary of Homeland Security; Bill Nye, the science guy, Shadow Environmental Protection Agency Administrator. The deep state is no longer a conspiracy theory. No longer is the shadow government or rogue entities and political operatives influencing U.S. policy, whether it's through the judicial coup or these rogue bureaucrats that are sabotaging everything President Trump is attempting to do constitutionally to make America great again. Oh, and by the way, they do it casually like it's a good thing. Like we are opposing fascism. We are opposing authoritarianism by installing authoritarianism and literally destroying all of your rights. Cancer, acne rosacea, multiple sclerosis, and rheumatoid arthritis are 4 different diseases in 4 different areas of medicine. What if they can all be treated with parasite medication, and that turns out for these diseases to be true? What if I told you that if you had a pet or ate sushi, you are more likely to have parasites? This means that a lot of our ailments that we experience every day are caused not by environmental issues, but by parasites as well. This is something Big Pharma does not want you to know about. I know many of us check off many of these boxes. This is why Purge is offering their new Liver Cleanse products for all of you out there that need to clear those toxins out once and for all. PurgeStore.com offers everything you need to cleanse and detox your body. Powerful enzymes and probiotics, 15-day colon cleanse protocols, liver cleanse, and of course, the parasite cleanse. Right now, if you go to PurgeStore.com and use promo code DREW, that's DREW, you will get 20% off your entire order. Use the link in the description below, PurgeStore.com, and support the Gateway Pundit today. The Gateway Pundit is supported by the people, we the people, that is you, the American people. We thank you for your support. President Trump's crypto czar, David Sachs, is now claiming Elizabeth Warren was behind Biden regime's anti-crypto agenda. In a fiery Fox Business interview on Tuesday, President Trump's newly appointed crypto and AI czar, David Sachs, pulled no punches, directly accusing radical leftist Senator Elizabeth Warren of running the Biden White House's infamous AutoPen and using it as a weapon to terrorize the crypto community. Sachs, the Silicon Valley entrepreneur turned pro-Trump policymaker, did not mince words during the interview.
This is the financial system of the future, Jesse, and we have to encourage it. What the Biden administration was doing, and let's face it, it wasn't Biden. Elizabeth Warren controlled the AutoPen during that administration. She, for some reason, has this pathological hatred of the crypto community. She wants to drive this community offshore. She doesn't want it happening in the United States. That's the wrong policy for the United States. We want all the innovation happening here. This is a financial system of the future. It's cheaper. It's more efficient. We want it happening here, Jesse, and I think people are thrilled that President Trump is making that possible.
Well, this is why an investigation is essential. We need to know who was actually running the country through the AutoPen. David Hogg heaps praise on left-wing dope Jasmine Crockett. Quote, the type of leader we're really looking to support. DNC Vice Chair David Hogg appeared on the Breakfast Club podcast and lavished praise on the ghetto DEI rep Jasmine Crockett, who has been in the news frequently over the past few months because she never shuts her low IQ mouth. This is more proof that Democrats have learned absolutely nothing from the 2024 election.
Jasmine Crockett, I love her.
Mhm.
She is amazing. I think that people want to see somebody who fights and calls out the bullshit, ultimately. I think that's what Jasmine does. And we need a hell of a lot more people that are out there that are willing to do just that and call people out on their BS and not say, oh my God, Republicans are going to criticize me for saying this. Screw that. They're going to criticize you no matter what. So what we should be asking ourselves is, what are we really fighting for? Because we know it matters. And I think Jasmine is frankly the type of leader that we're really looking to support in some senses, right? Somebody who is out there that frankly doesn't give a damn what the other side, at least the elected Republicans in Congress say what they believe in. And at least, even if you don't agree with her, you know what she stands for.
Yeah.
Because she makes it very clear. And people are really craving that right now. They don't want more politicians that say talking points that it doesn't even feel like they believe, or you don't even really know what they mean. They want somebody who's out there that says what they believe and doesn't care what somebody else thinks about it. They want that authenticity.
Listen, if we get free, fair, and secure elections, please run the ghetto DEI rep Jasmine Crockett. Do it. It will totally not backfire. She'll totally win, and she will definitely appeal to the American people. I'm obviously being sarcastic because she's worse than Kamala Harris. She is absolutely more ghetto, more low IQ, more ridiculous. And that sounds like someone very easy to beat in a presidential election. My name is Drew Hernandez for the Gateway Pundit, and you have been On Watch with Drew Hernandez. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Jessica Tarloff underlines a brand new way that the Democrats are probably going to impeach Trump if they win in 2026. We have to make sure that we keep the Senate and the House, because this is going to come. I'm going to reveal that plan, but also why she just now said something that will put her in trouble with Fox. She apologized for everything Fox News puts out, which could get her fired. And that would be more good news. Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the happy patriots are. Hold your nose. This is going to be Jessica Tarloff, but don't worry. It's going to be mostly Gutfeld and Jesse Waters just destroying her in public. Let's watch.
And Greg mentioned a staggering level of corruption. And I just got a note that the staggering level of corruption from last night's meme coin dinner.
That's what you're focusing on. The
40%,
meme coin.
40% of Donald Trump's wealth has been accumulated since he became president because of two crypto coins. The New York Times did interviews with foreign buyers of this cryptocurrency who came over here to have dinner with him. A guy from South Korea.
This is not even part of the segment.
So what?
You're talking about.
I'm going to go into this crypto coin stuff because I actually collect some crypto coin. I have some. 40% of Trump's wealth has been gained in office in his first 100 days. That just shows you how fast crypto coin can grow. He specifically put out a coin, which all it is, guys, is a math equation that allows people to store wealth behind this math equation. So you're allowed to go in and Trump just creates a coin and you put money into it and you get this math equation that is like a key so that only you can unlock it. And then the Trump coin holds it, just like a bank. It's no different than a bank, except it's decentralized and the government can't touch it. But this is going to be the number one thing that the Democrats try to get him on for exploiting his office and trying to do business. The thing with the whole cryptocurrency thing is it has nothing to do with the government. So Trump was a celebrity before he made the coin, and now he's making money on it. Nothing changed. Jessica Tarloff is wrong on this one.
Meme coin. No, I'm talking about who's corrupt and who is profiting off the American office.
Did he try to cover that up? I don't think so.
Yeah, Caroline Levitt said
you're defending an administration that covered up a dying leader, and you're sitting here going, but meme coin, meme coin.
I'm saying billions.
All right, let's give Paul a chance to clean it up real quick. Paul,
It is clean on my side of the street.
She claims it's clean on her side of the table. No, it's dirty with duplicity.
Small businesses through a libertarian group that brought the lawsuit that won. And so they did have standing, and I guess that will be the issue going forward at the Supreme Court we'll have to look at.
And last I checked, libertarians are a denomination of Republican.
Wrong. Libertarians are not Republicans. In fact, there's just as many liberal, Marxist, leftist libertarians as there are right wingers. She's trying to make this connection that libertarians ought to be supporting Trump and that this is a piece of the Republican Party breaking off. It's not. Rand Paul is more libertarian. Thomas Massie is more libertarian. Ron Paul is more libertarian. Frankly, it's why they won't vote with President Trump.
Like Rand Paul.
I don't think so.
Really? Well, that
You could be a
tends to how they
libertarian
vote.
left, libertarian
Well,
right.
you're not. If you're Rand Paul, you're a libertarian right. And
What-
he's
what
the
is a
number one
left?
advocate against these tariffs, talking about how unconstitutional they are.
And he's debating
Another,
it.
Jeff Bezos, one
Are
of the
they
big
suing?
contributors. They're all against them because they're
Yeah,
bad
but
for
I'm
the
talking
economy.
about these
But the-
injunctions.
you
I
stop
have no
interrupting
questions,
me.
Your Honor.
It's not even your turn to ask questions. They're doing their usual dance, which is I'm a victim. Like Peter Navarro tried it with Liz Clayman earlier in the 3 p.m. hour. He goes, oh, this rhino judge who was appointed by Donald Trump.
Trump also appointed a lot of rhinos because they rushed in a lot of judges in his last administration. And that was before Trump knew the score of guys like Bill Barr. Some judges, they may look like a good appointment, but really they have no desire to help you at all.
Immigration, tariffs, education, and visas, targeting the law
Where has
firm.
the immigration plank been taken down?
Every single time that the Alien Enemies Act comes up, he gets laughed
You're
at.
getting bad hombres out of the country, licking
That's
and
not
split.
what. No, we're talking
Adios.
about sending people to
Adios.
seek.
There's like one guy.
That's not just one guy. It's hundreds of people.
And where is the Maryland dad, by the way?
He's in jail.
So the court
This is
said they had to
funny,
bring him
okay.
back, and he never came back. So who cares, right?
Just for the record, he's doing this because he knows that I'm right about
You
it.
brought it up.
Because
I'm just
right. I brought up
responding to your erroneous assertions.
in just the last month, 96% of federal district court rulings went against the Trump administration because they are not following.
This is a really bad point. 90% of the court cases went against Trump because most of them were brought by liberal activists and went to liberal justices. So, of course, if you justice shop, anyone who launches something against Trump in Manhattan, New York, or Washington, D.C., is going to get a lot of traction. That's where the vast majority of these lawsuits came from. So it's not fair to say that all of these neutral judges that have no skin in the game and just care about the rule of law happen to go against Trump. That was by design that they go against Trump. They're doing judicial activism.
Anywhere.
All right, but we're still moving
They're
the bad
Reagan
hombres out of here.
appointees. They're Trump appointees. They're Bush appointees. It's all appealable.
Well, you might have missed it, but that one girl said they're all appealable, and they are all being sent up on appeals. And Trump is doing fine in the appeals. If it ever goes to a court that's outside of that system where they had to reverse engineer everything to get their win, they're largely going to lose. Now, here's Jessica Tarloff claiming that Trump is underwater in polls. Do you believe this? Do you believe the polls that claim that Trump is underwater?
And the truth is that the Democrats are very unpopular, but so is a lot of what Donald Trump is doing. So in polling, Marquette, Fox News, all the goodies, he's down 16 on the economy, down 14 on foreign policy, 26 on handling tariffs, and 32 on cost of living. And this reconciliation bill that they're trying to pass through the Senate right now has opposition from more senators than they can handle. So you've got the Josh Hawleys of the world, who's miraculously concerned about throwing people off Medicaid. Rick Scott and Maria Bartiromo was raking him over the coals this morning about his views. Rand Paul, who has been talking about everything from how unconstitutional it is for Trump to be putting in these tariffs to how we're ballooning the deficit.
Libertarian.
Ron Johnson, Susan Collins, Jerry Moran. Those are a lot of senators that you've got to get on board. So if this is the big ticket item, right, this is the big marquee agenda piece that we're going to give tax cuts to the wealthy and we're going to take away food assistance and Medicaid. So we're hurting the poor to help the rich.
She's talking about removing illegal aliens from Medicaid and food stamps, which we all pay into. And she's saying that's taken away food from the poor through Medicaid. This is a terrible point. And the polls, they lag a little bit. The polls are still responding to when the media first attacked Trump on the tariffs. Since he's turned most of those numbers around, Jessica Tarloff, I don't know why she's so far behind the news. I shouldn't have to do your job for you.
Well, for 2026 for the Republicans or for 2028, when we're going to have a big, beautiful primary and we will get a great candidate and everyone will forget about the hoity-toity.
They say yellow puts on weight. I'd say that puts on about 800 pounds. Here's the Hindustan Times with Jessica's fireable offense. Who is Jessica Tarloff? Fox News host apologizes to the entire world. And here's why. Fox News anchor Jessica Tarloff expressed regret for the cable news industry's impact. That is Fox News apologizing to the entire world. Fox News anchor Jessica Tarloff made an unusual admission of guilt for the cable news industry during a podcast interview, saying she is sorry to the entire world for what we export. What news channel exports more than Fox News? This is her attacking her own employer. Tarloff, the co-host of The Five, made a startling statement while discussing the importance of the media in contemporary discourse with University of Virginia political analyst Larry Sabato on the Prof G podcast with Scott Galloway. Sabato blasted the television news coverage, saying that I watch more TV news than I ever have before. TV funnels what's selling on social media, I think, more than the reverse. That makes me rage. That's not true. If you look at all of us who are doing our little podcasts, our own news coverage, ours far outstrips TV coverage, and I'm talking over tenfold. So I don't know where they're getting these numbers from. Responding to her statement, Tarloff apologized broadly without going into detail about her specific grievances, because they'd all be about her employer, stressing that she is part of the problem. Gee, I wonder, guys, you can tell me in the chat below, how can Fox News fix the Jessica Tarloff problem? Let me know in the chat below. The Fox News host said, as someone who's on cable news, I apologize to the entire world for what we export. Lady, you're not going to be around long. You keep talking like that. Sabato laughed at Tarloff's remarks and went on to complain about the impact of social media on political discourse. See, this is the thing. Democrats hate when there's discourse. When we get to talk also, they're like, look, we're just going to broadcast this news talking head spokesperson, and you all just listen, and you can't say anything back. That's why I always encourage you to comment in the chat below. That's what makes us different than TV. They can't do that. Quote, there's nothing we can do about social media, he asserted. The one thing I've been waiting for that I was promised as a young person was a time machine. I gave up on flying cars. We still don't have one because I'd love to go back and make it impossible to create social media. I don't want to know. I know how I'd do it, but I would try to do that. Oh, I don't know how I would do it, but I would try that. This guy wishes he could go back in time so you and I can't speak. That's his big dream, to go back to what it was before, back when they could just win elections and never hear anybody talk back or disagree. And you guys are all allowed to disagree. I got plenty of disagreement in the chat. The podcast comments came to light after Jessica Tarloff's fiery comments on Friday's Five program drew increasing scrutiny. While talking about possible ex-U.S. President Joe Biden's health-related cover-ups, she veered off topic to make unsupported accusations about Trump's cryptocurrency operations. This is the one the Democrats are focusing on, guys. I'm telling you, keep on an eye on those Trump coins. Those Trump coins, they're going to say that they were illegal and that he's profiting off the presidential But Trump did NFTs the year before. In fact, 2 years before. I followed Trump's NFTs. I followed Melania Trump's NFTs when they were out of office. Her co-host, Greg Gutfeld, got back at her for supporting an administration that concealed a dying leader, added that, and you're sitting here going on about a meme coin? A meme coin. They're called meme coins because often they're based on memes. Social media users reacted adversely to the heated argument, with some condemning Jessica's decision to stay on Fox News. While some readers completely disregarded her remark, others thought she should be on The View instead. You guys can tell me in the chat, would you rather see Jessica Tarloff on The View where we could make fun of her with more of her own kind? Or is it better that we have her outnumbered on Fox? She brings nothing to the table, and Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld call her out on all her lies, dumb liberal. One ex-user wrote, telling the absolute truth. She doesn't want that kind of social media. It's the negative comments that really bug her. They're used to just not having anyone address them. Trump has to weather negative comments. I have to weather negative comments. It's part of the job in a free society where everyone's allowed to talk, Jessica.
Jessica's laughing that he's gone, but it's like laughing at a funeral. The Democrats' funeral. Your party's dead, Jessica.
What?
And you basically pushed the world's wealthiest man into our arms. You took...
And now he's running from you. He went on one date.
Wait, no, this is the day that he was supposed to leave.
Yeah, he's supposed to.
This is about Elon Musk stepping down, which we covered in our last video. There's a nice face of Jessica Tarloff. Look at that. Right there. Elon Musk stepped down because his 130 days were up. He didn't leave disgruntled, like she said. Again, they spin everything. That's why and they're allowed to. I don't care when I have a social media channel and we can talk back. I don't mind what they say so much.
Leave tomorrow, 180 days. How do I know that and you don't?
It's 130.
Listen, you now made Elon Musk the Republican Party's biggest donor. Thank you. Thank you very much. You think he's just going to stop giving?
No, he's not going to. He has said he's going to stop giving politics. But when J.D. Vance runs for office, J.D. Vance and Elon Musk are very close friends. Guess what's going to happen? He'll get back into the game. Maybe not as much as Trump, because Trump was the true icon that we had to get elected to turn the tide. Now the tide is turned. It won't cost as much. What do you guys think in the chat below? Can you think of how Fox News can solve their problem with Jessica Tarloff criticizing them? Let me know in the chat below. I'm Doug in Exile. Subscribe.
Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Listen, bro, it's not goodbye. It's see you soon. This ends the greatest bromance in political history, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Absolutely dynamic duo, Elon Musk joining the Trump team with massive rocket ship jumping jacks here. At the Butler rally, Elon Musk saying that he was going to endorse Trump anyway, but it was Trump's survival of the assassination attempt that caused him to go full in. And now Elon Musk is out of the White House. And the reason why is not because he'd been kicked out. No, in fact, Donald Trump just lavished him with awards and praise in a press conference from inside of the Oval Office. It's because Elon Musk is a special government employee. That means he's limited to 130 days or less of work inside of the federal government every single year. And that is exactly today. Elon Musk was gifted a big old key from Donald Trump, a key to the White House, to say he's welcome back at any time. Elon Musk will not be welcomed back by the press. Now, Elon Musk has an interesting relationship with the press inside of the White House. There was one press conference that he did with Little X, where Little X was shushing the New York Times while they tried to ask a question. You can see right here, Little X atop Elon Musk's shoulders, shushing and shushing and saying, "Be quiet," to the reporters. Have a listen.
And I checked recently with the president to make sure that this is what the president.
Be quiet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because the first question that Elon Musk got was a question about a New York Times report, and his answer blew the room away. Even President Trump was shocked. Here we go.
deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge? There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room are the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer counter.
It is. I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay. Then next question. I got one.
An absolute masterclass. The New York Times is out with a slanderous report today that Elon Musk is addicted to drugs and all this drama and everything like that. What are the sources? What's the proof? Oh, somebody told me something that somebody heard one time, that somebody saw one time. That's it. No facts, no evidence, just the same classic New York Times. This is the same kind of stuff that they did in Trump first administration, right? Remember the PP dossier? It's the same thing. Oh, somebody told me this one time that Donald Trump did this one thing in an elevator, and we're trying to figure out if it's true. No, it's perfect. It's a beautiful way to respond. Elon Musk called out the New York Times for getting a Pulitzer Prize taken away for the Russiagate hoax, something that Donald Trump backed up here on Truth Social, saying the New York Times has lost. New York Times must return their fake prize. Elon Musk going hard in on the New York Times here. Trump just sits there and revels in it. Trump having you can see why the two of these guys get along so well. Donald Trump watching Elon Musk do Trump as good as he does Trump. It's the same way that Donald Trump answers questions. It's great. It's great. This, again, is what he was talking about in the New York Times with absolutely no evidence for their report. What a beauty. Elon Musk calling out the New York Times for their dishonest coverage of Russiagate. As an expert on the New York Times, I can help you understand deeper context and nuances of this reporting. We don't like Elon, therefore we will hurt him. That's right. Like the breakdown is let's just slander Elon Musk. It's tragic how far the New York Times has fallen. Basically just boring AF, far left brainwashing at this point. The boring part is truly unforgivable, says Elon. Elon, who is no stranger to bodying reporters.
Hi, Elon. It's Priya Srivastava from Business Insider. Taking into Tesla. Tesla's had a bumpy few months looking at flagging sales at home, stock market decline, layoffs. When you look back, are there any things...
We can stop the question right now because I don't think Business Insider is a real publication.
Okay.
So let's move on to the next question.
All right. Thank you.
So next question, number 4.
And everyone applauds.
Hi, Elon.
Everyone claps. So what were they trying to do here? It was just character assassination. New York Times, Elon takes ketamine and ecstasy and mushrooms. Me, I don't care. I don't care. We don't care. People did care about Elon Musk's black eye. So here's a photo from Elon Musk today. You can see there, he actually does indeed have a black eye. Everyone was running with headlines like this. Elon Musk raises concerns at the black eye at the White House. And this one requires a little bit of a setup because Donald Trump was asked earlier about the mauling of the president of France's face by his wife, Brigitte Macron. Emmanuel Macron got effectively punched in the face by his wife on TV in a massive catfight and brawl. And Donald Trump's response is pitch perfect. Here we go.
There was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
Hysterical. Make sure the door remains closed. Trump speaking from experience. But that's the setup to Elon Musk's joke about his black eye, because a reporter asked straight up, wait a second, X is all asking about your black eye. This was a trending topic and still is. And Elon Musk's answer is, well, every father will understand.
Quickly, Mr. Musk, what is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there was a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France, so. But.
What does that mean?
No,
I didn't notice it.
First Lady of France.
I didn't notice.
So, yeah, no, I just wasn't around with little X, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did. Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did?
Yeah.
Anybody who has a 5-year-old, anybody who has a little kid knows well that this is absolutely something that can happen, and you can get completely and totally clobbered by your kids, and that, well, sometimes it just breaks that way. I have been bruised multiple times by all the kids. I don't even have a 5-year-old. All my kids are younger than that, and they're feisty. They're powerful. They can hurt you if they want to, and they have nothing that tells them no. Right? They're just full on banshee mode. So that's just the way it works, and every parent knows it. President Trump began this press conference with a spectacular move. He's doing a lot of this. He did this with the South African president, where Donald Trump is playing extended media for the press to make his point. I love this tactic and strategy. Here's how Donald Trump started the entire conference by playing a CNBC clip, which is, again, a great way to set the table. We wish to see Elon Musk off in the best possible way, and we hope he doesn't go too far. Here we go.
I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. Yeah, I'll tell you, the income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really, very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due? Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current account, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad. Right? Not bad.
Come on, guys.
I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday.
So in breaking news, the Supreme Court has handed President Trump another win, and it's a major legal setback for Democrats. Also, Joe Biden made a disastrous appearance. You're not going to want to miss that. And finally, Elon Musk and President Trump held a press conference in the Oval Office. Some great moments there.
Just as an example, Doge canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. And the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City, $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. In Burma, does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda.
Okay, so that was President Trump reading off all of the accomplishments from Elon Musk and the Doge team. Listen, his efforts should be celebrated because at the end of the day, he had to show Congress where the money was going. Even they didn't know. So although we weren't able to get to that $1 trillion number that he really believes in because of bureaucracy, Congress, just the way the federal government is set up, it's too insulated to allow someone like him to come in and truly slash spending, right? And we still are looking for those recession packages, which we're going to hear about that here shortly. But he should be celebrated. And that's exactly what President Trump did today. And as an example, here's President Trump giving him a golden key to the White House. Take a look.
A little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck on this is amazing.
Large lot.
Okay, so that was nice of President Trump to do something like that for Elon Musk. It's well deserved, as I stated earlier. The effort should be celebrated, but due to how divisive our country is and really how unhinged and mean the mainstream media is, where they purposely don't report on the truth, it's just not going to happen. Now, let's go to this next clip where Elon Musk is stating that Doge is not going away. It's just beginning. Take a look.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon.
All right, so before we keep moving here, if you guys have been getting value from our channel and this video, please like, share, and subscribe. You want to support us further? In the link in the description below, you could buy us a cup of coffee. And don't forget, follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Okay, so that's good news that Doge isn't going away. I mean, these people are actual government employees, in case you didn't know that, because mainstream media likes you to believe that people who work under Doge somehow are just separate people, I guess. Now, let's go to President Trump responding to the appeals court who overruled the International Trade of Court in Manhattan when it came to his tariffs yesterday. Take a look.
I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
See, that's the one fact that mainstream media and most people are not talking about. And that is the only person that you should be directing your frustration to, whether you support what President Trump is doing and you're not seeing his agenda enacted, or you don't support what he's doing and you want to see his agenda stop, it's Congress. They are the people who really should be getting a lot of this heat, and they're not. Now, let's hear Mr. Vo, okay? Here he is giving us an update on the Doge cuts and how they're going to go about making them happen. Take a look.
Next week, we're sending the first of many rescission bills to Congress, $9.4 billion, mostly of USAID cuts to get rid of the extent of which it has been woke and weaponized against the foreign policy, not only of our country, but of other countries, and Corporation for Public Broadcasting and NPR. And it's the first of many because we need to see whether Congress will pass it. We think they will, but it's very important that it pass and pass in both the House and in the Senate. And one of the reasons we have been working with Congress is to make sure it in fact does. We've been working behind the scenes with House appropriators. And the president said something very important in that press conference, which is we don't need to pass rescissions for all of the DOGE cuts. There are ways that we can just not spend the money through the executive tools that we have at our disposal. One of those is impoundment that is very much on the table. And so for the watching public, when you hear making DOGE cuts permanent, there are different ways and strategies of dealing with each particular type of federal funding. We have identified about $160 billion in fiscal year 26,
right?
Additional in fiscal year 25, and we will be making those permanent through our tools that are at our disposal.
Well, listen, I like action. Show me the results, and then I will buy what you're saying, right? Because again, if they don't get these recession packages, if they don't codify DOGE cuts, it will really be, I think, a stain on this presidency. And that's my own personal opinion. Now, let's go to the other breaking news of today, which is huge. Supreme Court ruled in favor of President Trump a second time as pertains to his ability to revoke temporary protective status. Hear it for yourself.
Now from the U.S. Supreme Court, the president has notched a win a moment ago. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed the Trump administration to revoke the temporary legal status for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. Now, they come from 4 countries: Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua. They came into the country through an app that was established during the Biden presidency years. And for the moment, it appears that the Trump team, they've made it their objective to deport those who came in illegally. This would be a win for the administration, handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court just a few minutes ago. So that's the latest. Watching that from Washington, D.C.
Okay, so bottom line up front, this is a major legal victory for President Trump and his administration. This is the second time the Supreme Court has ruled in his favor as pertains to revoking temporary protective status. This is a major setback for Democrats. And let me just explain to you the ideology behind this, right? So people on the left, they look at all of this as a humanitarian crisis. They believe these people are undocumented and that we should find a way to keep them here in this country permanently. People on the right, including myself, I don't support that idea. If you cross the border illegally, you're out, okay? That's number one. And number two, if you were on temporary protective status, sooner or later that status must end. According to the Biden administration, they wanted to continue to extend it. So this is the right move. And again, Supreme Court has ruled twice in favor of President Trump as it pertains to revoking temporary protective status. But hey, we still got to see what both sides are saying. Let's take a look at MSDNC. I don't think they're handling it that well. Take a look.
Yeah, it was a 7-2 decision. That means that all the conservative justices and Justice Elena Kagan voted together on this case to allow President Trump to end these protections for more than 500,000 individuals from Cuba, from Haiti, from Nicaragua, and from Venezuela. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Justice Sonia Sotomayor dissented in this opinion. They said, quote, "It undervalues the devastating consequences of allowing the government to precipitously upend the lives and livelihoods of nearly 500,000 non-citizens while their legal claims are pending." Now, this could, of course, change, right? Because the appeals court could reverse what the Supreme Court has said here, and then it could go back to the Supreme Court. But this all started where a Massachusetts U.S. district judge said the administration could not just sweep this away entirely without these individualized determinations. Now, the Trump administration argued you can't individually determine with 500,000 people in any sort of specific amount of time. It needs to be done faster. It needs to be done as a block. That's something the Supreme Court said, actually, you can.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Justice Jackson and Justice Sotomayor believe that President Trump's decision here is upending the lives of 500,000 undocumented migrants. Well, number one, let's correct the record. These are illegal aliens who crossed the border illegally. And then it was later that the Biden administration granted them temporary protective status. Understand what I just said. Okay, so there's that. And then secondly, What about the American citizens and the lives that were upended because of the incompetence from Joe Biden? That is a fair statement. That's not partisan. That's the truth. Rachel Morin, okay, Laken Riley, and many others that the news never reported. Okay, so Stephen Miller made an appearance on CNN to react to the Supreme Court ruling. I think you're going to find this exchange between him and Pamela Brown very interesting. Take a look.
Do you think a judge should just rubber stamp what your White House does? If not, what checks and balances do you think should be in place for this White House?
It is not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. Just think about the premise baked into your question, respectfully, Pam. You're saying that when the American people elect a president of the United States of America,
I'm not saying
well, it's the implication, who is the sole head of the executive branch. Well, let me finish. I will answer the question happily. But look, when you have these kinds of lazy assumptions built into questions, it makes it hard to have a constructive dialogue.
What is a lazy assumption? I said you all had to win.
You said is it my expectation?
I'm speaking
you
because
said,
now you're putting...
You said, is it my expectation? It's not just you. It's the whole media. In other words, when you
I know
hear
you
a
want to
sentence
loop
like...
us on. It is a completely fair question. You say judges who rule against the White House
And I will
go rogue.
gladly answer it. When you say, do we think district court judges should rubber stamp each action? There is a premise that is built into that is absurd. The president is the sole head of the executive branch. He's the only officer in the entire government that's elected by the entire American people. Democracy cannot function. In fact, democracy does not exist at all if each action the president takes, foreign policy, diplomatic, military, national security, has to be individually approved by 700 district court judges.
Okay, well, fact of the matter is that is the main issue, folks. So through all the rhetoric and all of the noise, the actual issue is that district court judges are issuing injunctions that handicaps the president's authority. It didn't matter if it was Kamala Harris or President Trump. It's an issue regardless. And the only person that can solve it is Congress. Now, what's the likelihood they're actually going to do something about it? I say slim to none. But hopefully they finally do address it. Now, here's Stephen Miller correcting Pamela Brown because she's still calling these people undocumented when we both know these are illegal aliens. Take a look.
Undocumented migrant sent a letter threatening to kill the president, promising to self-deport after the assassination. CNN reporting shows that investigators believe the migrant was set up. It was a victim of a setup. What is the administration going to do now? And this is an undocumented immigrant. I do want to note that, but this was someone who came forward, was a victim of a crime, and now law enforcement believes he was set up. Go ahead.
Well, I want to clarify what you mean, so we're talking about the same thing. Are you saying this immigrant was here illegally?
Yes, but I am, and that's why I said that. I clarified that.
You said undocumented, and I wasn't clear what that means. I'm assuming they have a fake ID. I'm assuming they have a fake social security number.
That's neither here nor there. That's getting away from the question, Stephen. I want this to be, and call me naive, a good faith discussion about what's happening right now.
When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, that's not good faith.
All right,
an illegal alien is an illegal alien. They're not an undocumented migrant.
Okay, that's fine. That's another discussion for another date.
I don't know the details of the assassination threat. All I can say, based on what you're telling me, is there's an illegal alien in our country who's making menacing threats. Regardless of the facts or circumstances, we don't want him here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and I would gladly come back on when I have more information to share with you.
They were set up.
See, I told you that's a fundamental difference between people on the left and people on the right. They called them undocumented migrants. Guys, that is a watered down word instead of just saying they're illegal aliens, okay? And illegal alien is not a derogatory term, okay? But because Democrats are all about woke language and being politically correct and not hurting people's feelings, they like to say things like that. And I'm glad Stephen Miller corrected her for the record. Okay, so now this takes us to the next question that she had for Stephen Miller. And it was about Elon Musk, out of all people. I guess mainstream media is so stuck on the idea that Elon Musk should be drug tested. Take a look.
Was there any drug testing or any request for him to drug test when he was in the White House, given the fact that he was also a contractor with the government?
Fortunately for you and all the friends at CNN, you'll have the opportunity to ask Elon all the questions you want today yourself. In the meantime, the drugs I'm concerned about are the drugs that are coming across the border from the criminal cartels that are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. And we're going to save hundreds of thousands of lives if these district courts would just get the hell out of the way, stop destroying our Constitution, stop taking authority they don't have, and allow the president to do the job that not only he was elected to do, but the constitutional laws of the United States vest him exclusively to do.
Let's go to our next story. And this is Joe Biden making an appearance today. And this is just a prime example of why no one should allow him to speak ever again. Listen to what he said here. Take a look.
This day is the 10th anniversary of the loss of my son, Bo, spent a year in Iraq. And to be honest, it's a hard day. His son and I, Hunter, who's here in the crowd, I don't know where you're sitting, Hunter, but all the way in the back there. His daddy came to this event with me about the same age when he started. He just graduated from high school, heading off to college.
Two things are true at the same time. Number one, Joe Biden saying that Hunter Biden is the son of Bo Biden and that Hunter Biden is the grandson that's still here today. Listen, it's just sad to hear that because we know that's not true, clearly. And the second thing that is true is that they should not allow him to keep speaking, knowing he's going to do things like that. It just continues to not just hurt him, but what does that say about his wife, his family, knowing his condition, right? And it's just not a good look overall. So, I mean, that's how I see it. Now, unfortunately, the media felt the need to prop him up once again to show just how delusional they are. Take a look at this exchange.
Everybody expects, sorry. I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year from the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect of you today, and then you get here and you're speaking powerfully. You look good. You're confident. What do you say to all those people? Don't count you out.
Well, I said lots of luck in the senior year.
All right. So you're supposed to be a journalist, a reporter, which means you're looking for the truth. Just the fact that he asked the question the way that he did tells me that there are people still in the media that are holding on to this after it's been debunked. Jake Tapper is selling books about this, for Christ's sakes. It's just utterly a disaster. Now, things got even worse. Take a look at this.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to any of those reports and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
All right, so that's Biden being Biden once again, claiming that he can beat anybody just because in 2020 somehow he got 81 million votes. All right? You think he would have got 81 million votes again after that debate against President Trump? Give me a break. All right, so now it's a good time to get your guys' reaction in the comment section to a couple of these stories, starting with Elon Musk and President Trump. Again, I just think the way that the media has treated Elon Musk, even if you disagreed with his statements, the way they went after him, I think, just shows you how petty and how low mainstream media is at this point. Give me your reaction to that. And the second one is the Supreme Court ruling in favor of President Trump for the second time as it pertains to temporary protective status. Democrats claim that this is a humanitarian crisis. Republicans know that this is a national security issue, and you just can't allow people to cross the border illegally. Leave all your answers in the comment section below. Okay, so speaking of Elon Musk, it was yesterday that we covered a story where he has been criticizing the GOP for good reason. So have I. I think they're incompetent. They haven't accomplished anything. I'm talking about people in Congress as it pertains to the big, beautiful bill and their failure to codify the Doge cuts. So if you missed out on that story and more from yesterday, all you have to do is click on that video because it's coming up right now.
The pipe bombs that were placed during the January 6th situation. Now, these were pipe bombs that were not. Let's go through the background of this because it's been many years. Many of you may not remember this. They were planted at the RNC DNC headquarters. Correct. Never proven who did it, though there's footage. And these were they real pipe bombs? There's all these issues with what they actually were.
And there's a lot of information in theory out there about whether or not they did not detonate. And then the fact that they didn't detonate and they haven't caught someone. There have been a lot of theories about who that person was. Was this trying to increase more outrage? And were they even real? Were they inert? So there's a lot of discussion, especially on X and places like that, about why this is kind of this mystery and why it's been allowed to linger. But Dan Bongino, in this interview with Fox, said that they are closing in on some suspects. We should take a listen to hear it from him.
You know, we had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there this was the insurrection, the world was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it, and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects.
I feel like this was a forgotten part of this entire. I mean, I had been thinking about this in years. So when he reopened this and now says they think that they are closing in on suspects after just a few weeks of it being open, I think that is something that should be, it should be looked at to see why was it closed in the first place if it was so theoretically easy, if you will. I mean, of course, it's not easy, but it wasn't some aggressive amount of time. It wasn't years and years to find these suspects.
These were actual explosive devices. These are pipe bombs that were placed for political reasons at political targets. That is terroristic activity. You would think that the FBI would have put all of their resources on that instead of maybe some of the people that got scooped up in the January 6th prosecutions that were just on the mall. Things of that nature. They were able to go after and target with cell phone records and find where people were. And then they created this entire narrative of domestic violent extremists out of what happened that day. And they used that narrative for years to go after conservatives and conservative speech. They weaponized to some degree January 6th to their own advantage by using that to then go after and suppress speech. There's a interview I saw with Tulsi Gabbard where she talked about how far that went with the weaponizing and turning people into this domestic violent terrorist or extremist tag that they were using against people just for political beliefs, not even for any action. So when you think about how far they took that line, someone that was there in DC on January 6th and placed bombs, that didn't seem to fit their narrative for some reason. And I think that's why it opened so many questions to so many people, including Dan Bongino. This was something he, in his broadcasting capacity, was very focused on because to him, it didn't pass the smell test. He knows the capabilities of federal law enforcement. He knows how serious it is when there are pipe bombs placed somewhere. And yet that side of the story was kind of swept under the rug. So there's a little bit of a passion project, I think, for him there. But at the end of the day, we're going to see where it goes from here. And hopefully they can get some answers and resolve that so it isn't a lingering question. So there aren't more conspiracy theories that combine and grow out of the inaction of the Bureau.
Sort of a media week, it feels like, for the FBI, as you've seen Kash Patel and Dan Bongino making a lot of these appearances, somewhat, I'm sure, to soften some of your thoughts as they know that there's some negativity surrounding their department right now due to what people feel like have been delays when it comes to things like the Jeffrey Epstein files or the issues that came upon from the Kennedy files. A lot of things that happened that the FBI was getting a bit of a bad rap once again, but now you have them coming up trying to not only clean that up, but say, okay, you may not get exactly what you want from those topics right now, but here's some stuff we can at least give you.
And we also know that Dan Bongino put out on X that we appreciate your support. I will be adding a few more interviews in the coming weeks so I can take additional questions and provide updates.
On the heels of the James Comey seashell mess that really brought a lot of this back into the news, that brought sort of FBI corruption back into the news. That whole, I'm just a simple grandpa who was walking around the beach, saw a shell formation and thought, oh, look, they're sharing their political views. It's really cool. It's really fun to share this on Instagram. Of course, not knowing and saying he doesn't know what they are, saying that he doesn't know what 86 means. Let's go ahead and take a call about that. John's in California on line one. You're on the air, John.
There's proof that he lied. He's the top cop. The 1086 code is a police code. Like 10-4 is acknowledge, 10-9 is location. No, 10-9 is come back, 10-20 is location, 10-100 is bathroom, 1086 is death. So it's absolutely absurd that the top cop in America doesn't know the police code's 1086 is death. That's the proof. Comey lied.
John, I think that the man certainly hasn't been the most forthcoming and the most truthful over the years. So I don't really find anything he says to have credibility. He'll play that sort of oh shucks person, but we know, Will, that's not really what we're dealing with. You're dealing with someone who's trying to get some press right now.
Right. I mean, this is the man who tried to present this Boy Scout image of himself. And in the aw shucks, as you said, and even the folksy way he would talk about, well, Lordy, I hope there's tapes, all of these things that he would say. And then he writes the book, A Higher Loyalty. And he positions himself and in his mind, it seems, I'm not actually able to peer inside the mind of James Comey, but in his mind, it seems like he truly believes that he is the beacon of morality and right and wrong in the United States of America and the world, or else he would go away. He would just stop weighing in on these things. But instead, he thinks that whatever he says is like gospel truth about morality in America and the way this country should operate. And it's not just someone giving political opinions that goes on TV and is aggressive or is very firm in their beliefs. The way he talks, that slow cadence and the way he almost talks down to people, like in that interview where he talked about Kash Patel, it's like, you almost feel bad for him. He finally caught the car and now he has to drive it. Yeah. It's so demeaning.
He's been barking at the car.
It's so demeaning. And that just shows the self-importance he gives himself is quite repulsive, actually.
We have to kind of, again, reframe what the FBI is. I think from so many years now, we've thought of the FBI as, maybe a little corrupt, maybe having some issues. And I think it's been difficult for people as they've seen the red tape to get through it. And you saw Kash Patel and Dan Bongino both saying, hey, we found out there's a lot of good people working behind the scenes here. A lot of good people who really want the FBI to be doing the job that they said they were going to do. A lot of people came to work here for the right reasons. So we're going to try to get that back on track.
Joining us now is the founder of All Family Pharmacy, the owner, of course, too, Michael Kunzler. Thanks again for joining us on Right Side.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Definitely. A lot of Americans first heard about ivermectin during the whole COVID situation, but it's actually been around for decades. So can you tell us how it's used for parasites and why people are turning to it once again?
Yeah, the newest thing now is the parasite cleanse. We sell tons of those every day. It's a 30-day cleanse. We love it. A lot of our patients come to us with fatigue, bloating, gas, digestive issues, skin rashes, brain fog. The brain fog could be from long-term COVID. It could be from, just an active parasite in the system. There's so many different correlations to it. So we do now the parasite cleanse that people are looking for to, basically rid their body of parasites. There's so much data coming out, how much issues parasites are causing humans.
So how often then, if someone does the parasite cleanse, how often should they take ivermectin? What should they know before starting?
Sure. It's a one a day for 30 days. We go based on how we make the ivermectin. So we compound it in-house at our pharmacy. Each capsule comes to a milligram that's based on your weight. So you actually can go to the website, use the dose calculator, and it helps you determine which capsules to purchase. And you'll take one dose every day for 30 days in the morning, drink plenty of water. Best to use on an empty stomach first thing in the morning for absorption. That's how we do it.
Okay, so we're also hearing about, and we don't want to have to say this, but it's happening, this new COVID variant that's out there making headlines. People are wondering, okay, now what's next? Do I take ivermectin still, or what do you do?
Yeah, the new variant, the NB181, I believe they call it. It looks like similar to what Omicron was, just, not deadly at all. Was COVID ever deadly? Nobody ever knows. But, it's just it's very contagious. So we just are encouraging patients to stock up for the summer, right? With the new variant going around, you're going to get sick. You're going to get sick for a couple of days. It's best to have the medication on hand prior to getting sick. That way you're ready to go, right? We have the ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, which we're using for antiviral type properties to fight off these viruses in the system, as well as, anti-parasitic conditions. On top of that, we have antibiotics. The stuff that we love too with COVID is the albuterol inhaler, which is a short-term rescue inhaler. So people were having trouble breathing during COVID. The albuterol inhaler was huge. We have the nasal spray, fluticasone nasal spray. It's a steroid for the nasal cavities. It basically, the inflammation in the nasal cavities, it brings down the inflammation, allowing people to breathe better. Due to all these sinus conditions caused by COVID, or even just the flu or the regular cold. So we have a ton of different medication that people could stock up on. We have kits that we would probably suggest. It's a sinus infection kit. It's very similar. It's got a cough medicine in there. It's got an antibiotic for you. It's got the ivermectin. So it's everything that you need to be prepared for something like COVID.
Well, it's awesome to have a place like you guys, allfamilypharmacy.com, to take care of all of that, because, there's a million things going on in life every day. There's a lot of different choices and options out there. But when you have a place like you guys, you don't have to fill out this long medical paperwork form, do you? I mean, is it just a couple things, or how does it work?
Yeah, no, it's not a ton of paperwork. You don't have to sit in line and wait at the doctor's office. Go on our website, fill out the medical questions. There's anywhere between 5 and 10 medical questions. They're very basic questions that come direct from the physician, to you if you have a phone call with them, or if you have any type of communication with them or one of our pharmacists. Are very brief as well. So it's a very easy, convenient process. You just go on our website, fill out the medical forms. That's the protection for the patient and the protection for the doctor, as well as us at the pharmacy. So just fill everything out accurately and correctly, and we'll be able to get you the medication as soon as possible.
And then what's great is what we're seeing right now with Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN 20, that 20% summer sale that's happening. So how have people responded to that, and how does it tie into what President Trump recently did too, when it comes to the fact of prescription drug prices that he dropped?
Yeah, so obviously Trump's going to be fighting the legislation on this. It's going to probably go pretty high up in the Supreme Court in order for him to cut these drug prices. We've started our initiation now. We're ready to drop prices. Our prices have not changed. We're repurchasing from wholesalers, but we're giving our patients the opportunity to save 20% off their medication. For instance, I have patients right now who purchase prednisone. They have anti-inflammation, they have autoimmune diseases, and they need it. It's $11.75 with our discounted code. I mean, you can't pay for that even with insurance at your local pharmacy. I just sold the patient omeprazole the other day. It was $9.75 for a 30-day supply of prescription omeprazole, 40 milligrams. Over the counter is $20 for 20 tablets. We're giving you $9.75 for 30 tablets. I mean, our prices are now lower than CVS, Walmart, Walgreens, and even the over-the-counter items. We're changing the game with President Trump, and we're really, really big on trying to drop the prices, because we hope that a lot of these medications that are emergency drugs, like we always speak about the EpiPens of the world, diabetes type 2 medications, specific insulins, they're needed in the maintenance world, and these patients need it at an affordable rate. $700 for Eliquis it's not right. It's not right to the patient. It's not right to the consumer. The insurance carriers don't even want to pay for it. So something has to change.
Yeah, well, so let's peel back the layer a little bit, get to some of the nitty gritty. So we keep hearing that drug prices are high because they fund research, but the question is, are Americans really paying for science, or is it just for corporate profits?
It's a great question. And I have an amazing example for it. Ozempic. Ozempic is the hottest drug on the market right now with Mounjaro. It was designed for diabetes type 2. Eli Lilly, they all spent billions of dollars putting this through research for diabetes, right? Millions, possibly billions. In trials, they found out that patients are losing over 100 pounds on average. And these are obese individuals who are going through these trials with them. They took that exact drug, they put it through their own trials, they rebranded it, They put a new label on it with a new FDA approval for weight loss. They sold that exact drug for $1,400.
Wow.
So they already paid for the research. They already know how to make the drug. And they're now doubling the price and selling it for weight loss medication. I mean, it's a clear indication that they're in it for the profits. They're not in it for the long haul. So they're patented. Nobody could touch it. It's sad to see what had happened, but it's a clear example that they're in it for profits.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when we see allfamilypharmacy.com and the prices that you guys offer and the more than 200 essential medications, right? And antibiotics, all sorts of things, even amoxicillin, penicillin, but ivermectin too, right?
Yeah, ivermectin. Ivermectin's our number one seller. We're bringing in a couple anti-parasite drugs as well, albendazole, which we have. We're going to start compounding it soon to make it cheaper because it's an expensive drug. But if we can go around, certain regulations that allow us to compound it, patient-specific, higher doses, it's going to be huge for the anti-parasitic market. I mean, a lot of these people go on social media now and they're doing these parasite cleanses with over-the-counter items that aren't working. We're going to now offer two of the best anti-parasitic medications on the market. On top of that, mebendazole. And then the methylene blue, as you know, and most people know, is now gaining ground. Methylene blue is huge. RFK Jr. is all about it. The cognitive effects from it. And then the newest medication we just added this week is NAD+. It's probably the most popular supplement on the market right now for the cognitive effects, similar to methylene blue. So now we now offer NAD+. You can check that out in the Shop All Medication side of the website, and it's on our front page as well. It's a very interesting supplement to try, and use the coupon code so you can save 20% off your order.
Yeah, exactly. So RSBN20 is the coupon code. Mike, thank you so much. Michael Kunzler with All Family Pharmacy. We'll see you again soon, and allfamilypharmacy.com is the place to go. Thanks again, Michael.
Thank you. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I've been covering at length the Diddy trial, and I have changed my mind over the past several weeks. Okay. I was like, well, where's the evidence, right? Where's the evidence? All we were seeing from the headlines in the newspaper was that, Diddy was a degenerate. And at least in my opinion, it appeared that his girlfriend was into it or a willing participant. And they were actually charging him with 8 charges. We're getting all that after a super quick word from this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Shout out to this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Look, if you aren't using a VPN yet, you're completely missing out. And Private Internet Access is the one I use on all of my devices. If you've been following the news, you see that censorship, websites, apps are getting shut down in certain countries, all sorts of craziness. Well, a VPN helps you never have to worry about that. Private Internet Access also protects you from the prying eyes of hackers, internet service providers, and others that can view your personal data. Perhaps also just as importantly, Private Internet Access allows you to access region-restricted content from all over the world. Streaming services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and more have different library options based on where you're located, and some shows simply cannot be accessed if you're not in the target location. Happens to me all the time. Many sports events also have regional blackouts. Well, VPNs can be a convenient way to make sure you're getting the content that you're paying for. Private Internet Access also allows you to protect an unlimited amount of devices all at the same time, so your entire household with a single subscription. And I've been working with Private Internet Access so long that I have an absolutely massive discount available to my viewers. Link in the description below. Get Private Internet Access today using my link. Save huge, protect your computers, access all the content that you've been paying for, and ensure that your internet is never censored. Whether it's, keeping people against their will, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, drugs, all this kind of stuff. These were all the charges that he was facing. Now, thanks to coverage from actual lawyers, I understand a little bit more about the RICO charges, which the RICO charges are the real bad one right now, because that will put him away for a very long time. And I was wondering, well, how are they going to get to that? Well, apparently they only need to get 2 of these 8 to stick so that they get the RICO charges. Then yesterday, there was some really brutal testimony that I think puts him away completely. This one is very, very bad. Apparently, his personal assistant testified that she got the struggle snuggle from Diddy, and it was pretty convincing. And this is from Good Logic at The Following Pro, or on Good Logic, like LAW, on YouTube. And I assume he's here on Rumble as well. I hope he's also on Rumble. He put this out yesterday. This is pretty brutal testimony.
Diddy's personal assistant just testified in court that he raped.
Yeah, let's skip that.
Not by force, but basically leaving her in a position that he just came into her bed and just started.
So.
And that she was terrified to say no to him.
So basically, he just walked into his room and took her against her will. Now,
about anything. And then she testified to other sexual encounters as well, where he would just put himself inside her mouth or other
orifices,
other encounters that she said she blotted from her memory. Her testimony was delivered with her stammering and seemingly unable to get the words out, like expressing it as he put his, and she's breathing, labored, she couldn't say the word penis.
Yeah.
Or any other euphemism for the term.
Now, what he's saying is not by force. And, basically everything he's describing is, forcing himself on her. This was very bad testimony. And, and then again, a second woman now, testified that this has happened. And the issue is, if you understand the RICO case aspect of it, they only have to get him on 2 of 8 charges. Okay, 2 of 8. And I talked about this before, but I wanted to show Nate the lawyer's breakdown on basically the real trouble that he's facing now, because it looks like not only are they going to get at least 2 of the 8, they're going to get more than that. And based on everything we've seen now, even with cross-examination, and it's bad.
For instance, when we talk about kidnapping, then we're talking about Capricorn Clark. Arson for 13B is Kid Cudi. Bribery, that's our hotel security guard. Witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking.
Yeah, there is a lot of
sex workers who were transported across state lines to have sex with Cassie. And drug trafficking and drug distribution, well, every party had drugs. And the fact that the government only has to prove 2 out of these 8 particular crimes to get a RICO conviction. And on top of that, if Diddy is convicted of the sex trafficking alone, he's facing a life sentence, then, it looks like Diddy is in a lot of trouble.
Now, there's a lot of cross-examination, but the point is, they have paraded probably 1 million different witnesses now that essentially do shore up the charges that they've been put together. I think that, the drugs are indisputable. The arson is indisputable. The witness tampering is indisputable. The trafficking, they could fight that. The prostitution is irrefutable. They literally brought the prostitutes on the stage and they testified to it. That's 4 right there. 5 out of the 8. So even if they get out of the biggest charges, the trafficking charges, he's still in very big trouble. And then Nate the lawyer does a really good job basically pointing out the uphill battle that he now has.
The federal agents that testify.
So for him to basically get out of this, here's what has to happen.
100%. This trial is going disastrously for Diddy. See, the problem that the defense attorneys are going through is that everyone now has to be lying. The security guard has to be lying. The escort has to be lying. Cassie has to be lying. Dawn Richard has to be lying. The federal agents that testified have to be lying. And those were just the witnesses from the first week. We have the second week's witnesses. We have this week's witnesses that are all going to be saying the same thing. So if you're the defense, even if you do poke holes in one of these witnesses' stories, unless you're poking hole in the whole narrative, then I don't think you really have anything. It seems like Diddy is being walked down the street for a conviction. But let's not prejudge it. Let's wait to see what his defense.
Now, one of the points that, you know, Lucas made on my daily live stream before at 2 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Thursdays, and 1 Eastern on Fridays, is that he only needs one juror. He only needs one juror to say, I think they set him up, and he could walk. And that is still, like, there is still a possibility of that, right? There is still a possibility of a friendly juror or a juror who just says, I think he's being set up. And I think both are actually true. I think it's been my belief since the beginning is that Diddy was a government asset, just like Jeffrey was. That's been my belief since the beginning, is that he was feeding information to the feds. They allowed him to operate with impunity on these crimes and this, that, and the other stuff. And then he became a burned asset. So they said, well, now we're going to charge you with everything. Now we're going to charge you with everything. Okay. You see here, you know, there's new text that came out. Him and his staff are hounding his ex-assistant, accusing him, you know, of this stuff. There was definitely, this just looks very, very bad. You know, she testified to the fact that they were harassing her about testifying. I think Diddy has been a Fed, in my opinion. Okay, in my opinion. And I still think there's a lot of question around how his ex-wife or his ex-girlfriend passed away. You know, but I think now that we've had 2, 3, 4 more days of just nonstop people testifying, saying this, that, and the other thing, I think he's cooked. Also take into account where this is being tried. That is the Southern District of New York. Famously, what other trials were held there? This court system gets their convictions. Whether or not, look, Diddy is a degenerate, okay? That's generally not illegal. These other things where he, you know, broke into somebody's house and opened their Christmas presents, literally testified to, tried to burn Kid Cudi's car. These are not really up for debate, as Kid Cudi testified to that as a fact. So when you have Kid Cudi say, yes, he did that, I just don't know how you sit on a jury and say, well, maybe he didn't do that. Even if you take the 2 of the 8 charges that, like, there are 8 charges that at least 3 of these are slam dunks. I mean, the drugs, slam dunk. Okay. Hiring prostitutes, that's a slam dunk. And the arson is a slam dunk. All this other stuff, I think, was probably looked the other way by the government so that he could, so that he could operate and turn other people in. It's the same reason we never got any tapes. Remember when we were told that there was all sorts of tapes from these freak-offs, right? Like, remember when he said, when we were, oh my God, who's going to be on these tapes? Ellen DeGeneres, you know, all these people, they're on tape. It's going to happen. You know what I mean? We never saw a single tape. I think the fact that they're trying it as a RICO case, they only need 2 of the 8, and at least 3 of these are slam dunks. There's no denying the drugs. There's no denying the bribery and witness tampering. There's no denying the arson. These other ones, I think you could pick apart. Maybe you could beat 3 or 4 of them, but even then, they still have you on 4 of 8. And I just think, I believe also that they arrested him so that they could confiscate any evidence. Bro didn't sell any drugs is true, but that's not what he's being charged with. He's being charged with distributing them, which he did do. And, you know, I don't think there's a lot of, you know, again, did the people take them willingly? Yes. Do I think that charge is kind of just tacked on? Yes. The forced labor, you know, the trafficking stuff, I don't believe that I think that everyone participated in that willingly. You know, the assistant that, you know, participated in this stuff willingly and then came back later. There's a lot of people who are very suspect in this, but this is not, he's not getting off on these charges. I don't believe so. But it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. But I think at this point, he's basically cooked. Let me know what you think, though, in the comment section down below. Oh, I forgot to mention. I forgot to do the sponsor part, didn't I? Let me do this.
Let's get over to Newsmax chief Washington correspondent James Rosen, who is joining us with more on this side of the story. Good afternoon, James.
Bianca, good afternoon to you. If the prostate cancer that has spread to his bones is taking a toll on former President Biden's physical condition, it wasn't visible this morning at Veterans Memorial Park in Newcastle, Delaware. There, beneath rainy skies at a small and belated Memorial Day event, former Senator Tom Carper, another aged figure of Delaware political royalty, introduced the 46th president. In 11 minutes of remarks, Mr. Biden spoke not at all about the tumultuous events of the last 10 months, nor of his successor. Instead, he urged Americans to, quote, defend democracy and thereby honor the memory of fallen soldiers. But he did so in that halting, coughing, and slurring delivery that marked Mr. Biden's final years in elected office.
Every nation was founded on geography, ethnicity, some unifying principle, but not an idea. The idea of America was founded on, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of that. We meant it. That's who we are. That's what makes America the most unique nation in the world, literally, not figuratively.
The former president also honored his late son, Beau, a former Delaware Attorney General and Iraq War veteran whose death occurred, the elder Mr. Biden noted, 10 years ago today. The release this month of the audio of the president's interview by the special counsel's team disclosed that Mr. Biden couldn't recall on that occasion when Beau died. Today, the emotion was palpable.
Remember, I got a phone call. I was in Washington. Dad, what are you doing Friday? I said, what do you need? And he said, I want you to pin my bars on. I said, pin your bars on? You have 2 kids, you know? Dad, somebody's got to do this, Dad. Proudest day of his life was putting that uniform on. That's not a joke. That's not hyperbole. That's real. And you know, it's one of the proudest things I ever did, pinning his bars on him.
In brief remarks to reporters afterwards, the former president disclosed that he is treating his cancer with a medication unspecified that comes in pill form. Also, when asked about yesterday's denunciation of his wife by the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who called the former first lady a liar, still pushing her lies on the American people, the former president quipped that he didn't know who the press secretary at the White House was these days. Mrs. Biden was not in attendance this morning. Bianca.
Interesting note there. James Rosen, always great to have you in. Thank you for that report.
Thank you, Bianca.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
So, Glenn, do you think when you're looking at the Doge legacy, and you look at Elon's legacy, and when legacy, I don't mean the actual legacy of what seems like about 40 children at this point, but I'm talking about his, how he will be remembered by the public. The Doge cuts they're going to send some little sliver of them in a separate bill now to Congress.
Yeah, this pisses me off.
$8.5 billion. Now, of course, it's much harder to pass a separate bill and it's only $8 billion. Who do you blame for this?
The GOP. The GOP.
What does that mean?
I think that very few of them are serious about it. Some of them are. Mike Lee is very serious about it. Rand Paul is very serious about it.
Chip Roy, Thomas Massey.
Chip Roy, Massey, they're all serious about it. But that's, there's a handful of them. And the rest of them, are either too stupid to get it. I mean, we've spent a lot of time on our debt this week and what it means and what's coming if we don't get serious about it. And, there's $190 billion that Musk, said we can cut all this stuff. And nobody wants to do it. I mean, if the Republicans can't cut the easy stuff, what good are you? Really, honestly, what good are you? I mean, there should have been, it would have been nice to get up to 900 million billion or $1 trillion in cuts. That would have said to the world, we're serious. And it would have put us on a completely different course than the one we're on right now. And, Donald Trump is going to do his best to grow us out of this, to set up the conditions for AI and everything else and bring manufacturing back here to America, yada, 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 to try to grow our way out of this debt. But you have to cut. And, I'm just sick of the Republicans, just sick of them. Sick of them. They don't. Okay, so wait a minute. You needed to have the House and the Senate and the White House. Well, you got all three. Now what's your problem? You don't have big enough spread. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
For Father's Day, let your dad know he matters. Get him a gift from American Giant. They make clothing here at home with American cotton, American hands, and American heart. It's quality you can feel. Go to american-giant.com/Glenn and get 20% off your first purchase. That's american-giant.com/Glenn.
Well, they're continuing much of the spending from the Inflation Reduction Act. That's something. That's
yeah. I mean, you can't cut that out. You can't cut that out. You can't say we're going to go back to the spending that we had in 2019. Can't do that.
Yeah, or at least, just we'll even increase the spending for all the programs that existed when Joe Biden took over. But the stuff that he passed that is brand new, that people aren't used to and depending on for years and years and years and years, we're going to get rid of the rest of the spending from those programs. You can't even do that? I mean,
no. You can't. Remarkable. You can't. The money that hasn't even gone out, you can't say we're not going to send that out. You can't even say that.
They can't say that.
What good are you?
Some of that they've pulled back on. That's true. And of course there are a lot of good things in this bill. I mean, I think you'd agree with at least continuing the tax cuts. I know we'd both like more.
Yes.
But if you let those expire, that would be devastating to the economy.
Devastating.
What do you make of the criticism from some? And this goes mostly towards the right, who are more hawkish on the budget and such, that, look, it's true, the Republicans did not put this in this bill, but Donald Trump could demand this is in this bill, and there's no sign that the Republicans would not take him up on what his demand was. There's no reason to believe they would say no to him if he demanded it. He has not made a big deal publicly pressuring lawmakers to include the DOGE cuts.
So I do have concerns about that. I mean, he should have pushed harder for that. I agree with that. I'm not sure that the Republicans would have gone along with it because, if you do have an argument. First of all, you have all of those Republicans that are part of the game there and have their favorites, and they don't want anything cut. Okay. Sorry, gang. Everybody's going to have to lose something. I think if he would have made this his priority, it would have happened. But I don't think that is his priority. His priority is elsewhere. And there's some things in this bill that are going to strengthen his priorities. For instance, tariffs. And that was, he was more focused on that, and I think more hopeful that maybe the Congress would do their job and they'd care about the spending. But he's not a guy ever that has ever talked about debt or deficit. He does not believe there's a debt or deficit that is too big. He believes the problem is that the economy is not roaring. So let's open the economy and we'll make that money in tax revenue and we'll be able to afford these things. I don't happen to believe that. I believe it to some degree. I think we must make cuts. But that's never been his thing. Tariffs always have been. He's never talked out about the debt and deficit to any real degree. It's not his thing.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't run on that initially. I mean, he cares about
now
it
the Republicans
some level. Yeah.
have.
Republicans have over and over again.
Republicans have.
Mhm.
Yes.
Let me ask you about the Musk relationship there. Elon, there's definitely, I think, a clear effort by the media to portray this departure by Musk as this adversarial sort of situation, that they've grown apart, they don't like each other anymore. There's been leaks about Trump saying that he was angry at Musk for trying to get some briefing on some China issue. A lot of the people inside the White House didn't like Musk, and some of that's
possible.
Yeah, that certainly is true at some level. Do you think that they still get along? Is there this separation?
I think
point?
Donald Trump and I think those two get along. They're thick as thieves. I mean, I think they are, in many ways, two peas in a pod. They understand each other, unlike I think a lot of people could understand either one of them. And I think they are friends. What's interesting is he's a month away from his July 4th goal. He said he was leaving in July. He said, I hope to have this done by July. And I'm not going to be staying for very long. And then on the anniversary next year, July, we'll have cut X number amount. He's a month away from this July. And I think he just got frustrated. And I don't necessarily think with the president, maybe, but I don't think so. He just got very frustrated. Like, nobody's serious. Why would I take all of the hits that I'm taking right now? Why would I put my car company in danger, SpaceX in danger, risk the reputation to everything that I hold sacred and dear, to do all of this hard work and sleep on the floor? I mean, he was sleeping on the floor. To sleep on the floor to right the ship on this, and nobody's serious. Screw you. I think that's where he is. That's where I would be. Screw you.
Yeah,
not doing it anymore.
It seems like that's part of it. I also think that there's we were talking about some of the people in the White House and in the surrounding apparatus that don't appreciate Elon Musk. Some of that's been public. A lot of it, I think, is behind the scenes. You're now getting that his departing, the hit pieces, things being leaked about Musk. The recent one today, this is in the New York Times, that Musk was using drugs at high levels. Listen to this. Listen to this paragraph. Mr. Musk's drug consumption went well beyond occasional use. He told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that he was affecting his bladder, a known effect of chronic use. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall, according to a photo of the box and people who have seen it. Now, how many people have taken photos, Glenn, of your medication box? I would say that's not common unless someone's trying to destroy you in the media.
Right.
So is that what this is? Basically, they're just now, everybody who had a problem with Musk while he was there, now that he's out, they all think they can leak stuff negatively to the media to destroy him.
Let me give you another perspective on why they are trying to destroy him. The people in the White House. In a situation like this, and really any real powerful situation, everybody jockeys for position. I want to be next to the boss. I want to be next to the boss.
Yeah.
A new guy comes in, has not played the game. Nobody really knows who he is. He doesn't play by the rules. And he'll just go right into the White House and he'll just walk right into the Oval and go, yeah, I didn't talk to any of those guys. Listen, I want to talk to you about this. That must drive the career people out of their ever-loving mind. It's got to drive them crazy. What is he saying to the president? All of us have been working so hard to get the president to go this. And what did he just say? What did he say? That's the real problem, I think, that the people in the White House have with Donald Trump, is his access and his ability to connect with Donald Trump one-on-one without any filter in between. They like filters. People like filters between the top and access to the top.
Well, we learned about this with Joe Biden. When he was president, even his own cabinet secretaries couldn't come see him.
I love that filter.
Yeah, a different kind of way of doing it. Is there a part of this too that's just germane to the way Trump has kind of constructed his White House, which is like, I think a lot of good things come out of it, where he has a bunch of different sort of factions, right? And he has a bunch of people around him who really
mean like a team of rivals?
Like a team of rivals, right? He has that, and I think at its best, there's really good things that come out of that, right? When people who really care about the country are arguing the best things, the best policies to go forward and the best approaches. And on the downside of that is there's always people who are just out there to cut everybody else's throat so that they can get closer to Donald Trump, so that they can have that access. Is that what's going on here partially?
Yeah, I think so. I think Elon Musk is probably pretty pissed because he realized a lot of people aren't serious. And I've just risked a lot. If Donald Trump got in and all the people that he had trusted, that he put around him, and they were all like, no, we're with you 100%. And it was the same kind of situation it was last time, I think he'd be pissed. I think he'd be really pissed. Who the hell can I even trust? Now, he risked his life. I think Elon Musk is risking his life to stay, but he's certainly risking his career and his companies and everything all around the world. He's got a bad name now. And I just think, if I'm risking my life, my fortune, and my sacred honor, and none of you are serious, I'd say screw you in a heartbeat. And I think that's really what it comes down to myself.
I am very pleased to be joined by Jeremiah Johnston, who you saw on the Michael And episode for the Shroud of Turin. It's one of our best performing episodes, I think, when you factor in all of the various media platforms it was on. Jeremiah brought in a life-size or real-life version of the Shroud. It's a facsimile, obviously, but Jeremiah just saw the actual Shroud over in Turin. Jeremiah, thank you for coming on the show.
Michael, you're a scholar and a gentleman. It's so great to be back with you, my man.
I say it to myself in the mirror every morning. Every day I'm brushing my teeth. Now, you have not only, I want to hear what you saw in Turin and your experience of the Shroud in person, but I also want to hear, I know you've got an upcoming project on other physical proofs of Christ. Right. Because I think what really jazzed people about the Shroud of Turin episode is that in our modern age, we think that everything is just ethereal and in outer space, and you can't really touch anything. And we have this view of religion that it involves just taking a leap of faith that has nothing to do with reason. In some ways, it's opposed to reason, blah, blah, blah. And you think like, no, this is the burial cloth of Christ. Like, no, we have relics and religious artifacts, and we actually have physical, tangible objects that pertain to our faith and pertain to spiritual matters. So before we get to some of those, what did you see in Turin? What was your experience there?
Well, first, it was surreal. I was in the 8-day exhibition in Turin, Italy, that took place. You were just talking about feast days and holy days in the earlier monologue. And it was fascinating to me because I'm in the actual tent sponsored by the Carlos Acutis Foundation. There's thousands of people walking through. And I finally get to the exhibition with the Shroud, and a stranger literally looks at me across from the Shroud and says, "I saw you on Michael Knowles." And there I am in Turin, Italy. So they actually liked, I think, the Michael Knowles show better than actually seeing the Shroud in Turin. But
That's a lot.
it was amazing.
It's Italian solidarity, really. Is what
That's exactly right.
So you're there.
You're an OG.
You're there with the Blessed Carlo Acutis Foundation.
Yes.
So the Carlo Acutis,
Exactly.
for those who don't know, he's the first millennial who's on his way to be canonized a saint by the Catholic Church. And so you're
Right.
there. And how many people are there? I mean,
Well,
I've
and I
never
wanna
seen the
give-
Shroud in person.
It was thousands every day. They had to turn it off. I collabed with them on several projects, and being in front of the Shroud, which is in the St. John Cathedral, the tent was outside. It was a virtual experience for those that couldn't get in to see the actual Shroud in the cathedral. It was incredible. And not only that, I went to the Museum of the Holy Shroud just down the road with the Chapel of the Holy Shroud. I saw the first ever picture taken. We showed it on the Michael and broadcast that we had together on the podcast, but I saw the actual photo from 1898, Michael, that kicked off the worldwide fascination. I saw the box that the Shroud survived the fire in. And I talked most importantly to the physicists, the mathematicians, the chemists, those that are in charge of caring for the Shroud. And I learned a lot of fascinating details, such as the two greatest enemies right now of the Shroud are light and oxygen. And this is why the Shroud did not go on full public display this year. I interviewed my friend Enrico. I can call these guys my friend now because Enrico is in charge of changing the argon gas twice a year for the reliquary, which looks like something right out of Star Wars that protects the Shroud right now, Michael. They change it twice a year. It's 99% argon gas, 1% oxygen to preserve the Shroud. And something I wanted to share as a follow-up, the image is fading, Michael, off the Shroud. And we're not guaranteed to always have the image with us. That's why programs like yours are so important, where we can expose people while we still can to the great evidence for our faith. There's so much more I could share.
Speaking of the film, I think we have a little bit of footage of your visit.
You're the only one in the world who has ever been able to duplicate what could have caused the image in the Shroud of Turin.
The shroud, unlike any other grave cloth, contains an anatomically perfect image of a body.
What is the probability that the man of the shroud is anyone other than Jesus?
It's one thing to see it on television. It is a whole nother thing to witness it firsthand.
The red of the blood was more, let's say, red.
The kind of light energy it would take to produce the image that we have on the Shroud of Turin.
34 billion watts.
Do you believe that the man of the shroud is Jesus of Nazareth?
I must believe.
Right.
I must, because the numbers caused me to be sure.
Why is the carbon dating wrong, or is it wrong?
That is something went wrong. So the question is why?
Maybe this is what science is pointing to us now more than ever, that maybe this is a resurrection cloth.
It's piqued my interest. Now, I'm also interested in the other physical proofs of Christ. Right now, text Knowles to 989898. The administration has its sleeves rolled up in streamlining monumental moves right now, but it is difficult for them to take your personal finances into account when trying to fix the country. You have to do that, and that is why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold now from Birch Gold. Here are the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 30%. As someone who is a little bit of a gold bug, has a fair bit of gold in my portfolio, I'm very glad to hear that. Central banks are buying gold in record quantities. The Rio reset is on the horizon, where BRICS nations are looking to unseat the US dollar as the global reserve. You can find peace of mind in gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Just buy some to store at home. Text my name, KNWLES, to 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There is no obligation, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers. Protect your savings today. It's super duper easy. Text the word Knowles, KNOWLES, to 989898. That is Knowles, KNWLES, to 989898. Jeremiah, you've got this book, this project here, 10 historic finds that bring us face to face with our Lord. So viewers will be familiar with the shroud. They'll be familiar now with the Sudarium of Oviedo, the headcloth of Christ. I don't even know that I'm familiar with the other. What are the other historic finds that bring us face to face with Christ?
Well, you made such a fantastic point a moment ago, in that unlike any other religion in the world, Christianity puts itself to a historical test. You were mentioning Islam earlier. Archaeology is no friend of Islam. Archaeology is no friend of any of the made in America cults or religions like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witnesses. Christianity puts itself to the historical test based on the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus and the existence of Christ himself. And most Christians are unaware that I can build 65 facts, Michael, about the life, death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus using extra biblical sources, which is archaeology and other historians, before I ever open the New Testament. When I studied in Oxford, they would say things to me like, oh, don't privilege the New Testament text. We don't want to privilege that book. That's just an old dusty book. Don't privilege that. And so what can we learn? And so what I want to do in the Jesus Discoveries, the 10 historic finds that bring us face to face with Jesus, is, of course, update people on the shroud, and we've done that. But there's so much more. For example, we have the Jesus Cup that was just discovered by Frank Baggio. He was a marine biologist. This was just discovered in 2008 in the water scuba diving in Alexandria. Notice that part of the cup is chipped off, and let me read it to you in Greek. It says, Ho goestes die Christou. This is a cup dated to the 1st century. And in English, that means through Christ, the magician or the enchanter. Now, that might confuse some of the people walking like, wait a minute, Christ the enchanter, Christ the magician? You have to realize that even before the resurrection of Jesus, Jesus' fame spread first and foremost as a miracle worker and as an exorcist. And what this shows us is that, and by the way, if this is indeed 1st century, we have the name of Christ around AD 50. And Michael, do you realize that predates, that antedates any of the New Testament writings? So this could be the first incised word, Christ, that we have from an artifact, and was just discovered in 2008.
Wow. And I also wondered if, would the cup be liturgical? I mean, would it be used in a Christian practice, or would it be more like a kind of memento or souvenir of people who are not exactly Christian?
Well, this is a great question that you're asking. It would have been used in some kind of syncretistic religious or pagan practice. This is the point of Jesus. Jesus' fame spreads much further than the land of Israel because individuals realized if we insert this name Jesus, it has power associated to it. So whether you're a pagan, whether you're a Jew, whether you might be a follower of Yeshua, when you use the name of Jesus, things happen. Isn't that fascinating? And you have to understand in Mark's gospel, remember the disciples approach him in St. Mark's gospel, and they're like, Master, people are casting out demons by your name. Yeah. And that's when Jesus responds and said, those that are a house divided against itself cannot stand. Let them do what they're doing. Do you realize in his own lifetime, I mean, this is where people don't realize it. In his own lifetime, people are invoking the name of Jesus to bind demons and to heal people. So this is a historical fact. I'm not doing some kind of weird religious trance. You and I are not in a religious trance right now. We're just following the archaeology. And this is what I have likened to call the Jesus Cup. And so in the Jesus Discoveries, I'm going to share how this brings us face to face with Jesus, the healer. He was known first and foremost as someone who would heal. He could even heal, or he could exorcise demons through long distance. He didn't even have to be there. And you have to understand, I've written a lot of stuff on Islam. I was fascinated by your comments about Islam earlier in the program today. I would encourage people to go watch those immediately if you haven't. ISIS made $100 million selling artifacts on the black market. And I had a reporter embedded with ISIS that was sending me some of the artifacts that they were trying to sell. And they had a Jewish spell book that had actually a mummified bat on the front of it. And they were asking me to adjudicate these things. And Judaism was very superstitious. Judaism Judaism was very much into magic spells and charms, which leads us to our next discovery. But it's fascinating to me that even Jews would use the name of Jesus from antiquity because it had so much power. Can I show you the next one?
That's a great cliffhanger. Yeah. What's the next one?
Okay, the next one is these Jewish magic bowls. This is really interesting to me. So you have what's called magic bowls or prayer bowls. And if you check this out, Michael, these are bowls, okay? And these would be used also in some kind of religious pagan practice. But if you hated your boss, like you're kind of upset at your producer right now, God bless Joseph. And if you want to put a hex of insomnia on him, just use one of these.
Yeah. I don't need to put a hex of insomnia on Professor because he does 15 milligram Zins all day and talks to his girlfriend all night. So I don't have, but I might do it anyway, just to be certain.
Do it. Well, I'm using that as an example that this is what we actually have from antiquity. These are from the 4th to the 7th century. These are prayer bowls. That's mainly Aramaic that you're seeing. There's a stick figure that is written in and these could also be love charms, sex charms. If you wanted someone to sleep with you, you would insert the name of Jesus and this prayer thing. If you hated your boss, you would insert the name of Christ. And these are all Jewish magic bowls that invoke the name of Jesus because the name of Jesus has power. I keep coming back to this, that Jesus is so powerful as a miracle worker. We have other religious systems that use his name because it works.
Well, you even think of today, there is close to our border, there's the Santeria religion, which is this syncretic religion. And people wonder because it has aspects of like Catholic aesthetics, but it's also like devil worshiping occult stuff, and they worship death and everything. And you think, well, how can that work? And that sounds like that's just a modern version of what you're describing in the 1st and 2nd centuries.
It's this work syncretism, and it's also something the cults do. You know, everyone wants to hijack Jesus. This is when I teach the historical Jesus, and this is where you do this so well, Michael. We have to make sure we're talking about the Jesus of the New Testament, the Jesus of the Bible, because everyone wants to be on good terms with Jesus. Even Islam wants to be on good terms with Isa, as they call him in the Islamic trilogy. But there's another one I've got to get to if we have time, Michael. Can I get to one more?
Please.
So here I am. I'm living in Oxford, 2009 to 2012, and don't know what I don't know, but just learning as I can, working on my PhD, a 93,000 word thesis on the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus. And I realized that the earliest fragment of the Gospel of Matthew is hidden in the old library of Magdalen. We have to say it like we're from the medieval period, by the way. Michael is a good gentleman. Not Magdalen. No. Don't show you're a dumb American and show up in Oxford and say Magdalen. Say Magdalen College. Right. I'm in Magdalen College in the old library, and check this out. These are 3 fragments. These are not scrolls. These are fragments with Greek writing on the front and back. As we say in papyrology, that is the recto and verso, both sides. So this would come out of an ancient book called a codex. This is the earliest fragment that we have of the Gospel of Matthew. It's dated to the 2nd century. Now, Carson Peter Teed in 1994 dated it to the 1st century. Okay, and for interesting reasons. I'm not putting my academic reputation on trial right now to say whether it's 1st or 2nd. What we can say is it's the earliest fragment of Matthew. It's from Matthew 26, and it's called the Jesus fragment because this is the first fragment that we have from antiquity that invokes the name of Jesus. And it's those 3 fragments. And there's some things that I want our audience to know. This is not on display in some library. I mean, can you believe this, Michael? Like, I had to set up an appointment with the old library with Magdalen College, and they brought it out in something that looked kind of like a shoebox. And this is my own photo that I took. And this is why my new book, The Jesus Discoveries, are so important, because we don't realize how well evidenced Jesus is. Right. Because we keep things like this in a shoebox in Oxford, but then we have a Charles Darwin exhibit and say how incredible it is.
Of course. You know, I have friends who or agnostic or liberal or atheist or whatever, and they'll say, "Well,
you have some of those."
Yeah, you know, it's hard to have friends these days if you don't have a few of those at least. And they'll say, "Well, how do we really know? You know, I mean, how can we really know what the apostles believed, what the early Christians believed? It's all just who knows? It was so long ago." And I have to remind them. I say, you know, they kept pretty good records. Like, they knew how to write. They did write. It's not as though we just invented writing and records and reliability in 1954.
But that's what the skeptics have always said, Michael. Like they even said that there's no way we could have the Old Testament, that Moses wouldn't have even known how to read or write. I mean, the skeptics are always coming up with these tropes.
Yeah.
There are skeptics like Bruno Bauer, the German higher critic from the 19th century, who said that Pilate didn't exist, Jesus didn't exist. And then we have the modern day quote unquote experts like Bill Maher on his podcast that claimed Jesus, if he even existed. Do you realize that's committing intellectual suicide?
Yeah.
If I cannot believe that Jesus existed, I should not believe in any of the Roman emperors. As I point out in my book, Body of Proof, we have the same level of evidence for Jesus of Nazareth that we do for Roman emperors of the first century. Do we realize how astounding that is? I can't say the same for Alexander the Great. Arrian and Plutarch are the two best sources for Alexander the Great. They're writing 400 years later, but Bill Maher doesn't question if Alexander the Great existed. And I'm tired of dumb Christians, and I want to just compliment your program again.
Stop
We
it.
have
Get out of here.
the dumbest Christians of all time in our churches. And yet we all go to Google instead of God's word. We need to come back to the sources. We need to be Christian thinkers, do the actual great commandment, and love God with our heart, soul, and mind. And then we're going to change the world. It's not hard.
There you have it. All right. So the book is not out yet, correct?
No, it's coming very soon, though. Jesus Discoveries. You can pre-order it at christianthinkers.com or wherever books are sold.
Pre-order
Thank
it.
you.
And if you haven't already, go watch my episode with Jeremiah on the Shroud of Turin, which is on YouTube and Daily Wire Plus. Jeremiah, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Michael. You're the best.
All right. It's wonderful. This is great. I now I got to follow Jeremiah's footsteps. So I got to go to Turin. I want to see the Shroud. How do I get, I got to twist some arms or something. That was a great show. Now stop. Hey, stop. Ring the bell. Subscribe. See you next time.
We've been talking about the FBI for the last few days, and I keep thinking we're going to move on to another topic, but they keep hitting us, this time coming now from Dan Bongino, and now saying, hey, we mentioned those three big issues that we were going to reopen. That was, of course, the drugs found in the White House, which, again, I kind of said that of the concerns, that is my least. Then there was the leaking of the Dobbs decision. To me, that is the most. I would really love some sort of resolution and answers to that one. And then the third being the pipe bombs that were placed during the January 6th situation. Now, these were pipe bombs that were not, let's go through the background of this, because it's been many years. Many of you may not remember this. They were planted at the RNC, DNC headquarters.
Correct.
Never proven who did it, though there's footage. These were the real pipe bombs. There's all these issues with what they actually were.
Yeah, and there's a lot of information and theory out there about whether or not they did not detonate. The fact that they didn't detonate and they haven't caught someone, there have been a lot of theories about who that person was. Was this trying to increase more outrage? And were they even real? Were they inert? So there's a lot of discussion, especially on X and places like that, about why this is kind of this mystery and why it's been allowed to linger. But Dan Bongino, in this interview with Fox, said that they are closing in on some suspects. We should take a listen and hear it from him. Bite 3.
We had to fix it and rebuild public trust. One of the ways to do it is these cases of significant public interest that matter. You know, we had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there, this was the insurrection, the world was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it, and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects.
I feel like this was a forgotten part of this entire, I had been thinking about this in years. So when he reopened this and now says they think that they are closing in on suspects after just a few weeks of it being open, I think that is something that should be, it should be looked at to see why was it closed in the first place if it was so theoretically easy, if you will. I mean, of course, it's not easy, but it wasn't some aggressive amount of time. It wasn't years and years to find these suspects. This also is when sort of a media week, it feels like, for the FBI, as you've seen Kash Patel and Dan Bongino making a lot of these appearances, somewhat, I'm sure, to soften some of your thoughts, as they know that there's some negativity surrounding their department right now due to what people feel like have been delays when it comes to things like the Jeffrey Epstein files or the issues that came upon from the Kennedy files. A lot of things that happened that the FBI was getting a bit of a bad rap once again. But now you have them coming up trying to not only clean that up, but say, okay, you may not get exactly what you want from those topics right now, but here's some stuff we can at least give you. We have to kind of, again, reframe what the FBI is. I think from so many years now, we've thought of the FBI as, maybe a little corrupt, maybe having some issues. And I think it's been difficult for people as they've seen the red tape to get through it. And you saw Kash Patel and Dan Bongino both saying, hey, we found out there's a lot of good people working behind the scenes here. A lot of good people who really want the FBI to be doing the job that they said they were going to do. A lot of people came to work here for the right reasons. So we're going to try to get that back on track. And one of those is to reopen 3 cases. The one they said today that looks like they may have some suspects already lined up was the pipe bombs that were planted in January in 2021, both the Republican and the Democratic headquarters, the RNC and the DNC headquarters. These were not detonated. It became a minor story, but really when you look at it, it should be one of those stories where, like you said, well, they were able to identify so many people in the crowd, people who are not celebrities, go to their houses and all this. So you have someone who planted bombs, video footage, I believe, of them planting the bombs, but we don't know who they are. It sounds like the Bongino group has a pretty good idea who they are, and they're going to be making some changes.
That's right. And once again, these were actual explosive devices. These are pipe bombs that were placed for political reasons at political targets. That is terroristic activity. You would think that the FBI would have put all of their resources on that instead of maybe some of the people that got scooped up in the January 6th prosecutions that were just on the mall, things of that nature. They were able to go after and target with cell phone records and find where people were. And then they created this entire narrative of domestic violent extremists out of what happened that day. And they used that narrative for years to go after conservatives and conservative speech. They weaponized to some degree January 6th to their own advantage by using that to then go after and suppress speech. There's a interview I saw with Tulsi Gabbard where she talked about how far that went with the weaponizing and turning people into this domestic violent terrorist or extremist tag that they were using against people just for political beliefs, not even for any action. So when you think about how far they took that line, someone that was there in DC on January 6th and placed bombs, that didn't seem to fit their narrative for some reason. And I think that's why it opened so many questions to so many people, including Dan Bongino. This was something he, in his broadcasting capacity, was very focused on because to him, it didn't pass the smell test. He knows the capabilities of federal law enforcement. He knows how serious it is when there are pipe bombs placed somewhere. And yet that side of the story was kind of swept under the rug. So there's a little bit of a passion project, I think, for him there. But at the end of the day, we're going to see where it goes from here. And hopefully they can get some answers and resolve that so it isn't a lingering question. So there aren't more conspiracy theories that combine and grow out of the inaction of the Bureau.
Yeah, and this comes obviously on the heels of the James Comey seashell mess that really brought a lot of this back into the news, that brought sort of FBI corruption back into the news. That whole, I'm just a simple grandpa who was walking around the beach, saw a shell formation and thought, oh, look, they're sharing their political views. It's really cool. It's really fun to share this on Instagram. Of course, not knowing and saying he doesn't know what they are, saying that he doesn't know what 86 means. I think that the man certainly hasn't been the most forthcoming and the most truthful over the years. So I don't really find anything he says to have credibility. He'll play that sort of oh shucks person, but we know, Will, that's not really what we're dealing with. You're dealing with someone who's trying to get some press right now.
Right. I mean, this is the man who tried to present this Boy Scout image of himself. And in the aw shucks, as you said, and even the folksy way he would talk about, well, Lordy, I hope there's tapes, all of these things that he would say. And then he writes the book, A Higher Loyalty. And he positions himself, and in his mind, it seems, I can't I'm not actually able to peer inside the mind of James Comey, but in his mind, it seems like he truly believes that he is the beacon of morality and right and wrong in the United States of America and the world, or else he would go away. He would just stop weighing in on these things. But instead, he thinks that whatever he says is like gospel truth about morality in America and the way this country should operate. And it's not just someone giving political opinions that goes on TV and is aggressive or is very firm in their beliefs. The way he talks, that slow cadence, and the way he almost talks down to people, like in that interview where he talked about Kash Patel, it's like, you almost feel bad for him. He finally caught the car and now he has to drive it. Yeah. It's so demeaning.
He's been barking at the car.
It's so demeaning. And that just shows the self-importance he gives himself is quite repulsive, actually.
We are so excited to announce the ACLJ's brand new app, completely redesigned to provide you with the best tools available to partner with us at the ACLJ. You can watch the daily Seculo program, sign the petitions, customize your ACLJ membership experience, donate with the click of a button, and receive up-to-the-minute critical updates that the mainstream media can't censor. Just scan the QR code on your screen or go to your phone's app store, search ACLJ, and click install. It's that simple.
Mike Pence's issue with RFK Jr. is what RFK Jr. plans to do at HHS, to hold vaccine manufacturers accountable, to reform the big food industry, which has caused chronic health problems among especially children, but everyone in our country. That's what Mike Pence is concerned about, because Mike Pence's group takes money from Big Pharma. There's a CNN report that shows that CNN, and I purposely chose this CNN report because it's doubly funny when you can use a leftist mainstream media, corporate media biased propaganda outlet as your source here. This is obviously, you can go in and confirm this for yourself, but this prevents the leftists from saying, well, it's a right-wing source you cited. Nuh-uh. It's CNN that I cited. So there's a pharmaceutical company, a big pharma company called GD Sear Pharmaceutical Company, and it was an independent company until 2003. In 2003, it was bought by Pfizer. So now they're just basically a subsidiary of Pfizer. And the company's former chairman now runs a political group of his own. He gives money to his pet projects. And one of his pet projects, which he gave 6 figures to, was Mike Pence's group, Advancing American Freedom. Yes, exactly. Over 6 figures, $100,000 donation to Vice President Mike Pence, the very group that is now advocating that Republican senators vote against RFK Jr., who wants to take on Big Pharma. Hello, conflict of interest. That might be the understatement of the year. Mike Pence's group is funded by Big Pharma. So no, he doesn't care about abortion. No, he doesn't care about RFK Jr.'s personal views or his past history. He is, at the very best case scenario, being a stooge for Big Pharma, but I don't even think that Mike Pence is that stupid. I think Mike Pence knows exactly what he's doing. I think Mike Pence is actually on the side of Big Pharma, and I don't say that as an ad hominem attack. I say that because that's what the evidence shows here. Mike Pence has a man who works for him named Mark Short. Mark Short is Mike Pence's former chief of staff. He's Mike Pence's right-hand man. And Mark Short is the man who co-authored the Advancing American Freedom letter that lambasted RFK Jr. Mark Short is heavily invested personally in Big Pharma stocks. This is according to Rav Avora. Mark Short, Pence's former chief of staff during Trump's first term, and now the co-author of the AAF, Pence's group, letter lambasting RFK Jr., had $51,000 to $115,000 in Pfizer stocks in 2020. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, there we go. So Pence's, the people who are the closest to Pence, his buddies, are personally invested in Big Pharma. Avora continues, he also, Mark Short, owns stocks in Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Eli Lilly, and other companies involved in the federal COVID response worth between $500,000 and $1.64 million. Okay. So Mike Pence's best friends and closest colleagues are invested to the tune of millions of dollars in Big Pharma. So that's 2 strikes against Mike Pence. Not only does the group that he runs trying to convince Republican senators to vote against RFK, not only are they accepting money from Big Pharma, but his right-hand man, the person that's the closest to him who authored this letter lambasting RFK Jr., is invested in Big Pharma to the tune of almost, it could be up to $1.5 million. strike two against him. Then we have Nicole Shanahan, RFK's former running mate, who is, probably one of the figureheads in the MAHA movement. She has a vaccine injured child. She's kind of the prototype for the MAHA mom. Somebody did something bad to her child and Mama Bear came out. She will not stop. She will relentlessly pursue justice until justice has served. And she points out that Pence's group, Advancing American Freedom, was working with a publicity group called CRC Advisors. Now, this publicity group was hired by Mike Pence's group to bring publicity to Mike Pence's ad blitz, trying to convince Republican senators to vote against Bobby Kennedy. CRC Advisors is funded by a man named Leonard Leo. You might recognize that name from the Federalist Society. He's sort of like the George Soros of the right, but I don't mean that with any negative connotations. Leonard Leo has actually funded some very good causes for the conservative movement. He's a patron of the right, is what I mean by that. But CRC Advisors is very selective with who they work with. They're not just a vendor that Mike Pence's company would have contracted to help bring publicity to his effort. CRC, in order to work with CRC Advisors, it's essentially CRC Advisors has to endorse what you are doing. In fact, this is what they say on their website. At CRC Advisors, we don't just represent you. We work with you to build winning ventures. We incubate public policy projects, coalitions, and groups. Mission-driven, focused, results-oriented. So the key word there is coalitions. CRC Advisors works with you only if they agree with what you're doing and if they have another client that they can connect you with in order to build a coalition. So if you look at the client resume of CRC Advisors, well, another one of their clients is Eli Lilly, a big pharmaceutical company. Now reread CRC Advisors. We don't just represent you. We work with you to build winning ventures. We incubate public policy projects and coalitions. So do they feel, the question, of course, to them would be, do you feel that Eli Lilly and Mike Pence's group have something in common and that could be used to build a coalition, and for what purpose? This is the swamp, the interconnectedness, the fact that it's so nebulous that everyone's tied together for what? For this swampy purpose. This swampy purpose. And Mike Pence is pretending that his opposition to RFK Jr. is about abortion. It's not about abortion. His group, his effort to derail RFK Jr. as HHS secretary is funded by Big Pharma. That is his real motive. That is his primary motive, which would be bad enough. But then he's lying about his pro-life concerns. You guys know me. I am as pro-life as they come. I am as anti-abortion as they come. I call myself a pro-life absolutist because I am. I sit here in full knowledge that I am more pro-life than Donald Trump. I am more pro-life than RFK Jr. I know that. You know that. I am more based on abortion issues than many of the politicians who represent us. That's simply the fact of the matter. And when a politician like Mike Pence pretends to be pro-life and then betrays the pro-life movement because he's actually just funded by Big Pharma and he doesn't want to admit that that's his real motive, I don't think anything outrages me more.
Alrighty, party peoples of the interwebs, Viva Fry, former Montreal litigator turned current Florida rumbler, quite clearly not in Florida. I'm actually in Georgia, right in front of a beautiful little pond where we are catching bluegills by the dozen. I'm at an event called A Soldier's Journey Home, which is actually a charitable organization that builds a forever home for a disabled veteran. And what's amazing is they put the house up from foundation to keys in hand within 2 weeks, specially accommodated to the veterans' needs. And it's an amazing thing to see how efficiently the community can come together and build a home in 2 weeks' time. Tomorrow is the ribbon cutting event that I'm going to document, do a walkthrough. It's an amazing thing, A Soldier's Journey Home. They have a website. Check it out. They do great work, and a member of our vivabarneslaw.locals.com community is one of the volunteers, the carpenters. He did the cabinetry, and it's beautiful. Ginger Ninja, massive shout out to you. You're doing beautiful, beautiful stuff. The news of the day, because there's a lot of news of the day, but we're going to focus on one piece of news today. Some silver lining in the Alex Jones malicious persecution lawfare. Now, I say Alex Jones is top 3 people on earth who has been the victim of lawfare. persecution, silencing, deplatforming. The top three, offhand, I'm going with Donald John Trump, Alex Jones, and Tommy Robinson. I refer to Tommy Robinson as the Alex Jones of the UK. AJ was the original. This thing is tickling my arm. Alex Jones was the original. Malicious persecution, prosecution to shut him down, shut him up. It all started after Donald Trump got elected, and some hypothesized that the Hillary Clinton war machine said, we're going to go snuff that pleb out, and weaponized every aspect of the law machine, intelligence machine against Alex Jones. The silver lining news of the day, the bright lining, the good news. In the land of tyranny, justice is merely the potential for the cessation of the tyranny. Alex Jones was up before the Texas Court of Appeals yesterday, appealing the outrageous punitive damages award that was issued in the Texas Sandy Hook plaintiff defamation case. Some people confound the two cases. There is the Connecticut intentional infliction of emotional distress, abusive of some commercial practice law that they used to go after Alex Jones, arguing that inaccurate reporting or inaccurate productions led to profits. The Connecticut case is where they got the $1.2 billion judgment. $1.2 billion. They got awards that were outlandish, is not even the word. Insane, preposterous, illegitimate, unlawful. The FBI agent who had no family member that was killed on that day got $90 million in damages because some people online were spreading the rumor that he was a crisis actor, he was wearing his uniform wrong, and then they wrongly blamed Alex Jones for it. That was the $1+ billion judgment coming out of Connecticut. In Texas, it was just a cool $50-some-odd million judgment, which was $4 million and change in compensatory damages and $45 million in punitive damages, which exceeded the statutory cap of $750,000 by 20-fold or something along those lines. In the Connecticut case, as in the Texas case, there was no trial on the merits. There was no hearing on the merits. There was no evidence presented as to the damages, the defamation. There was no evidence presented as to why this was not violative of the statute of limitations. Why was there no hearing on the merits? Because in both cases, AJ was defaulted into a verdict of liability because of alleged noncompliance with disclosure, deposition, examination obligations. There was never any trial on the merits on either of the two cases. They were defaulted into verdicts of liability, both in Connecticut and then in Texas, and there was never a hearing on the merits. The only trial that anybody saw was on the damages. And I went down to Texas to watch that. In Texas, when they were having jury selection for the trial only on the quantum, because Alex Jones was already defaulted into a liability verdict. He was denied the right, the ability, the freedom to assert his innocence, to maintain that he apologized to the families, to say that he retracted the statements. He was denied all of that. And that what they had was nothing shy of a show trial in the literal sense, because there was a documentary crew filming this as it was going down. And that judge, I think her name is Judge Guerra, knew damn well she was on camera and she was yucking it up for the camera people. So when we say it was a show trial, not even on the merits, but only on the quantum, it was a show trial. When they had jury selection, and I was there for this, they were grooming the jury selection, the jury pool, to see who would be amenable to issuing outlandish, outrageous awards for monetary, compensatory, punitive damages. So they selected their jury and they had their show trial. And even the people who watched the show trial were like, how the hell was he found guilty? I'm like, he wasn't found guilty, people. That's why they defaulted him into a liability verdict, because they never would have won on the merits. There were legal issues, statute of limitations, evidentiary issues, journalist free rights, free expression issues. All of it bypassed by the default verdict. And even those who watched the jury trial on the quantum could not believe that Alex Jones was found guilty in the first place. But they groomed their jury selection very well, and the jury came down with like $4 million and change in compensatory damages and $45 million in punitive damages. Why is that relevant? Well, it exceeds the statutory limit cap of $750,000 per claim. And the Judge Guerra, a vindictive, I will weigh my words, allowed it. And Alex Jones appealed it. And yesterday, as at the time of shooting this vlog, they were before an appellate court in Texas who was amenable to hearing this. And the way Bloomberg, the propagandist rag that it is, depicted this, they found a judge who was receptive to Alex Jones's appellate claims. that there was no good reason to defy the statutory limit of $750,000 for the claims. But you know, because of confession through projection, that the reason why they're saying receptive judge listening to Alex Jones is because they had their receptive judge for the trial. They had their receptive jury for the trial because this was a sham trial. And what's going to happen now, by the way, Alex Jones should succeed on appeal. They should reduce the punitive damages to the statutory limit because there was no reason to defy it. And what's going to happen then? Well, when Alex Jones had millions and millions of dollars on the table for a settlement for the families, and they turned it down to pursue this claim, some might say that they might have a claim against their lawyers for malpractice. Some might say that they could go after their lawyers who were ultimately never representing their specific interests, but only their political interests, that of the lawyers and of intelligence who were spearheading these claims to shut Alex Jones down and up, even if it meant denying money. Good money, millions of dollars that would have been on the table for the plaintiffs. So they might have a lawsuit against their lawyers, and I might happen to know of one lawyer in particular who would be very eager to take up that claim. Robert Barnes from Viva and Barnes, Law for the People, Sunday Night Law Extravaganza, Viva and Barnes, Law for the People. We'll see where it goes. This should be overturned. Everything in the Alex Jones case is a legal travesty. The $1.2 billion verdict out of Connecticut, the $50 million verdict out of Texas, the default into a liability finding defying all court precedent, all legal standards, just default him into guilt because he allegedly did not comply with discovery obligations, which he did, by the way. And even if he didn't, the remedy would not be default into liability. It might be, I don't know, you don't get to defend yourself, but the plaintiffs still have to make their case. This should all be overturned, and justice should be done at the end of the day. And if justice is done to Alex Jones, the plaintiffs in these cases are going to have one hell of a claim against their lawyers for screwing them out of millions and millions of dollars in settlement funds because the lawyers and whoever was spearheading these claims, which we now believe it was intelligence, no exaggeration, they weren't interested in righting any wrong that had been done to those families. They were interested in politically shutting down and silencing Alex Jones. And by the way, as bad as what Alex Jones ever said was, he apologized for it. It amounted to 16 minutes over 10 years. Alex Jones was in a state where he was questioning everything. And like he said in the deposition that actually led to me meeting Robert Barnes, I was going through a form of psychosis. He had seen enough conspiracy in his 20 plus, 30 plus years on this earth that he might have connected dots that didn't connect. He might have been asking questions that asked him might have been wrong and might have been hurtful. He might have been making statements, claims that were hurtful. At the end of the day, those were words. And hurt feelings actually sort of cover up what actually went down at Sandy Hook. Who was responsible for that? What were the security issues that were not put into place to prevent something like that? And instead of going after the true culprits of that vicious, horrible crime, they go after Alex Jones because he said some mean words that upset the families in the years that followed. Even though all of those theories were already online, and Alex Jones wasn't spreading them or spearheading them, he was merely responding to them or addressing them because they were there and his audience was asking the questions. So that is the vlog. If you like what I do, you know what to do. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm going to go catch some more fish and enjoy the day, peeps. Peace out. Booyah.
Even just yesterday, we saw whenever a judge rules against this administration, you say they're going rogue. Do you think a judge should just rubber stamp what your White House does? If not, what checks and balances do you think should be in place for this White House?
It's not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. Just think about the premise baked into your question. Respectfully, Pam, you're saying that when the American people elect a president of the United States of America,
I'm not saying
well, it's the implication. Who is the sole head of the executive branch? Well, let me finish. I will answer the question happily. Look, when you have these kinds of lazy assumptions built into questions, it makes it hard to have a constructive dialogue.
What is a lazy assumption? I said you all had to win.
You said is it my expectation?
I'm speaking
you
because
said,
now you're putting...
You said, is it my expectation? It's not just you. It's the whole media. Democracy cannot function. In fact, democracy does not exist at all if each action the president takes, foreign policy, diplomatic, military, national security, has to be individually approved by 700 district court judges. That's democracy. But let me tell you about these rogue judges. This is the most litigated issue over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, whether or not to deport the foreigners who invaded our country illegally. You want a democracy in this country? When Americans vote, when they cry out and they beg for a president to come and save them from this invasion, and some district court judge in San Francisco or Manhattan tries to shut it down and shield these foreigners from deportation, while the courts did nothing to stop Joe Biden and his administration and his officers, the Mayorkas, from overseeing this invasion.
CNN reporting shows that investigators believe the migrant was set up. It was a victim of a setup. What is the administration going to do now? And this is an undocumented immigrant. I do want to note that, but this was someone who came forward, was a victim of a crime.
Are you saying this immigrant was here illegally?
Yes, but I am, and that's why I said that. I clarified that.
You said undocumented, and I wasn't clear what that means. I'm assuming they have a fake ID. I'm assuming they have a fake social security number.
That's neither here nor there.
That's
getting away from the question, Steve.
When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, that's not good faith. All I can say, based on what you're telling me, is there's an illegal alien in our country who's making menacing threats. Regardless of the facts or circumstances, we don't want him here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and I would gladly come back on when I have more information to share with you.
They were set up, just to be clear. But quickly, where is the White House on habeas corpus?
Unfairly. Yes, I'm sure the illegal alien was treated very unfairly.
Was there any drug testing or any request for him to drug test when he was in the White House, given the fact that he was also a contractor with the government?
Fortunately for you and all the friends at CNN, you'll have the opportunity to ask Elon all the questions you want today yourself. In the meantime, the drugs I'm concerned about are the drugs that are coming across the border from the criminal cartels that are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. And we're going to save hundreds of thousands of lives if these district courts would just get the hell out of the way, stop destroying our Constitution, stop taking authority they don't have, and allow the president to do the job that not only he was elected to do, but the constitutional laws of the United States vest him exclusively to do.
And we are just 3 hours away from a 1:30 p.m. news conference from President Trump and Elon Musk, and it will mark the end of Musk's tenure as a special government employee, where he became the face of the president's push to slash government waste. Walter Isaacson literally wrote the book. He is the author of the biography, Elon Musk, an amazing accomplishment, that book. And it feels like you could write like part 2 with just the last year that happened with Doge. Tell us more about what you think about this chapter ending for Elon Musk.
Well, it was no surprise, Dana. I mean, throughout the book, you see this happening over and over again. And the book, whether it's him taking over Twitter or dealing with Tesla's crisis or SpaceX, you see that all in intensity. But the main difference, Dana, as I said, early on when this happened, is he owns Tesla, pretty much so. He owns SpaceX. He can do things like say, hey, let's do this radical thing with the Raptor engine where it's leaking, or take off the heat shield, or get rid of these servers in Twitter. And sometimes it works, sometimes he doesn't, but he's all in. You can't do that in government because he doesn't own the federal government.
Mm-hmm. He said this to the Washington Post: the federal bureaucracy situation is much worse than I realized. I thought there were problems, but it sure is an uphill battle trying to improve things in D.C., to say the least. I think you and I, having had experience there, and everybody that we know, would say the same. It's a difficult thing. But he also said this to CBS in terms of not entirely agreeing with everything in the Trump administration.
I'm a little stuck in a bind where I'm like, well, I don't want to speak out against the administration, but I don't want to. I also don't want to take responsibility for everything the administration is doing.
The other thing is, Walter, he was willing to take some time away from his companies to do what he thought was right, to get some things going. And it also, he took a personal hit for it. His approval rating now is 48%. It was 50. It was, I guess his disapproval is 52%. And that's had an effect on his companies as well. Does that bother him, do you think?
I think he gets angry at some of the attacks on him. But one of the things people said that was totally untrue is that he went into government to help his companies, or that it was going to improve Tesla. No, I mean, it was definitely not done, and it certainly didn't turn out to work to help the share price of his companies or anything else. He did it because he had this all in intensity. And what you saw in both the CBS interviews and the Washington Post interviews is a deep frustration that there's something in Washington and in the federal government that's not going to make serious cuts. He's upset that the cuts weren't in this great, big, beautiful bill, which, as you know, it can't really be. You have to have a rescission bill. It's a technical thing. President will send a rescission bill, but I bet you a lot of those things won't be voted on, even by Republicans in the House. So he is frustrated that even the Republicans in the House, in the Senate and House, have been captured by Washington interests.
I pay a lot of attention to everything you do and say. And one of the things that caught my attention is that you believe that he could become the first trillionaire.
Oh, sure. I think that if you look at these companies, each one of them is about to go to the next quantum orbit, the next level on certain things. For example, once full self-driving happens, and he's always saying it's a year from now, and it's never a year from now, but he made a habit of turning the impossible into the merely late. Soon you'll have full self-driving Teslas. You'll have Neuralinks in people's brains already happening in 5 or 6 cases that will allow people to communicate with their computers directly. You will have AI that does real-world AI, like Optimus the robot. All of these things is a part of his goal, not just to be a trillionaire, but to have companies that will increase American productivity by tenfold. And he thinks that's the only way to get out of the deficit crisis, because the Washington establishment is not going to cut.
Is there a question that you would love to ask them today at this press conference coming up in under 3 hours?
I think we're all going to watch that press conference because it's going to be amazing. But I think the main thing for Musk is going to be, is he really going to focus like a laser on his companies and try to get Optimus the robot, full self-driving, Starship to Mars? Or is he going to keep meddling in politics? And if he keeps meddling in politics, as he kind of said on that interview clip, that's not good for Trump and the Republicans.
All right. Hey, I need you to do something for me. Please pass on to Kathy that those chairs behind you are fabulous. And the upholstery is amazing. And I look forward to seeing her sometime soon.
I'm going to tell Kathy you said that. She's,
Tell her, give
really
her my best.
Day.
And thank you for joining our show. Bill Hemmer says hello to you. And that press conference is today at 1:30 p.m. Everybody will watch it. Thank you very much.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Right now, we're going to take you to another press conference. This with Todd and Julie Chrisley following their pardon from President Trump. Let's take a listen.
And mom and dad are now along for the ride because we're not leaving those men and women behind. There's too much work that needs to be done. There's too much reform that needs to be done. So we're just super excited. And from, the media in Nordstrom yesterday.
I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior, because that's who got me through it. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Alice Johnson. I want to thank every person that has prayed for us, that has stayed in the fight and that fought for the truth to come out. And so I am grateful for it. And as Savannah said, she has fought a long fight. And for any parent to see their child fight this hard, it's a double-edged sword. It's a blessing, and then your heart breaks because your child has been placed in that position to fight for you, when as a parent, you're supposed to fight for your children. So I will always be grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. We've had wonderful legal representation, maybe not in the first go-round, but certainly when you picked up. And we're certainly grateful to you, Alex, and to you. This is the better-looking version of our team. So, we're grateful for everything that has happened thus far. And as bad as this experience has been, there's also been a lot of blessings to come from it. I have met some wonderful men. I have listened to some horrific stories about things that have gone on in our system. And whether you believe it or not, because I was you at some point, even though this pardon has happened, I still was convicted of something that I did not do. It could be you. It could be you. It could be any of you. And somewhere in this room, someone has had a family member that has been affected by this system. So I understand the shame that's around it, but I refuse to feed into that, because shame is like a cancer that just spreads, and I have no shame. So I will continue to fight for all the guys that I dealt with and that I was blessed to be with at FPC Pensacola. I will continue to expose the injustices that go on there and throughout the department and throughout the Bureau of Prisons. I know that Julie, who is a wonderful, decent, God-fearing woman, and that I am blessed to have been married to and been with for over 30 years now, an excellent mother. She's at home with Chloe right now, and Chloe will not let her go. So we're blessed to have our family back, and we're blessed to be coming back to television because we do have a much bigger story to tell now than we ever have. So I thank each and every one of you.
We're happy to open this up for some questions. We'll start here.
Todd and Savannah, what was the reunion like first night, right? Todd, Julie, and your family. And the second part of that is, Todd, the fans have been really talking about your physical transformation.
I call it the BOP glow.
And so what was the motivation behind that, and how are you going to continue that sort of fitness routine moving forward?
Well, I'll actually have more access to better products now that I'm out. I think that I had nothing to do other than to read and to work out. And so I worked out every morning at 10:45 until 12 with my buddies there. And I read, and my walk with Christ became deeper. And I talked to my daughter every day, to Chase, to Grayson. And I was able to email with Julie every day. And so I think that for me, I haven't had the same effects that so many people leaving the prison system have had. So I'm grateful for that. Or maybe it's just all the residual Botox that never wore off.
What was the reunion like, though, first night?
Yes, I think for me, obviously I went to pick up my dad. And when he walked out, it was just such an overwhelming feeling because the last time I was there, I was dropping him off and watching him walk away. So I think watching him walk towards me, I was an absolute disaster. And we left there and it was amazing. And I FaceTimed my friend Margot, who works within the administration. And she goes, hold on a second. She was like, I'm here with the president. And we got to FaceTime the president. And it was a full circle moment.
I think that it was, as Savannah said, she and Nick dropped me off there. And then you picked me up. I don't even know that I felt like that it was real at that moment. And I woke up the first morning and I was looking around. I'm like, this is really real. I'm home. So I was grateful for our family to be all back in the same room, to be together, to share a meal together, to pray together, and to know that we're still in the fight together.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
And I think it's really, really important to come back inside and work out these issues and these things to move forward. But
I think that's the exact wrong advice. And I think that's exactly why the Democratic brand is in the toilet. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show. Keaton and Kurt here for Jimmy while he is on the road this week. The DNC has set a June vote over redoing election on David Hogg's vice chair role.
Was he Romanian? The Romanian president?
The hog is being run out of the farm. The Democratic National Committee took another step Thursday toward removing a pair of vice chairs, including David Hogg, who ignited controversy in the party with his pledge to challenge a sleep at the wheel Democrat. So in a previous segment, we talked about how he told Bill Maher that young men should be able to focus on how to get laid and have a good time. I'm sure that rubbed them the wrong way, but this is what really has them rubbed
this one.
the wrong way. Yes, the primary.
Harry Smithon will be in
Right,
next.
yes, Smithon will be in. That's right. Exactly, yeah. DNC members will now vote via electronic ballot from June 9th to June 11th on whether to hold a redo of the election for the two vice chair positions after a DNC panel granted a procedural complaint about the original contest that was unrelated to the broader firestorm surrounding Hogg. What was that complaint? We will find out. If a majority of DNC members approve it, both Hogg and Pennsylvania State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta would lose their vice chair positions and kick off a new election for the roles. DNC members would vote for the new male vice chair from June 12th to June 14th, and then, wait for it, vote for a second vice chair of any gender from June 15th to June 17th. So the complaint filed in February alleged that the DNC bungled its own rules over gender equity of its officers when Hogg and Kenyatta were elected. So, before we comment, we should take a look at the tape to see what the rules on gender equity are, because I'm sure they can't be all that difficult to follow. So here's DNC Chair Jamie Harrison going over the gender equity rules.
Specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the previous 4 elections, our elected officers are currently 2 male and 2 female.
Easy to follow so far, right? Everybody's keeping up with this, right?
It's going to be who's on first very soon.
Couldn't be simpler.
In order to be gender balanced, we must elect 1 male,
right,
1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
Okay.
What? This is
1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
Well, that could be male or female. Wait, so
it could be any of them. You see,
he
there's
means
the whole
the
array.
any box. Like, what are you? Male, female, any? Like that's what he
Or
means.
any other, right? So you need to have 1 male, then 1 female, then the third one is you pick, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Good luck with that. Finding that fabled.
It's like getting a free scoop at the ice cream store, right? you pick whichever one. The third one is your freebie.
What we
Get
have to
3
do
albums for a
this
penny.
vice chair
Yeah, right. Exactly.
race. We have to elect 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
Why?
Right.
To ensure our process accounts for male.
Why? What kind of question is that? What kind of question? What do you mean why? Isn't it obvious?
Why would you? I'm still not seeing how any of this relates to any. Here's the thing: if you want to kid the men, and I really have a very dumb male mind, so I can't get my head around what in the hell you're blathering about. This looks like the Democratic Socialist thing where they're like, "Don't applaud."
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, if you can't survive because someone did this, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe that's just nature, dude. I don't mean to be,
Female and non-binary candidates. We conferred with our RBC co-chair, our LGBT caucus co-chair, and others to ensure that the process is inclusive and meets the gender balance requirements in our rules. To do this, our process will be slightly different than the one outlined to you earlier this week, but I hope you will see that in practice it is simple and transparent. The order of balloting is designed to ensure equal access to the ballot, regardless of gender identity. As we must elect a candidate of any gender as well as 1 male and 1 female vice chair, we will first ask members to elect a candidate of any gender on the first ballot. Any candidate, male, female, and non-binary, can be elected on that ballot.
Right.
After a candidate is elected on the first ballot, we'll have 1 officer of the 3. So then we will know which position is.
I don't know how they could have fucked this up. It's so simple.
Oh, we stayed up all night, but it was worth it.
All this to end up with, I guess, 2 male vice chairs. I guess that's where they realized they fucked up.
Of the 1 male, 1 female, and 1 vice chair of any gender. Our second ballot would also be for a candidate of any gender.
Right.
Then our third ballot will be the third position that is remaining based on the 2 results. Either a male candidate if a candidate that is not male has not been elected, or a female candidate if a female has not been elected.
All right. Well, that's, as simple as it gets. So obviously they have to redo the vote.
People are losing their home. That'll really get them. Great work, guys. You're well on your way.
Yeah. No, they have to make people feel like they're in good hands, and I think they're well on their way to doing that. It can't possibly be that David Hogg is advocating for primary challenges against useless incumbent Democrats, because here is Jamie Harrison on MSNBC insisting that the Democratic primary last time around was really open to anyone who wanted to become involved. This is
which is him, the Key and Peele character in the top right square.
No, that's the Key.
Is that Keel or Peele? I'm not sure.
Bottom right. There we go. He's on the bottom right, just so you know.
Chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison. Mr. Chairman, welcome back to the show. So just what do you make of the infighting within the DNC right now between David Hogg, the vice chair, and the rest of the party?
Yeah. Well, listen, I have a great respect for David and the work that he's doing to get good candidates and younger people involved in the Democratic Party. I do believe that he's uber talented. But what's really, really important, and I've had conversations with David and conversations with folks in the DNC, is to understand that you're a fiduciary. As an officer of the DNC, you're a fiduciary of the Democratic Party. You have a responsibility to the party. And so, my grandma often used to say, family business you keep in the house. You don't air your family business outside. And I think it's really, really important to come back inside and work out these issues and these things to move forward. But
I think that's the exact wrong advice. And I think that's exactly why the Democratic brand is in the toilet, because you're saying out loud, he has a fiduciary responsibility to the organization. You're treating it like a company, like an economic ecosystem in which to advance yourself at the expense of the country more broadly.
Because none of us going on all of these media shows and all these things, talking about these things aren't helping the Democratic Party set up to win in 2026. It's not helping the Democratic Party to raise more money. It's not helping the Democratic Party to recruit more candidates. And so if it's not helping, then you got to stop doing those types of things. And so I don't think anybody disagrees with David that primaries aren't always a bad thing, right? Nobody disagrees on that. And nobody disagrees that maybe it's time for some people to go. But as an officer of the DNC, you have a certain responsibility, and you can't let those two things come into conflict.
Jamie, I just want to push back a little bit on something you said about keeping it within the party. Isn't part of the problem with Biden's failed reelection and the process that went down with that, where voters frankly felt that elites had let them down? Isn't it time for change and to shake things up?
Well, I'm going to push back on that as well. If folks wanted to primary, if folks wanted to primary Joe Biden, there was nobody that told them that they couldn't. And don't get
Dean
a
Phillips
now.
was widely criticized. The one person who did became a pariah, so it wasn't exactly an open season.
Well, because nobody wanted Dean Phillips.
I mean, that is just incredible revisionist history there to suggest that, oh, yeah, no, the process was open to anyone who wanted to join. It was an open process. And the reason Dean Phillips failed is because no one liked Dean Phillips. Well, of course, no one likes Dean Phillips. Why would anybody like Dean Phillips? The question is, why was Dean Phillips the only formidable candidate, quote unquote, because he wasn't really that formidable at all? Why was he the only one who threw his hat in the ring? Because you were saying over and over and over again that it was settled and that it had to be Joe Biden. So here's case study QB with the receipts. But here is Simone Sanders, some tape that case study QB pulled. So case study QB has the receipts here. Good on him, as always, where we get to see the contradiction of Jamie Harrison saying no, it was a primary process that anyone can join who wanted to. We weren't blocking anybody out. Contrasted with Simone Sanders' words at the time this was being litigated.
Primary Joe Biden, there was nobody that told them that they couldn't.
The sitting president of the United States of America is a Democrat that would like to run for re-election, so much so that he has declared a re-election campaign. Right. In that case, the Democratic National Committee will not facilitate a primary process. There will be no debate stage for Bobby Kennedy, Marianne Williamson, or anyone else to stand on.
So we're going to have another Bobby Kennedy in an empty chair in the debate, right?
There will be no debate.
There will be no debates. There will be no debate. So it is just incredible that you would go on TV and say, no, hey, anybody who wanted to run, it was an open process. Everybody would have thrown in. In 2020, how many candidates did they have running? 25, 26 people? Here you had Marianne Williamson. You had the other guy, I don't even remember his name, Dean Phillips. And that was it. The reason why that field was so limited is because the party made very, very clear that it was not an open process, and that is in large part why you are where you are right now. But David Hogg's strategy of cleaning house and trying to get some of the older, more useless incumbents out and replace it with some new blood has landed him on the verge of losing his chairship. So Hogg has argued it's impossible to ignore the broader context of my work to reform the party, which loomed large over this vote. adding that the DNC has, quote, pledged to remove me, and this vote has provided an avenue to fast track that effort. Now, let's just give some context here. Jerry Connolly, 75, this was on May 21st, it was reported, top Democrat on House Oversight Committee is dead. That's right. And the day after that, it was reported that the House of Representatives passes Trump's big, beautiful bill in razor-thin vote after dramatic all-night session. Razor-thin. How razor-thin? Well, they passed it by one vote, 215 to 214. Once again, just after the death of one of the Democratic House members. The New Republic puts it very concisely but accurately and stingingly. Republicans pass horrid tax bill thanks to Democrats dying in office. Republicans passed their terrible tax bill by one vote. Guess how many Democrats died in office this year? Well, the number is actually 3 Democrats since Trump won in November. You might call that a genocide of Democrats. There is a genocide taking place within the Democratic Party. And it is under these circumstances that David Hogg says, hey, you know what? Maybe we should run some primaries against people who may be literally on their way out and replace that with some fresh blood, with maybe some new ideas. Maybe, we can find the Rosetta Stone in terms of how to communicate with men by elevating maybe some young men within the party. No, you got to go. And they're going to invoke some gender rule that they clearly do not even understand, as evidenced here.
So then we will know which position is filled of the one male, one female, and one vice chair of any gender. Our second ballot would also be for a candidate of any gender.
Okay, that's enough. They're going to invoke that and use that as justification to run David Hogg out of town when it could not be more obvious that their reason is that he is trying to shake up the party in a way that disrespects their seniority. And that is ultimately what they value most in the Democratic Party. It's seniority. That's why, just like most insurance salespeople never retire, that's why Congress people never retire. That's why Nancy Pelosi is still there. That's why Dianne Feinstein literally stayed in office until she fell apart. And that is what matters most to this organization, which runs as a business, as Jamie Harrison said. Yeah, he's got a point, but he also has a fiduciary responsibility. That's business talk. That's corporate lingo. That's the kind of talk you hear in an office at a shareholders meeting. You have a fiduciary responsibility to what? To the country? No, to the Democratic National Committee, which is a corporation and functions as such. And that is their problem with David Hogg.
Come see us live in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Toledo, Montreal, Ottawa, Glasgow, Manchester, Belfast, Dublin, London, Liverpool, Birmingham. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Look, of all the powers Trump has, the pardon power, in my view, has always had one of the greatest potentials for abuse. Trump is using pardon power in a way that no one else has really done before him.
Sure. No one else. I mean, there was that Otto Penn administration that pardoned Biden family members and Democratic lawmakers preemptively. And of course, his felon son.
He should not have lied about his drug use when filling out paperwork to register for a handgun. We all knew about his recovery from an addiction. He wrote an entire book about it. And of course, he should have paid his taxes in full and on time, as everyone should. My bet is Joe Biden knows that too.
Oh, so it's okay then.
And by the way, his son is a private citizen. He's not a threat to our intelligence gathering, to our national intelligence, or to our law enforcement institutions.
Welcome to this week's Wacky Moments of Leftist Extremism. Then and now, the leftist media makes such interesting flips depending on what party holds the highest office. President Trump did issue a series of eyebrow-raising pardons this week, which of course put the leftist media in complete fits.
Is anybody going to have a problem with this, or because this is the law and order president? Or are people already numb to this?
Well, according to this administration, if you are a reality star with a lot of money and a tax cheat and you commit fraud, then that's good. We're going to give you a pardon.
which is an interesting take for View host because when Joe Biden pardoned a felon tax cheat who also violated federal gun laws,
It is a president's prerogative. You know, people can say, oh, why are you doing that? But that's what presidents do every time. They do it every time they pardon somebody. So I'm not sure why the pearl clutching is happening now.
See, a Democratic president can do exactly what they want to when it comes to pardons. But now it's really hard to accept their,
The pearl clutching is happening now.
Yeah, pearl clutching. But let's be honest, does anyone watch The View for real intellectual political analysis?
Yeah. Yeah.
Taco. Tell us again what it stands for.
Yeah.
The people.
Trump always chickens out. Yeah.
I said, I needed another reason to love tacos.
You know, it's almost like the media is being insulting and dishonest in order to attack Republicans.
In 2023, the little girl you see here, who's being identified as Sophia, came to this country from Mexico with her parents. And the family was granted permission to temporarily stay here for humanitarian reasons. They applied.
The mom tells us that according to doctors, the little girl could die within days if she is sent back to Mexico.
Which is maybe, just maybe, why the DHS is not actively deporting the family. But MSNBC leaves that fact out entirely because they like to promote the false narrative that the Trump administration is killing 4-year-old girls. It's just like when the media told us thousands of women would be dying in the streets if Roe was overturned and states outlawed abortion.
Women will die. Poor women, minority women, rural women.
Yeah, everything that doesn't go the leftist way will result in death. And it's the end of the world. CNN says because of climate change, the world is doomed. You just won't see it for a number of years. Melting sea ice and glaciers could soon reach a point of no return, except maybe in Antarctica, but oops, I'm sorry, that information published at the beginning of May was conveniently left out of the CNN report. Well, you know, instead the left is quite sure millions will die now since the House passed the big, beautiful bill.
They did. And it's going to hurt so many marginalized people in our nation. Millions of people are going to go hungry. Millions of people are going to die early.
Yeah, that seems about as suspect as National Public Radio claiming freedom of speech will die unless they get taxpayer money for making their propaganda.
Also new this morning, NPR is now suing the Trump administration over the president's executive order to cut its federal funding. Several member stations joined the lawsuit, alleging Trump's actions are a clear violation of the First Amendment.
Well, they can say whatever they want, but unless they can take your money from you, well, that's a violation of their First Amendment rights.
NPR says in the suit, quote, the executive order violated the expressed will of Congress and the First Amendment's bedrock guarantees of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of association, and also threatens the existence of a public radio system that millions of Americans across the country rely upon.
When you see claims like this, it may come as no surprise that people are fleeing the Democratic Party for being too woke, too far left. But they do have some new ideas on how to combat that problem.
The prospectus for one new $20 million effort obtained by the Times aims to reverse the erosion of Democratic support among young men, especially online. It is codenamed SAM, short for Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan, and promises investments to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virility in these spaces.
Perhaps don't start your outreach with men by asking what their preferred pronouns might be. It's a free, helpful hint. But even the MSNBC Mind Trust admits that the Democratic Party has a problem.
The way that you start to reach groups that you have lost favor with or that used to support the party but now don't, and you're losing traction with them, is partly a language thing.
They can't give any specific example of any one thing that they could possibly change.
It's not about language. It's about where are you going to deviate from what has become Democratic ideological conformity. And again, I'm sure Rahm has examples. Alyssa Slotkin probably has examples.
But you have not.
Look, how do parties come back? They come back with a new focus. They come back with new candidates, and that's very important. So they need the ideas, and yes, they need to communicate better, but they need candidates.
Oh, I see. They just need ideas, the ability to communicate, and candidates. I mean, that's Very specific. Even MSNBC is having difficulty knowing which leftist propaganda to promote without alienating voters.
Who is going to become the thought leader in this group? That's the question.
Right.
Perhaps having actual thoughts would be a great place to start. I'm Eric Shiner, asking you to think about checking out the MRC homepage. Click on that donate button. Visit mrctv.org for all the latest in videos, news, and entertainment. And be sure to like, share, and subscribe to these videos. We'll be back soon with another look at leftist media madness.
Few things are funnier than normies getting shocked at what they voted for. Tonight I'm buying a £4.50 steak, sold in a Perspex box protected by GPS. Tom lives in London and supports mass migration.
I mean, if we're going to take 20,000 refugees, surely we should take them now.
Tom routinely tweets photos of farmers' fields, insisting they should be filled with tower blocks full of Bomalians. Well, Tom, you get what you voted for. But strangely, in the area of England where I live, products don't have to be locked in boxes and tracked by satellites. In fact, they're openly left outside farmhouses to be taken in return for placing cash in an honesty box. High trust society, low trust society. Funny that, isn't it? I wonder what explains the difference. Authoritarianism, liberalism. London is a class city with an unrivaled vibrancy. It's as safe as anywhere in the UK. Literally one Google search proves otherwise.
Do you really think that? I mean, I've been in this city 25 years now. I wander around. I love it. It's a sort of vibrant, joyful place. I mean, do you really think it's a more scary place to be than it was 20 years ago?
If by vibrant and joyful you mean basically every type of violent crime increasing over the last 25 years, then yeah, really vibrant and joyful.
Vibrant, joyful place.
The vibrant and joyful experience of seeing shoplifting offences soar by 54% in a single year, thanks to a 3-time elected mayor who's now lobbying for police to ignore crimes.
You need to stop. I'm going with it. No, so go then. No, you need to stop. Please. You need to stop.
You get what you voted for. Not even the sandwiches are safe.
And then what? You can take the whole fridge. Come on, take the whole fridge.
You're filmed, you know that.
But the sunscreen is.
What do you think you're fucking doing?
Vibrant, joyful place.
Yeah, of course. So I'll be doing you a favour, won't I? Yeah. All right, that'll do now. Come on.
Although everyone seems to be behaving themselves here. Yes, that's actually in England. Brits warned drinking water could run out in some areas in just 10 years thanks to mass immigration. The worst affected area? Cambridge. Among the most liberal places in the country. You get what you voted for. Wales Online, a mouthpiece for a government that proudly brags of its mission to make Wales a nation of sanctuary for refugees and asylum seekers. Posted a story on Facebook about the youngest victim of the tragedy in Liverpool being a 9-year-old child. Then turned off the comments. See if you notice anything interesting about the names of those who reacted with laughing face emojis. You get what you voted for. The Manchester Evening News published a series of articles written by pro-diversity leftists expressing their utter bewilderment about how Piccadilly Gardens went from looking like this in an L.S. Lowry painting from the 50s to what it is today, a litter-strewn sinkhole of open-air drug use, antisocial behaviour and violent crime. Numerous people they interviewed for the articles said it didn't used to be like this. Well, you get what you voted for. Whenever someone prominent dares to shine a spotlight on our descent into a low-trust society, they don't get applause, they get attacked. Robert Jenrick posted a viral video confronting fare dodgers on the London Underground, and leftists and the media were more angry at him. Look at the coverage. On the surface, the headlines seem almost split down the middle. The London Economic mocked the video as bizarre. National World said Jenrick was under fire for calling out criminality, illustrating how they'll craft a narrative which suits their bias, no matter the truth of how Jenrick's video was actually received. And if you don't know where your news is coming from, you might actually believe that these stories speak for the majority. Most of you won't see this in your usual news feed. That's why I've partnered with Ground News for years now. They're the app and website showing me the truth that most media outlets bury. By gathering perspectives from across the political spectrum and breaking down each source's political bias and financial backing, I can see how news isn't just reported, narratives are crafted, and why. Try it for yourself at ground.news/PJW via the link below, or scan the QR code on screen. One look at their blind spot feed and you'll see how many supposedly unbiased news sources actually lean left, and why they avoid certain stories. Ground News isn't just another sponsor, it's a tool I use to show how the media manipulates you. And they're everywhere now because people are finally waking up to how broken the media is. This isn't about right versus left, it's about reality versus propaganda. So I got my viewers 40% off the same unlimited access Vantage plan I've been using. Just go to ground.news/PJW or scan the QR code on screen. That's just $5 a month to finally think for yourself. And since we've all got that one friend who only shares stories from the BBC, leave the debate and send my link instead. Ground News is independently owned and subscriber funded. Their only mission? Hold the media accountable. Be part of that fight by going to ground.news/PJW. Thousands of men are spitting on women runners. It's happened to me. 1 in 10 women say they've been spat on while running. In this exclusive investigation, Metro exposes a shocking and underreported form of street harassment that is forcing women to change the way they exercise.
I was running down a very busy main road near my home, and as I slowed down to come to a stop, I heard a lot of shouting, a lot of swearing, and all of a sudden looked down at my leg and there was a very thick glob of spit seeping into my leggings. And I obviously took a second, didn't quite understand what was happening, and a man was moving towards me very aggressively, and he'd spat on me, which was traumatizing, and no one did anything, no one said anything, so I unfortunately just walked home and cried. And then 2 weeks later, same road, different man, again, I was spat on.
A man? Okay, what man? Care to offer a description? A profile? Proceeds to write 60-paragraph article without offering a description or profile.
Why would I report it? What's going to be done? You know, there was, I think, 68,000 rapes in 2023, and only 5% of those had charges brought after they were reported. So if you're a woman and you get spat on and you see stats like that, you think, well, if only 5% of those are being charged, no one's ever going to take me seriously.
Foreigners 3 times as likely to be arrested for sex offences as British citizens. Same woman wrote an entire article about the dangers of toxic masculinity being the fault of alpha males like Trump and Farage, while virtue signalling about racism being bad. You get what you voted for. Meanwhile, white girl visits India. Same woman also complained about people playing music out loud on public transport and chose this video to illustrate an example. And this one. No profile of the kind of person who plays annoying music or talks out loud was provided in the article.
Two persons. ID one more arrange. Yeah, one more arrange, please. Ask them to come soon, huh?
You get what you voted for. My son is isolated at school as he is the only native English speaker in his class. Other children prefer to speak with friends in their native languages. Is it legal for my wife and I to homeschool him instead? For the past 3 years, our son has been having an ongoing issue in his school. He is being isolated and ignored by the overwhelming majority of his class who either cannot speak English or simply prefer to communicate with friends in their native language. The school has attempted to handle this, but 3 years later, our child still stands alone in the playground with no one interacting with him. My wife and I are both intelligent individuals with master's degrees. You get what you voted for.
This week in Unleashed, I've come to the city of Leicester and particularly this very special street. It's called Mornington Street because it's home to the fewest number of English speakers in the entire UK. Did you see that it's home to the fewest number of English speakers? Speak English. Oh, you don't speak English? No English? No English. That it's home to the fewest number of English speakers in the UK. Did you know that? Did you live on the street?
Yeah.
Did you?
I can't speak English.
Sorry? Don't speak English?
Yeah.
Okay. You speak English? No. Okay. Sorry to bother you. Ben from GB News, have you got two seconds? You speak English? No. Okay, thank you. That's in Leicester, which went from being 98% white in 1961 to just 40% white in 2021. And since 1961 has overwhelmingly elected left-wing pro-mass migration parties. They got what they voted for. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon too. Promise. Check out the Locals link down in the description. And don't forget to take a look at the brand new website, modernity.news. That's where you'll find all my content, including exclusive articles. That's modernity.news.
To ask you to leave him alone. Now, I acknowledge that I'm unfamiliar with your circumstances, but at first glance, your treatment of this man appears unfair, and I'm obliged to intervene.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Always love ending the week on a high note. Stephen Miller just hooked CNN live on air. Look at the panic in their face as Miller puts on a master class. The reporter was left shrieking and crying, mascara down her face, and this is what her colleagues looked like after the interview. Oh, it's great. Let me give you the preview of what just happened. The Supreme Court just made a massive ruling that Donald Trump can and will revoke the parole status of 500,000 criminal aliens who were mass inserted into our country parasitically by the Biden administration. U.S. Supreme Court on Friday let President Trump revoke the temporary status of Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, among others, in a huge boost to Republican president's drive to deport millions from this country who don't belong here. Meanwhile, Trump announced that he will hold a big news conference to celebrate SCOTUS delivers massive win for the Trump administration, reversing a lower court and granting Trump the ability to revoke the legal status. That means that they have to go home. Biden flew these criminal aliens into the United States using our tax dollars to mass parole them into our cities to change the American electorate forever. Of course, DEI, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, dissented, but didn't matter. This was a massive victory for President Trump.
U.S. Supreme Court, the president has notched a win a moment ago. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed the Trump administration to revoke the temporary legal status for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. Now, they come from 4 countries, Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua. They came into the country through an app that was established during the Biden presidency years. And for the moment, it appears that the Trump team they've made it their objective to deport those who came in illegally. This would be a win for the administration, handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court just a few minutes ago. So that's
hopefully a return to form. The president, of course, has the absolute and total power under Article 2 to protect our nation and to allow or not allow enemies into this country. Sadly, the last administration allowed millions of them, and now President Trump is cleaning up that mess. So SCOTUS has authorized the Trump administration to deport 500,000 migrants. Oh, yeah. Here's the ruling. It's a massive win, a 7-2 Supreme Court. It wasn't even close, thankfully, but also kind of sadly. Mass deportation numbers are about to get a lot higher. And this just comes on the heels of Stephen Miller saying that he's going to supercharge criminal alien deportations. Check this out. Stephen Miller, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff of the White House, and Kristi Noem, who's Homeland Security Secretary, demanded that immigration agents arrest 3,000 people per day, according to two sources familiar with the meeting. The new target is triple the number of daily arrests that the agents were making in the early days of the Trump term, suggests the president's top immigration officials are going full steam ahead. Stephen Miller apparently was yelling and has since replaced staff in ICE and Customs and Immigration Border Patrol in order to get the job done. Comes as the Trump administration's heavy-handed tactics in rounding up unauthorized migrants. Unauthorized migrants, no, they're criminal aliens. In some cases, and now we have a massive protocol on hand and a victory at the Supreme Court. So that, of course, goes very nicely with Stephen Miller popping on to CNN and ending a reporter's career in what is one of the best Stephen Miller hits to date. Watch, pop your popcorn, and enjoy.
And expulsion under the laws of the United States.
So what are you going to do? Will the White House suspend the habeas corpus?
But it is our hope and expectation that the court system, and in particular the Supreme Court, will end the practice of district court judges unlawfully interfering in the immigration enforcement of the United States. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, it's a very important point, Congress stripped the district courts of jurisdiction in matters of immigration. So each and every time a district court, in other words, they created Article 2 immigration courts in the executive branch and stripped Article 3 courts of jurisdiction. So every time a district court is setting national immigration policy, that district court judge is violating the law.
True.
And they're
that's not. You're talking about a law that's
true.
Specific to temporary protected status. That's a specific sliver. They're not saying that judges can't weigh in on immigration. That's just not true.
You familiar? Well, unfortunately, it is true. Are you familiar with the difference between Article 2 immigration courts and Article 3 judicial courts?
Absolutely, I am. But what I'm saying is, are you saying the White House has carte blanche over all immigration and the judge can't step in and do anything? I mean, that there is no law.
A district court judge has no authority in this space whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Not even a small amount. Let alone it is true. So answer me this. Why did Congress create Article 2 immigration courts? Because they didn't want Article 3 courts, and in fact prohibited Article 3 courts from adjudicating individual cases. Okay. Is it really your belief? As if it is, that's breathtaking to me. That when we're deporting an illegal alien, we have to get permission from an Article 3 district court judge?
Okay.
Like a trial judge? Is that your view?
It's how the law works and the Constitution works.
No, the law says explicitly that individual immigration cases fall underneath the Attorney General of the United States under Article 2. And the Article 3 courts have been stripped of jurisdiction wholly in this area.
There is a law, it's a temporary protected status that says it's not subjected to judicial review, but that does not apply to all immigration issues. It's one law.
First of all, I'm glad that you're conceding that TPS rulings are unlawful. But the entire structure of the
Supreme Court weighed in on that. I am saying yes. The Supreme Court said the Trump administration was right on that issue.
One of many
twice
examples.
In the last
we are
few
always
weeks.
Right.
But let me ask you. Okay, well, not every judge agrees with that. But let me go to Elon Musk. Trump is hosting him in the Oval Office this afternoon.
Okay, so Stephen Miller clearly not. It's the meme. It's the Simpsons meme. Chuckles, I'm in danger. It's the Ralph Wiggum meme. I'm in danger. Look at this CNN hack trying to hold her own with Stephen Miller. I need more of this. And in fact, we do have more of this. The argument of whether you should use the term criminal alien is important in this interview.
Migrant sent a letter threatening to kill the president, promising to self-deport after the assassination. CNN reporting shows that investigators believe the migrant was set up. It was a victim of a setup. What is the administration going to do now? And this is an undocumented immigrant. I do want to note that, but this was someone who came forward, was a victim of a crime, and now law enforcement believes he was set up. Go ahead.
Well, I want to clarify what you mean, so we're talking about the same thing. Are you saying this immigrant was here illegally?
Yes, but I am, and that's why I said that. I clarified that.
You said undocumented, and I wasn't clear what that means. I'm assuming they have a fake ID. I'm assuming they have a fake social security number.
That's neither here nor there. That's getting away from the question, Stephen. I want this to be, and call me naive, a good faith discussion about what's happening right now.
When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, that's not good faith.
All right,
an illegal alien is an illegal alien. They're not an undocumented migrant.
Okay, that's fine. That's another discussion for another day.
I don't know the details of the assassination threat. All I can say, based on what you're telling me, is there's an illegal alien in our country who's making menacing threats. Regardless of the facts or circumstances, we don't want him here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and I would gladly come back on when I have more information to share
They were set up, just to be clear. But quickly,
So
where
you're
is
saying
the White House
illegal
on
alien was
habeas
treated
corpus?
unfairly? Yes, I'm sure the illegal alien was treated very unfairly.
Where is?
That's what I voted for. Stephen Miller Crooks on CNN. When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, it's not good faith. An illegal alien is an illegal alien. They're not an undocumented migrant. Finally, Stephen Miller has her literally shaking. What you're saying here is an individual action by a president can be individually approved by 700 district court judges. This is absurd.
Last few weeks. Yet, even just yesterday, we saw whenever a judge rules against this administration, you say they're going rogue. Do you think a judge should just rubber stamp what your White House does? If not, what checks and balances do you think should be in place for this White House?
It's not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. Just think about the premise baked into your question, respectfully, Pam. You're saying that when the American people elect a president of the United States of America,
I'm not saying
it's the implication, who is the sole head of the executive branch. Well, let me finish. I will answer the question happily. But look, when you have these kinds of lazy assumptions built into questions, it makes it hard to have a constructive dialogue.
What is a lazy assumption? I said you all had to win.
You said is it my expectation?
I'm speaking
because is it my expectation? It's not just you. It's the whole media. In other words, when you hear a sentence like,
it is a completely fair question. You say judges who rule against the White House,
and I will gladly answer it. When you say, do we think district court judges should rubber stamp each action? There is a premise that is built into that is absurd. The president is the sole head of the executive branch. He's the only officer in the entire government that's elected by the entire American people. Democracy cannot function. In fact, democracy does not exist at all if each action the president takes, foreign policy, diplomatic, military, national security, has to be individually approved by 700 district court judges. That's democracy. So if there's 15 communist crazy judges on the court, that each of them as a team working together can block and freeze each and every executive action. Joe Biden was allowed by that same court system.
Some of them
to
are Trump
report 20
judges,
million
though.
illegal foreigners.
Why did Trump
into
put
this
these
country.
crazy communist judges, as you call them, on the bench?
You heard President Trump himself say that the Federal Society and Leonard Leo has created a broken system for judicial vetting. And God knows this time around, we are not going to be using. So does that mean he doesn't support picking Amy Coney Barrett for the Supreme Court? What it means is simply this and nothing more. We're not going to be using the Federal Society to make judicial nominations at all going forward. But
undocumented migrant sent a letter threatening to kill the president, promising to self-deport after the assassination. CNN reporting shows that investigators believe the migrant was set up. It was a victim of a setup. What is the administration going to do now? And this is an undocumented immigrant. I do want to note that, but this was someone who came forward, was a victim of a crime, and now law enforcement believes he was set up. Go ahead.
Well, I want to clarify what you mean, so we're talking about the same thing. Are you saying this immigrant was here illegally?
Yes, but I am, and that's why I said that. I clarified that.
You said undocumented, and I wasn't clear what that means. I'm assuming they have a fake ID. I'm assuming they have a fake social security number.
That's neither here nor there. That's getting away from the question, Stephen. I want this to be, and call me naive, a good faith discussion about what's happening right
but
now.
When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, that's not good faith.
All right,
An
does
illegal
this
alien
risk-
is an illegal alien. They're not an undocumented migrant.
Okay, that's fine. That's
So,
another
look,
discussion
we will-
for another date.
I don't know
Go ahead.
I don't know the details of the assassination threat. All I can say, based on what you're telling me, is there's an illegal alien in our country who's making menacing threats. Regardless of the facts or circumstances, we don't want him here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and I would gladly come back on
They
when I
were
have more
set
information
up.
to share
They were
with you.
set up, just to be clear. But quickly,
So
where
you're
is the
saying
White House
illegal
on
alien was
habeas
treated
corpus?
unfairly? Yes, I'm sure the illegal alien was treated very unfairly.
Where
Next
is
question.
Stephen Miller just absolutely cooking there. Why Pamela Brown, that's the name of the reporter on CNN, thought that she could intellectually raconteur with Stephen Miller is, I don't know, suicidal, dumb. But he just cleaned. It's like three different major issues on the district courts, the rubber stamping, and then on the use of criminal alien as terminology. Ladies and gentlemen, whoreface Dana Bash is really upset about this and is crying on air.
For the record, there is nothing lazy about Pamela Brown in any way, particularly when it comes to her intellect. Let's discuss what we...
Women on CNN literally shaking Stephen Miller doing God's work and just absolutely scorched earth. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see more of Stephen Miller on CNN and in these debates, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. We will always cover it. It's your boy Benny. See you.
Tonight, we shine a light on a stunning confirmation of what many in Washington quietly suspected all along and what America lived through for 4 long years. That under the Biden regime, the so-called commander-in-chief was nothing more than a placeholder, a brand, a husk, and the real power not in the Oval Office, but behind the curtains. And according to some insiders, it was with Jill Biden's chief of staff, Anthony Bernal. In undercover footage released by Project Veritas, David Hogg, the professional activist turned DNC vice chair, spilled the kind of truths you're only supposed to share when the cameras are off and the Chardonnay is flowing. According to Hogg, Anthony Bernal didn't just help manage the First Lady's office, he ran the entire White House.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yeah. Off the record, of course. Foundational question for me is how corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden? Well, the president of the United States.
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it. And I can't stress to you enough, Jill Biden's chief of staff had an enormous amount of power.
Jill Biden?
Jill Biden's chief of staff. That was an open secret at the level. I would avoid him. He was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony Bernal.
According to Hogg and corroborated by other former staffers caught on camera, Bernal, not Joe Biden, not even Ron Klain or Jeff Zients, was the invisible hand guiding policy, access, and internal decisions at the highest levels of the federal government. One DNC figure described Bernal as a Wizard of Oz type, except in this case, the man behind the curtain wasn't trying to protect the republic, he was running it. This is no longer speculation. This is confirmation from the mouths of Biden's own party that the Biden presidency was a puppet show with Bernal in the wings pulling the strings, at least according to Hogg, who should know a thing or two about this, right? Bernal, a longtime Jill Biden aide, had no electoral mandate, no Senate confirmation, no public accountability, and yet according to these insiders, he wielded more influence than most cabinet members. So let's pause here. Imagine for a moment if Melania Trump's chief of staff had taken over the West Wing. Imagine the headlines, the impeachment hearings, the 25th Amendment panels that would start flowing. But when it's the Bidens, the media and everybody else just shrugs because to them, a silent coup within the executive branch is only worth covering when it's fiction, not when it's fact. And now we understand why the Biden administration often looked incoherent, contradictory, and at times completely divorced from the man supposedly leading it. It was because he wasn't leading it. Donald Trump is back in the White House now, and thank God for that. But for 4 years, America wasn't governed. It was managed, manipulated, and misled by a First Lady's handler with zero transparency and unchecked power. And if this was happening with Bernal, as Hogg alleges, we can only imagine who else was running things in Biden's name. The people have a right to know who's actually pulling the levers of government. That is why President Trump has ordered a full review of shadow leadership structures within every federal agency that operated under the Biden administration. We already know that Biden used executive authority as a shield for unelected bureaucrats and Obama loyalists embedded deep within the system. What this new Veritas footage shows is that the rot went all the way to the top. And it wasn't Joe Biden's rot. It was the rot of the people propping him up. Tonight, America can begin to understand why those 4 years felt so hollow. Because the man in the Oval wasn't in charge and the people in charge were not elected. Stay right here. We'll be right back.
For all our viewers asking where One America News is heading in the future, we would like to introduce you to OAN Live. OAN Live is the best way to stay up to date on all of the hard-hitting, straight-shooting, national and international headlines. And the best part is, OAN Live is only $4.99 per month. All the credible, honest, unbiased reporting One America News offers at a fraction of the cost of cable. Just go to OANN.com to easily sign up for OAN Live and stay informed.
So there was a kind of a semi-viral clip going around last night, several different clips of a conversation that happened on Timcast IRL. It's one of the top, live video podcasts in the world. It's what I aspire, Quartercast Live to be one day. And I enjoy watching it when I have time. I don't always have time, but when I do, I like to tune in. And there was kind of a back and forth, and where Tim was taking a lot of heat. He got pressed by some of his guests about, whether or not they should have somebody on or not have somebody on. And I think I have a unique perspective here as a content creator, as somebody who does still rely on, traditional YouTube ad revenue as the largest chunk of my revenue. Although the more people that go to thequartering.com/join, the less I have to rely on, or the more people that pick up my gift box. By the way, we had a pallet arrive late to Amazon. So we have one pallet left. I marked it down to $49.99. The regular price was $99.99. So for $50, you get a bag of our blueberry cobbler, a bag of our Colombian roast, a bag of honey sticks, yogurt covered pretzels, and chocolate covered espresso beans, and free overnight shipping. That's about half the price it would cost to buy these things individually. Help me move those, clear out. I don't want these sitting at Amazon past June because it gets hot out. I don't want them melting. There's going to be a link in the description on the video, but also, if you're live watching me, it's in I just put it in the chat, or it's in the description. $50 is, I'm losing $20 each, but it'd be worse to have them melt on people's porches. So support the show, grab that. So there was a clip here going around last night that I'm going to share. I'm going to share my perspective as a content creator, as well as, just a commentator.
Also making the claim that basically you're bought out by Israel or by Jewish
It is Israel
interests.
first.
But
So the nexus of this conversation is the age-old calling out of Tim for being protective of his YouTube money. As somebody who has staff, myself, I understand the push and pull of this. Tim has way more staff than I do. I think I have about 10 people, 11 people full-time, that if I was fully demonetized off YouTube tomorrow, every one of them would have to go. Every one of them would lose their job in an instant. And as someone who runs a business, I think that other people maybe don't think of that. And it becomes kind of this, it's a weakness. It is a weakness. Because, for example, for me, I'll have anyone on the show. I had Alex on the show. There's nobody that I won't have on the show that I can think of. But I also know that there are people that YouTube says I can't have on the show, or that there are certain conditions that I have to have on the show. And that's why for the last 5 years, I have supported and grown my new media channels. For example, I was one of the first people, outside of Styx was always a trailblazer, to embrace new tech. Rumble, long before I ever had any kind of contract with them, I always published my videos there, free of cost, with no ads at all. And I've slowly built 307,000 followers there. And one day, hopefully, I'll have 1 million, and then I can just tell YouTube to pound sand. My videos routinely get 15 to 20,000 views on there. Right now on YouTube, maybe 80 to 100,000. So it's closing the gap. 20, it's not uncommon for me to get 20, 30,000. Here's one with 40,000 views on Rumble. As Rumble gets more advertisers, as more people go to, thequartering.com/join and save 20. By the way, if you are watching on Rumble, I'm the only one right now with the $20 off coupon. If you go to thequartering.com/join, I get half of that. My show gets half of that. And you get access to everybody's members content, Tim's content, Mug Club, everybody else. That coupon's going away soon. But anyway, that's why I support new tech, is so that people can't bully me around like that. But it is a weakness.
But would you not debate him on that claim?
They're talking about Nick here, by the way. Nick has been widely deplatformed. I think he's been debanked. I don't know that for a fact. I heard he was debanked. The problem with Nick is not necessarily in the fact that there are opinions of his that people disagree with, or that I disagree with, or whatever, right? It's the tactics that he and his followers used that create a scenario where, and if I had Nick on, I would tell this to him. Like, you have to understand that when people have you on your show and they're getting harassed nonstop by your followers for the next 2 weeks, it makes them not want to have you on again. And this is just a normal, a regular human response. And I know you can't control your audience, but you can, suggest, hey, maybe don't F this up for me. Maybe don't make everyone in the world regret having me on their show. And so Tim gets a lot of heat for not having Nick on his show, which I don't think is necessarily fair, because I have seen what happens to people who have him on his show. And, the problem is not necessarily with Nick, but with, the rabid fan base that will make your life a living hell for weeks after.
What's the debate? I don't get money from Israel.
He was accusing you of meeting with Netanyahu. And
I met with Netanyahu, indeed. And Tucker Carlson met with the premier.
What did you guys talk about?
Netanyahu,
that's a bad look, too. I would not have taken a meeting with Netanyahu, especially if people think I'm in Israel, I'm paid off by Israel or something like that.
There was a Chatham House meeting with like a dozen plus journalists at the Blair House, which is basically a White House guest house. And he was talking largely about Iran getting a nuclear weapon and trying to go to war with Israel and the United States.
I think it's also pretty.
And Tucker Carlson met with the premier of Qatar.
Well, I'm confused on that too, why he did that. But I think a lot of people want to know this, because I'm not making any accusations, because I think a lot of people are too conspiratorial and think that everything's like,
By the way, Elijah's doing a great job of like soft shoeing here. He absolutely is making an accusation. I know Elijah. I've worked with him. I don't have anything personally against him. We talked at the RNC, but he absolutely positively is making the assumption here. He's making the accusation that Tim is afraid to have Nick on. But let me tell you this, 7 minutes into the video, I drug it out too long. I'm sorry. There are consequences to having Nick on your show. Why are people pretending like that isn't the case? And why would a content creator of any size willingly do that and have it, potentially shadow ban your channel forever? You catch a ban. The fact that his fans demand people willingly put their entire business at risk is the problem. That's that's why supporting new tech and alt tech is so important. You know, as it stands right now, you know, my audience for my live show on Rumble is about 30 times bigger than it is on YouTube. And I could host Nick on Rumble, but YouTube still says you're responsible. Somebody gets a bee in their bonnet at YouTube. They say, we don't like that you hosted him. We don't think that you did an adequate job challenging his ideas. Your business is shut down.
Some undercut, cooked background thing where people are, you know, getting top-down orders from Israel, and that's really not what's happening.
Because they're Israel first. They're deranged.
No, well, listen. Okay, we'll disagree on that, but I mean, that is crazy to have a meeting with a world leader. That's like, how do you get invited to that? Like, why would
is Netanyahu meeting with all of our right-wing influencers?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, but why would he want to? Why would a foreign leader then?
Is Tim's live stream the second biggest in the country? That's not true. There's at least 3 or 4 people on Twitch that are bigger than him. It's definitely, I would argue, it's probably the second largest news live stream. Maybe that's what he means. But even that, it wasn't. I mean, Bongino was way bigger. Crowder's bigger. You know, but I mean, he's still very large. You know.
And want to meet with you because you have a big podcast in America. Like,
because he's advocating for U.S. support for their war with Iran.
So, but why would he need to talk to you to raise
support? It's called lobbying.
Well, what did he lobby? Like, can you say, or is it NDA?
Yeah, he was trying to convince a bunch of media personalities that the U.S. had to support Israel, and I would say 70% of the room told him to screw off.
What did you feel personally on that? Like, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I think he was. Well, in a matter of speaking, I mean, nobody literally said screw off, but there was a really funny moment where he's like, what does Iran say? They do not say death to Israel. They say death to America. I'm not supposed to quote him, so I'm paraphrasing, I guess. I don't know. He said that. And he goes, and what do you think happens when they get a nuclear weapon? After they will be stopped by us, but they will come for you.
No,
and then immediately someone goes, no, they won't. Just blurted out in the room. It was hilarious. And then he was like, yes, they will. And they're like, no, they won't. And then someone else goes, their nukes can't reach us. It was funny. But the idea that when Nick Fuentes says something like Tim Pool is bought and paid for by Israel, that's because he's lying. Like,
I do not believe that Tim Pool has ever taken a dime from Israel knowingly. I also believe he has not taken any money from Russia knowingly, which are the 2 biggest criticisms about Tim. I think that Tim has a business to run, and we know the price that is paid. So I don't know if you win. This is how Tim's looking at it, almost certainly. Now, he might disagree with me. If I'm Tim, or, hey, look, I've got a lot to lose too, right? Is it worth torpedoing my entire business just to prove that I'm not afraid to destroy my business? That is the dilemma. You get what I mean? Like, have me on. He knows what's going to happen. Now, if he wants to debate him on InfoWars or on Rumble or something like that on somebody else's show, then Tim should do it if he wants. But the thing is, like, the thing I don't like is when people are like, well, have him on or you're a puss. And it's like, no, I agree. There are weird things that happen when you platform certain people. There are certain people that you can't put on channels. There are consequences for speaking out about specific nations. And I don't agree with it. But I don't own YouTube, and I can't change that. You know, and so I don't know why people are so, like, rough on Tim, because that is just that's the exact situation that they're putting Tim in. Now, if he doesn't want to go on Alex Jones, you know, that's on him. I would love to go on Alex Jones. I don't know anything about Israel, so I don't know what I would talk about it, but I would happily appear on Alex Jones with Nick, happily. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I'm not afraid of his ideas, but I am afraid that YouTube will destroy my entire business overnight. I am afraid that I will lose all my sponsors. I don't deny that. Like, That's the, I don't deny. I do not redeem it. I don't deny that there are real consequences for speaking out about specific nations. I don't know, like, I don't know if it's that Tim denies that fact and that's what they're mad about. I don't know. But I don't deny that, yeah, I don't think what's happening to Nick is fair. I think you should have a platform everywhere. But I'm not going to torpedo my entire business and have to fire 10 people to prove that point. There is no doubt about the fact that there is a very real penalty socially and specifically online when you host certain people with certain ideas. Nobody's denying that. You know what I mean? I am absolutely in favor of free speech. I'm happy to, whatever, they say are the requirements, I will do it, and he can come on my show all he wants. That's phrasing was poor on that. But I don't understand. I think that they need to go about this a different way. If they're going to criticize Tim for not having him on the show, they can't really say, hey, well, destroy your business or you're a cuck. That's not like, there's a phrase for it. It's called selling wolf tickets. It's a situation whereby you dare someone to do something that would obviously cause self-destruction for the entertainment of an audience. Shout out Omega. That's what it is. I know, and everybody knows. What can you do about it? Well, you do what I did. You support new tech. I invested my own money in Rumble stock. I'm telling people to sign up, to go into quartering.com/join and sign up and support my show and support Rumble. Until such a point in which somebody with a large platform can make their living exclusively on Rumble, a lot of this stuff isn't going to change. You can criticize America's greatest ally all you want if you're a leftist. But if you're a conservative or somebody who's middle of the road, there is a real price to be paid for that. And I don't know who doesn't know that. And, pressing Tim about it, I wish Tim would just say what I said. Okay, you're right. If I host him, I'm going to get deplatformed. Is that what you wanted to hear? Because I'm not willing to do it. That's the answer. But there's nothing wrong with that. Only an absolute loser would blame Tim for not wanting to, torpedo his entire business.
Do you literally believe that Israel gave me cash money? The liberals claim that Russia gave me money. Lies. And the Israel First people claim that Israel gives me money. Stupid lies.
Look, Israel, do you think that if you came out genuinely with a very strong aversion to Israel, to Zionism, and you started using the show to expose not just Israel, but really get into some of this corruption and what's happening with politicians being paid off, that you would, be able to maintain the level of monetization on platforms, that you'd be able to bring?
No, the answer is no. Why does Tim just say that?
The same, U.S. government officials and have the same place and invite and platform in right wing or free speech, like areas of concentration and meetup. Like, do you think that you would have that same access, or do you think there would be penalties? Like, you could be
there would be penalties
punished for coming out. And
why is that? Is somebody afraid to
for being
what's going
maybe
on?
more accusatory, more investigatory of what Israel and Israeli influence is having in the country? Like, do you think there would be negative?
That's true for any subject.
Do you think really if Qatar, you'd be punished in the right wing if you looked at how many people were?
But nobody cares about Qatar. But if
they do. Seth Dillon does. Joel Berry does. Colin Wright
My
does.
point
James
is,
Lindsay does.
Qatar isn't as impactful as Israel in American politics.
They claim they are though. That's what
they do spend a lot of money on foreign. They spend more on foreign lobbying than.
Yeah, I just I don't know. Here's my advice to Tim. Just say what I said. Everybody knows that there's a penalty, and I'm not going to destroy my business to prove them right. Like that. That's all there needs to be said. That's all that they need. That's all that needs to be said here. Make sure you pick up some coffee at 50% off while it lasts, and support the show at thequartering.com/join. Supporting new tech will allow more people to say more things.
It's great to be back. It's been far too long.
Indeed, my friend. All right, so I have been Musk adjacent at certain things, you know, backstage at CPAC with the chainsaw, that iconic wielding, you know, chainsaw moment. But you've been next to him. You know, it's incredible. The attacks keep coming, even on the last day. I want to put up something, you know, that the New York Times put out on the campaign trail. Elon juggled drugs and family drama. I mean, Seb, what about the deranged people that were at Tesla dealerships, the reputational hits he took for Doge? So tell us what it was like being alongside him these first 130 days. And will this be the last we'll be hearing from Elon?
Yeah, and stop making it sound like it's ancient history. It's only been a couple of months that we've been in the building. It's been incredible. I used to bump into Elon all the time, whether outside my offices or in the West Wing. It's been such a pleasure. And as the president said in his post yesterday, he'll always be a member of the team. But to your point, and from my perch in charge of counterterrorism for President Trump, the idea that Americans who politically disagree with Elon Musk's support of the president and who I guess don't like the idea of uncovering fraud and corruption in the US government, they're firebombing, they're throwing Molotov cocktails against Tesla dealerships. Let me be emphatic. That is domestic terrorism. Those may be American citizens, but if you're using violence for political purposes against somebody simply because you, quote unquote, disagree with their politics, you are a terrorist. And I'm just very glad that the likes of Kash Patel, Dan Bongino at the FBI, Pam Bondi, and now here in D.C. after, was it just yesterday, the swearing in, or the day before? I can't even keep track. Judge Jeanine is on the case, and we're going to come down on you. We're going to come down on you like the hammers of hell. But Elon will always be a member of the team. And I'm looking forward to this afternoon's little presser with the president.
I can't wait to hear it as well as we'll be bringing it to our viewers live. I want to get your reaction. Just in a short time ago, Seb, a win for the administration. The Supreme Court says, yes, you can revoke this temporary legal status. Hundreds of thousands of people that Biden gave Venezuelan, Cuban, Haitian, Nicaragua migrants. So now it looks like more than 500,000 people will be able to be deported under this SCOTUS win here. Talk to us as somebody who is, you know, at the forefront of what's happening here to keep our borders secure and prevent people with bad intentions from doing harm to innocent Americans.
It's very simple. And now, as I was walking up what we call Pebble Beach here to do this interview with you, I heard Stephen Miller, the Homeland Security advisor on another network, explaining how just very simple it is. There's one human being in the United States who decides who comes into America and what our immigration policies are. That is the incumbent chief executive. That is the man behind the Resolute desk, and that is Donald J. Trump. He alone decides who gets to come into America and who doesn't. In addition to special visas, if you want to stay here for a special purpose, for studies or what have you, well, guess what? That is the State Department. That is Secretary Rubio, who is now dual-hatted, just like Henry Kissinger, and is my immediate boss here as the acting national security advisor. So if you abuse that invitation, that temporary invitation you have as a foreigner into this country, then we withdraw it straight away. If you are supporting genocidal organizations like Hamas, chanting from the river to the sea, if you're associated with cartels that are now foreign designated terrorist organizations, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Governor Noem, they're going to find you and they're going to get you out of here. So massive win, but also it's just common sense. It's just common sense.
It is. It is a big win.
Under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration and the transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due? Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last
order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad. Right? Not bad.
Come on, guys.
I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers could double and triple because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. DOGE has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud/waste and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started, in many cases, I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world, those systems right now. They were what the previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money, actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works. And once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer. And they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system. And in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary contracts have been terminated. And you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at. Yes. And it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts. And we'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, DOGE canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, $101 million. And that was just a small section of the Department of Education, $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. And the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City, $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. In Burma, does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account. And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental project. $20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spent $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the DOGE cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. DOGE has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization. But we're taking that over with DOGE. Many of the DOGE people, Elon, are staying behind, too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history, you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as a special government employee. Can you imagine? They called him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and we were in, as you know, three really great countries, predominantly the three. Qatar was great. UAE was great. Saudi Arabia, incredible. Such an incredible experience to be in those three countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the great leaders of the other two that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because I was one person who's respected, but there were two people because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, you know, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot. And we're doing really well. We came, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack on Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talked trade, and we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is. But we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. And that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him. And he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck on this is amazing.
A large lot.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. It's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. So that's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right.
Great job.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer. My Pulitzer counter.
It is.
I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay.
All right, y'all, we are back with another video. I definitely had to bring y'all this. Ain't it funny listening to the Democrats try to say something is wrong with President Trump? He's declining, something is wrong with him. But think about it. These are the same people who hid Joe Biden's cognitive decline for years. So everything that was going on with Joe Biden, now all of a sudden they want to put this on President Trump. President Trump goes to this ceremony, and all of a sudden you got these Democrats watching President Trump slowly. If he moves slower than J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth or anybody else, they're trying to say, oh, something is wrong with Donald Trump. Maybe the Republicans need to check him because he's declining. He's not all the way there. But like I said, these the same people who hid Joe Biden's decline, the same people who knew that this man probably already had cancer like early 2021, but yet they hid it because they really wanted to beat Donald Trump so bad that they were going to still top that man out there to try to go against President Trump. So these are the same people that's trying to go after President Trump and try to say he's declining. He probably need to be pulled for president. J.D. Vance them need to step in. Like, these people are ridiculous. No matter what President Trump do, they try to find something wrong with it. It is just so crazy. But I definitely want to check this video out by Liberal High Mind. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to y'all showing so much support. And shout out to the one who always stay to the end. And let me know in the comment section that you did watch the entire video, because it definitely helps get the video out there. So I appreciate everybody who comes straight in, hit that like button, and let me know that you made it to the end. Without further ado, let's check this out by Liberal High Mind. Like, this is just crazy. You get people on X, they'll just get on there and say anything just because they don't like this man. But let's go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Oh, the desperation is just palpable. Just last week, we were to believe that the Democrats were roaring back and we were on the back foot. I mean, they got so much meat, right? So much ammunition to work with. Donald Trump is flailing. And so really, if you're in the world of anti-Trump propaganda, there should be content for the picking. But then why is it if the Trump administration is failing so bad, badly that Democrats have to engage in nothing but twisted narratives
That's
and
it.
gaslighting.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
if really Donald Trump was failing to the degree that they were telling us, you would think that they would have so much substance, so much meat to the bone. But instead, what do they have?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. And the latest example of that is the latest and greatest in anti-Trump technology. Oh boy, do we have a scandal today. What's going viral in the world of left-wing politics? Oh, they've got Donald Trump. He's old and senile, just like Joe Biden. They're trying to give Donald Trump the Joe Biden treatment.
Yep.
They've supposedly found the evidence of Donald Trump's mental and physical decline. Yeah, it's not that. It's literally the dumbest 17-second clip of Donald Trump
My
at a
God.
Memorial Day ceremony, which they're trying to spin into a narrative of mental and physical decline of the president. They're trying to Joe Biden Donald Trump, and just
Yep.
think about how idiotic, hypocritical, and badly timed that is. These people have absolutely nothing, and so they're picking. I mean, I can't even call it the low-hanging fruit. It's more like the fruit that's already fallen and is rotting
Mhm.
away in the ground. These people have nothing. Oh, I get a kick out of saying that. But anyways, let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. This latest pathetic viral left-wing tweet. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So take a look at this. Call to activism on X writes, "What a disaster. Trump looks completely clueless at this ceremony, awkwardly mimicking the people around him because he clearly has no idea what to do. Was he playing golf instead of showing up at rehearsal? Oh my God, Donald."
Think about it. They talking about Donald Trump, but yet you never see Donald Trump when he's walking. Do you ever see President Trump trip over his own steps? Do you see? You don't see him falling down, or you don't see President Trump that somebody got to hold his hand while he's walking downstairs, or just walking in general. This is what these people do. They take out clips and try to twist it and run with it. Everything y'all heard about Joe Biden, now y'all want to put it on President Trump. Why didn't y'all bring these clips up when Joe Biden was falling all over the place, falling going up the plane stairs, falling going down the plane stairs? Y'all didn't want to play any of those clips. But President Trump is walking normally, doing what normal people do. But now y'all want to say, oh, he's too old, he's this. Y'all are just full of liars, man. Look at this, y'all. Let's go.
Trump is old and senile and doesn't know what's going on. And then he plays this clip. What the hell am I looking at? President Donald Trump honoring America's fallen soldiers, standing alongside President J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, raising his hand in salute, a fraction of a second after J.D. Vance. And this, according to the left, is evidence of cognitive decline.
My
he raised his hand in
God.
salute slightly slower than J.D. Vance. Therefore, he doesn't know what's going on and is just mimicking J.D. Vance and trying to keep up with the ceremony. I can't even report on this
This is
stuff with a serious
crazy.
face because it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. This is the narrative, as if this is some indication of Donald Trump's decline in old age. Holy frickin' moly. I mean, that's
So
not a
President Trump saluting slower than J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, and they want to call that a decline. They ain't showing no video of President Trump falling or somebody had to raise his hand for him. None of that. Because he raised his hand a second slower than J.D. Vance, that means something is wrong with him. Well, that's the reason why Democrats, they're going to continue to lose every year. They just lie too much. They can't even be honest. You hate somebody so much that you would just continue to lie to try to get your point across. Nobody's falling for it.
stretch. It's an insult to our intelligence. And to be doing that on the backdrop of everything that's been going on relating to Joe Biden, as I mentioned in the intro, just the timing of trying to take this angle, the audacity of these people to use this particular angle of attack after 4 years of pretending like this wasn't happening.
They won't talk about this, though.
I was going to put him.
Trickle down economic threat.
I mean, as the involvement.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you cannot get any more hypocritical. Most importantly, the question you ought to ask these Democrats, these narrative spinners, have you no shame? I mean, they could take any angle, literally any other angle. The preferred angle would be, I don't know, coming up with actual solutions and policy platforms, but of course, let's not hold Democrats to that standard just yet. But in terms of like trying to drum up controversy, I
That's
mean, literally
crazy.
anything else. They'd be better off, unironically, going after Donald Trump's physical appearance than whatever the hell this is. Make some more Orange Man jokes. Talk about his fashion sense. I mean, I'm not saying those are good arguments. Obviously, that's stupid too, but it's way better than going, ooh, Donald Trump's cognitive
Exactly.
decline, when it literally doesn't exist. We can all acknowledge that. It's obvious.
And like I said, though, they wouldn't even talk about none of that what Joe Biden was doing. They kept trying to say, oh, he's sharp as a tack. Look how Kamala Harris lied for years. Anytime they asked Kamala Harris about it, she lied about it. Every single time. But now they want to put what Joe Biden do and did on President Trump. It's like, come on, man.
They are the party of Joe Biden. I mean, that is such a bad look, especially considering right now, as Jake Tapper's going on his little, what do we call it, his apology tour, and we got all these leftist characters coming out of the freaking woodwork these days to basically apologize or rationalize their missing of the Joe Biden cognitive decline, like Sam Harris is currently going viral.
The separation between the two parts of the job, the decision-making component of the job and the communication slash persuasion component of the job. Yes, the decision-making component of the job is important. And I think, as I said, when I was talking to Jake, and as I said, I think some years before when we were all talking about Biden being compromised, it's at least intelligible to say, okay, he's not a good communicator. He was never a good communicator. He's only getting worse, right? You can't reliably stick him in front of a microphone and trust that something good is going to come out of his mouth. But the truth is that when you sit with him and deliberate about war in Ukraine or anything else, he is compos mentis. He clearly understands the issue as well as he ever did. He's just not a fluid speaker, right? And less fluid by the hour. Neurologically speaking, that is an intelligible claim to make about a person. That's what I assumed was true. Because of how effective this cover-up was, I no longer believe that to have been true, right? I think it's quite possible that he was just checked out to a degree that I did not suspect at the time.
I mean, we got these leftist clowns all being put on the spot, having to answer for their dishonesty on this particular issue. That's the backdrop.
This is
and now
crazy.
the best thing they've got is Donald Trump is too old. Honestly, it's just stupid. What the hell else am I
They want to say Donald Trump is too old, but yet they try to reelect 82, 83-year-old Joe Biden, though. And Donald Trump is sharp. You don't see no decline in President Trump, but yet these left-wingers, they're going to try to say something is wrong with President Trump because they just want some get back because of the truth is finally coming out on their side, which we already knew the truth, but they tried to cover it up about Joe Biden.
Supposed to say? Who is buying this crap? Trying to project Joe Biden's cognitive issues onto Trump.
Yeah,
They're just so
like,
clearly
no.
political vultures. They see everything in terms of narratives and attacks, media propaganda plays, and so they saw how well it worked against Joe Biden. And they thought, oh, well, we could definitely weaponize that against Donald Trump.
Ain't gonna
Except
work.
that's not the way that it works. Yeah, there has to actually be substance there. And it's funny because we got all these leftoids coming out telling us, well, we missed it. Oh, what can I say?
Yeah, you know the difference between us, if we feel like President Trump was like that, we would actually get on camera and call it out. I'd be like, yes, I support President Trump, but he might need to step down because he's fumbling up his word. He's not like how he used to be. I would get on camera and say that. A lot of more other people who support President Trump would say it. We have no problem saying it. We're not going to sit up here and lie and sugarcoat anything like the Democrats do, how they lied about Joe Biden. We ain't going to do that over here. If we feel like President Trump done lost a step or whatever the case may be, we would say that. But President Trump haven't lost a step. So y'all can stop with this line about President Trump. Nothing is wrong with President Trump.
Just missed the Joe Biden cognitive decline that was
Yep.
so obvious playing in front of us. He was tripping all over himself every other week. I mean, just think about that. All these clowns like Sam Harris and Jake Tapper, who are supposedly well connected at the cutting edge of information, Ivy League graduates, intellectuals, big brain analysts, all these people couldn't freaking see the Joe Biden decline. First of all, what does that tell you about them? And secondly, they're all launching the same justification, the same defense that, oh, we just missed it. It wasn't our fault. It was the White House that kept him insulated. So we just couldn't see it. Yeah, well, maybe, just think about this. Maybe if you guys spent a fraction of the time paying attention to your own politicians, paying attention to Joe Biden and what was going on there, as you do paying attention to every single muscle movement that President Donald Trump makes. Donald Trump puts his hand in his pocket. Oh, he must be reaching for a gun. Donald Trump scratches his head. Oh, he must have lice. He's going to infect the whole White House. Quarantine now.
Exactly how
everything that Donald Trump does, they dissect. And not only dissect, but then they clip out of context, misrepresent. They pay attention to everything. Well, maybe if you idiots actually spent the same amount of time, or even 1% of the time, paying attention to Joe Biden, maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't look like such damn fools right now, talking about how you missed the Joe Biden story. Lord God, the intellectual dishonesty on the left is just hard to wrap my head around. And the fact that these people could say with a straight face that they just missed the Joe Biden story, I'm just not buying it. They're just dishonest hacks, just like their dishonest hack friends who are now trying to weaponize mental decline in the most dishonest manner possible against President Donald Trump. You're dumb. Nobody believes this crap. Donald Trump is a freaking workhorse. The guy's an absolute stud. He's a Mustang. He's got a roaring V12 American engine. Not to mention the damn thing is supercharged. And you guys seriously are telling us to our face that he's old, senile, and doesn't know what's going on. Ah, the left. What they won't do to discredit themselves, huh? How utterly pathetic. You know, I sound frustrated, but it's mostly just because I'm passionate. I'm not frustrated by this at all, because I know how ridiculous it all looks. The left is discrediting itself each and every day as the Midas Touch and Lincoln Project people take over. They're just such an absolute disaster. Anyways, that's pretty much...
Well, there we go right there. Like I said, y'all get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about all of this. We're not going to let them try to get away with this, trying to say now all of a sudden President Trump see now he got a cognitive decline. We need to watch him. Like, stop with the lies. But like I said, thank you all for watching, especially the ones that made it to the end. Because like I said, I know it was pretty tough. How these people trying to treat President Trump, trying to make it seem like something wrong with him when there's nothing wrong with President Trump. It's just crazy. But like I said, thank you all for watching, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Federal authorities are investigating efforts to impersonate White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. The Wall Street Journal reporting that an unknown suspect was acting as Wiles over calls and texts to big-time Republicans and business executives. The impersonator reportedly was asking for cash and pardon advice. Reports also say AI may have been involved to imitate her voice. Now the FBI says they do not believe that a foreign nation is involved, but promises to get to the bottom of it. Kash Patel saying, quote, "The FBI takes all threats against the president, his staff, and our cybersecurity with the utmost seriousness. Safeguarding our administration officials' ability to securely communicate to accomplish the president's mission is a top priority." Kennedy, this is serious stuff. I feel like you might be capable of doing some good impersonations. I don't know about Susie Wiles, but
hi there. This is Susie Wiles. Can I have $1,000? It's like that would be, it's like I got an email today that was like, "Hello, I run a $7.5 million fund for war children. Can you oversee it while I'm in the hospital?" And it's like, yeah, okay, Susie Wiles. It's been very difficult for people who have gathered a lot of entertainment value from prank calling for the last 15 years. But now there are all sorts of apps that mask your phone number. And of course, you can use AI. So in that realm, it's great because jackassery is back. But it can be incredibly serious if they are trying to overturn our political apple cart and do harm. And I think that's where the line is, because this sounds like Mitt Romney just screwing around, because, you have to think of a person who would have access to those big donor Republican phone numbers. And I think Mitt's in Utah going, "Hi, it's Susie Wiles." And he's going to get the same kind of visit from the feds that James Comey did. And it's not going to end well.
Exactly. This is like a big legal problem. Like somebody can get in some real legal trouble. And I wouldn't doubt that they get to the bottom of it.
I hope they do. I'm sure they will. Look, it's happening to all of us. And the advent of AI really kicked the prank calling up a different notch. So, I had just one example. I had a group that was communicating with me, meetings with me over Zoom with me physically, an email that was mine. Yeah. And they advertised based on me participating. They gave me money. And then the problem too, in addition to we uncovered it before the event happened, but then everyone was impacted, and so was my reputation, because the truth did not fly as fast as the lie. So then other groups were like, "Oh, I saw you couldn't come last minute to this." I'm like, that was never me. So look, brass tacks, this is what you all need to do with your family, because this is important, is have a word, have a code word, because the AI voices, if someone calls you and your husband says that is Riley's voice, have a word that you do not text, you decide it in person, and then that is the word that you ask the person to say. And if they don't say it, you know it's a scam. But it's a very real, very impactful, very negative underbelly of society currently happening with all of these celebs. And guys, if you're watching, never give any money, and no, it is not me DMing you.
Yeah, I always worry about this with, particularly even just a simple email can confuse someone that's not as savvy about the internet. You know, older people worried about their children. Riley, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I've had a similar experience where there's a Facebook account being run. If you check the page, it says it's being run out of Bangladesh, which should be a major red flag. But nonetheless, this page, this account, is reaching out to people saying they need money to support the mission to keep men out of women's sports, and if they don't donate, then men are going to be infiltrating at every level. And I do agree with that, not necessarily the donating part, but all of this to say, I've reached out to Meta. Hey, can you take this down? Meta has been totally useless in that.
Facebook is
effort.
the worst.
The worst.
There's so many people who get impersonated on Facebook. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes, and so
there is some tech now. Actually, UAE is advanced. You know, in terms of spending, United States, China, and UAE is number 3. It's called the agent, and it's the first time you've combined AI voice with the image. And until last month, and we use these agents ourselves in terms of training in our various operating companies, and you could always tell it was an agent. Either the lips didn't sync or the sound just wasn't human enough until this month.
Oh.
This month, one of the labs over there sent an image of me talking about watches and said, which one's real? After asking me to just read text to them.
Wow.
Well, I sent a script text over. They wanted to prove to me I couldn't tell the difference. So I recorded it myself into a camera, and then they sent me back the AI Kevin. I couldn't believe it. I can't tell the difference. So the code word is right for the family, and I immediately did that with my family. I know my word, because I don't want me as an AI agent calling my son saying I'm in trouble, wire me $10,000, because I can't tell the difference anymore. And that's scary. Geometric increase in the resolution of these agents is unbelievable. And so we're going into a whole new level of fraud. I think it's going to be really, really crazy.
Yeah. And how often do you hear from people, especially old people, who maybe can't make that distinction as well, even when the voices or faces didn't match, get scammed by people they believe are Taylor Swift or Shania Twain, and they fall for it, and they're sending over their life savings, ultimately impacting their life. But at that point, it's their family's lives as well. So yeah, it's
this
scary.
May be all true, or maybe Susie Wiles is actually an AI robot.
That's it. That's it.
Yes, an older, very nice lady is convinced Hugh Jackman is her boyfriend, and she's moving to New York for him.
I'm sitting right here, Emily.
And for a while, an affair with Ryan Reynolds.
And
she was, we know her, and it's like, no, it is not Hugh Jackman. It is not. But she is convinced otherwise. It's terrible.
Yeah, very concerning, particularly for our national security and all the things that our government's trying to accomplish.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
And so I also pass the message for the president every time he wants me to let all of you know that from the Oval Office, from the White House, he has your back.
Former New York City Mayor, America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani. As we honor Bernie's legacy today, I just want to send condolences to his family. He was a true friend of the program, always spoke very clear and concise, never afraid to call things exactly the way it is. Mayor Giuliani, and condolences to you. I know how much this passing has affected you as well.
Well, it has. It's hard to talk about Bernie and not call him on the telephone or see him tonight. And he and I were we were like brothers. I mean, we survived September 11 together. I will tell you that he saved my life, and of course, the bond you have with someone like that is unbreakable. But he also was an exceptional man. I mean, he probably one of the most decorated police officers before he was commissioner in the New York City Police Department. He received the Medal of Valor, which is the highest award. He received 100 awards from the police department, but he received 40 of them for bravery. Saved the life of his partner.
Incredible.
And he also
bravery.
led us through September 11. And he saved lives in Iraq. I mean, he volunteered to go to Iraq. When I was his business partner, he left for 9 months to help in Iraq and almost got killed there. He was a man of uncommon valor, probably one of the bravest men I ever knew. And he had an instinct for law enforcement, an unbelievable instinct. He reduced violence in Rikers Island. You're not going to believe this, but you can go check 60 Minutes, by 90%. Violence in New York by 69%, after two other great police commissioners had done the impossible and nobody thought he could do better.
All the wonderful things that he was able to do with his life ending too short. I just want to also put up how close things were really on 9/11. And you write, on September 11th, Bernie Kerik and I saved each other's lives. And you talk about this, Mayor, and you say that he was at my side within 20 minutes of the attack. He never left. And during the first collapse, we were trapped in a building for what seemed like 20, 30 minutes. In fact, the governor of New York and some of my own staff thought we were gone and went as far as to draft papers for a new mayor. I think for many of the viewers, it's incredible when we, look at the images of you and Bernie on that day and knowing what the backstory is, but also knowing how you led our nation in those moments. And without true leadership like yours and Bernie, things would have been very different. That strength.
And he was awarded one of the highest honors by the Queen of England. And so was the police commissioner, Tom Von Essen, not just me. I did this because I was standing on the shoulder of giants, and he was one of them. And his love for President Trump was unmatched. He remained loyal to him through the best times, the worst times, and he did a lot of work no one will ever know to really help him reach the result of being entirely vindicated. I'm talking about the president now.
Well, let's hope we keep sharing those stories, and we know his son is actually a police officer as well, so following in his footsteps and his legacy.
Already a hero police officer and two beautiful daughters who are my goddaughters.
Mayor Giuliani, thank you for being with us today.
No, thank you for covering him so
Bernie
beautifully.
Kerik.
The man deserves it. Thank you.
He sure does, and he will be missed. Thank you,
Rest in
Mayor
peace.
Giuliani.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
Elon Musk drops a $175 billion bombshell on Republicans and on all the naysayers. But will he reach his $1 trillion goal? That's the question down in the chat below. Welcome to the Quad Club, my people who watch 4 videos a day. You guys really keep things humming along, and it's great to hear from you in the comments. Welcome to Doug in Exile. I have stuff on Elon Musk. I've got reports from the Supreme Court. We've got the big giant back and forth on Trump's tariffs. So Time Magazine, they're not friendly to Trump or Elon Musk, but as Musk leaves Doge, what comes next after the billionaires government experiment. That's one way of putting it. But 3 months later, as the billionaire entrepreneur is set to step down from his role, we'll go into that too, as the most visible face behind the Department of Government Efficiency, that's what DOGE stands for, he leaves behind a complicated legacy that includes thousands of layoffs, the evisceration of government agencies, and frequent clashes with top members of the Trump administration. Musk also leaves Washington well short of his goal of reducing federal spending by $1 trillion, only having cut around $175 billion. That is not entirely honest or true. Now, Musk has said before, when he first started looking at cuts, he goes, I think we could cut $2 trillion. And everyone freaked out going, that's impossible. Later, he more soberly predicted $1 trillion that he could cut from our government waste. And right now, he's at $175 billion in cuts. He was aiming for about $5 billion a day. If you multiply that out to Trump's first 100 days in office, he would be at $500 billion, and he's at $175 billion. So less than half. And everyone wants him to do more, but you can't underestimate that he found resistance from within all these organizations, just the Democrats, by the way. It is not members of Trump and Republicans anywhere. It's Democrats. Number two, he faced massive court pushback. Remember, the courts were keeping him from being able to fire agents or downsize U.S. aid. So there's no way he could have predicted that. I only know, are you betting against Elon Musk? That's going to be the question down below. Will Elon Musk reach his $1 trillion goal of cuts? I'm going to convince you on that just a little bit right now. That $175 billion is only in the first 100 days. He didn't say he would cut $1 trillion in 100 days, you morons. And that's how they're framing it. They're going like, he said $1 trillion. No, DOGE doesn't end until at least halfway through 2026. That means he has 1 year. So multiply it out. $175 billion every 100 days. You'd have at least two more chunks of that. That'd be at least another, I would say, $350 billion by the end of the year, making his total, what was that, 500 billion. He's halfway there by the end of the year. So if he gets the other half by next year, $500 billion, you add those two up, he's on track to cutting $1 trillion in a year. So I think it's a little too early, because people keep saying like they're going to bet against Elon Musk, the guy that redefined rocket ships, the guy that invented or redefined the electric car, making it the most popular electric car company in the world, the guy that bought X and turned it around and made it something profitable and changed the entire narrative on how we get our news, how flow of information, which opened up free speech to help Trump get elected. He's the leader designer of robots. He's a leader using Grok AI. I would not bet against this guy's $1 trillion. Musk's role, working for President Trump, was always intended to be temporary, and he had recently expressed interest in returning his focus to his businesses because Democrats have destroyed his businesses. But they're going to be fine. Again, they make great product. He always stands behind the product. But remember, the Democrats, this guy is not getting a salary from the government. So he is a citizen who works for free, and he manages to cut $175 billion, and that's somehow a loser. I don't get it, guys. This is some really weird spin. And he always said, we're going to go into why he has to step down. This is not him outrage quitting or anything. This was always the plan 100%. So them trying to make it sound like there's any kind of tension, it's not true. He and Trump are like best friends. But his departure, announced late Wednesday on X, the social platform he owns, marks a striking turning point for the federal government's ambitious cost-cutting agency he helped define. And no, it doesn't. That is fake news from Time. Quote, the DOGE mission will only strengthen over time, he says, as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. So that's the biggest change. He went into government and put them on their back heels. And suddenly they're not going to think, hey, let's fund trans operas, in New Zealand, and let's make an Iraqi Sesame Street. The government is going to be on their feet going, we have to itemize this stuff for the first time ever. We have to be more transparent. We have to get stuff approved because we don't want to get caught stealing from the government. Musk wrote of his efforts to cut federal spending. He added that his scheduled time, and they put it in quotes as if he's lying, and that's not true. This was always his scheduled time, as a special government employee had come to an end since he is not permitted to work more than 130 days in a 365 period under that designation. So they just now explained everything and undermined their own spin on it. He's a special government employee. That was the terms that he was able to legally come in and work. He's only allowed to work 130 days within a year, and he put in 130 days in his first 130 days. So he has to go. He has to step down. It was always the plan to work those 130 days. Well, I got nothing but thanks for this guy. What an incredible citizen. If only all of our government workers were this committed to make our tax dollars, we paid for this stuff, to make it stretch farther, to help to actually stop waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. How can you demonize this guy? And they blow up his Tesla dealerships. And if you're a random owner of a Tesla, people come in and they start scraping swastikas on your car. Musk, who has spent nearly his entire career working in Silicon Valley, has made no secrets of his frustrations with Washington. He recently told the Washington Post that the federal bureaucracy situation is much worse than he expected. Yeah, you turn over that rock and then you see all the worms and cockroaches underneath it. And it was, quote, an uphill battle trying to improve things in DC, to say the least. An uphill battle. We know how corrupt DC is. And this guy took it on. And frankly, I think he won. Think of the publicity and the branding and the spotlight that he put on government waste, fraud, and abuse. The average American believes that Elon Musk did what was right and found the truth. So just that message alone, future candidates are going to have to answer and say, are you for waste, fraud, and abuse, or are you for cuts? And let them come out and try and protect what the government's doing with our tax dollars. Good luck with that. He had an interview with Ars Technica that, quote, I probably did spend a bit too much time on politics. Wow, that's an interesting admission. And that he intentionally reduced his involvement significantly in the recent weeks. He's going to go back to his government, go back to his companies, and he has to do some repair work and building because they're all innovating faster than the speed of light. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on yesterday thanked Musk, quote, for getting Doge off the ground and announced that, quote, the efforts to cut waste, fraud, and abuse will continue after Musk's departure. So they don't need Musk. I hate to say this, but they needed Musk to set the thing up. They don't need him to run it every day. You've got all those Doge employees, the kids, going in and finding waste, fraud, and abuse. You really don't need Musk, who's probably making, $40 million an hour. You really don't need that guy's salary. The government's not paying him, but I'm saying he's getting paid by his companies and frankly, wasting his time on Doge because he now has an efficient group of Doge people to take it over, and they will continue. Musk's once commanding presence in the Trump administration. By the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the head of the Doge committee, so we have government people working in that area to help it along. His presence in the Trump administration appeared to diminish in recent weeks. He had previously appeared with Trump in the Oval Office and his cabinet meetings, often donning the president's signature MAGA gear. Trump had even bought a Tesla that he showed on cameras at the White House lawn as protests and demonstrations against Musk's company began gaining steam. That's just by Democrats and their hysteria. Tesla's stock slid significantly amid concerns that his unpopularity was damaging the electric vehicle maker's brand. Musk announced he would pivot back to running the companies 24/7 now that he's finished with Doge, claiming I must be super focused on X, that's Twitter, XAI, that's the AI company that helps run Grok, and Tesla. That's for the cars, robots, self-driving taxis that are all the rage, and they're all coming within the next year. You'll start seeing this stuff. He also vowed to substantially cut back his political spending in future elections after he pumped nearly $290 million into the 2024 election, helping Trump and other Republican candidates. I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future, Musk said on May 20th. I think I've done enough. And by the way, thank you for giving us President Trump. You helped in a big way. I don't think you owe us more. And I think you saved free speech. I often wonder if America deserves you. Let's move on to another piece. This is a judicial coup reversal. The Supreme Court stays anti-Trump judge's decision to stop real Donald Trump reversal of Biden parole amnesty for 500,000 aliens. Mass deportations can proceed as planned. Justice Jackson writes a dissent, Ketanji Brown Jackson, which was joined by Justice Sotomayor, but was not joined by Justice Kagan. That's very interesting. The other female liberal Supreme Court judge did not join. A quick paragraph to get you caught up on these other news stories. I'm not going to do a deep dive in this, so hold tight. Supreme Court allows Trump to revoke Biden's parole program. Sotomayor and Jackson issue a scathing dissent. This is from today at the Supreme Court. So you're going to get the latest from us. I hope you guys have subscribed so you don't miss out on this stuff. The Supreme Court on Friday, that's today, granted the Trump administration's emergency request to revoke former President Trump's parole program that extended illegal protections to hundreds of thousands of migrants from 4 Latin American countries. It marks the second time the High Court has sided with the administration's effort to rescind a group of migrants' temporary legal status, part of President Trump's sweeping immigration crackdown that has sparked a burst of lawsuits. Just so you guys know, the highest court in the land is supporting Trump. That includes John Roberts, guys. We got to keep an eye on the squishes and give him credit when they come on his side. Very good news that the highest courts so far are leaning into Trump, allowing him to do his deportations. Now, this one is on the Supreme Court with the tariffs. I have 3 articles and they're in conflict with each other. I'm going to end on the latest one that I think is the most accurate. The Supreme Court may not step in and save Trump's tariffs. That's their claim. The path forward for Trump will not get easier after a defeat at the U.S. Court of International Trade. Now, that was Politico. And this article is in direct conflict with it from the BBC. Trump tariffs can stay in place for now, appeals court rules. This is from 14 hours ago. U.S. President Donald Trump can keep collecting import taxes for now. An appeals court has said a day after a trade ruling found the bulk of his global tariffs to be illegal. So he can keep doing tariffs. And then finally, this one from Reuters. Trump's tariffs to remain in effect after appeals court grants his stay. So again, this is today. This is just updated 25 minutes ago. Here's the bullet points. Trade court ruled Trump exceeded authority under Emergency Powers Act. The appeals court orders plaintiffs to respond by June 5th, administration by June 9th. Uncertainty over tariff impacts trade talks and market reactions. I don't care about the market reactions right now. A federal appeals court temporarily reinstated the most sweeping of President Donald Trump's tariffs on Thursday, a day after a U.S. trade court ruled that Trump had exceeded his authority. That was that first article in imposing the duties and ordered an immediate block to them. The United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit in Washington, D.C. said it was pausing the lower court's ruling to consider the government's appeal and ordered the plaintiffs in the cases to respond by June 5th. So it looks like they're letting Trump have his tariffs for now. And I'll keep you guys posted on this because this is moving, as you can see, every day. And there's multiple lawsuits against these tariffs that they have to address. I think there's over 9 right now. Over 9 lawsuits on these tariffs. Anything Trump does, the Democrats are using judicial activism of these lower federal courts that are reaching way beyond what they should do. And the Supreme Court has to shut this stuff down. They're going to have to address this to protect the power of the executive branch of the president. Judges cannot run this country. We're going to go back to that final question. I really need to hear from you. Chat below. Will Elon reach the $1 trillion goal of cuts in Doge? I'm saying by next year. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm Doug in exile. God bless you hard.
Well, it is my understanding and it is our hope that Russia and Ukraine will engage in direct talks and negotiations next week in Istanbul. And we believe that meeting is going to take place. And that is a meeting the president encouraged and urged for these two sides to come together and negotiate directly.
The White House appearing optimistic as Ukrainian officials submit to a ceasefire proposal to their Russian counterparts ahead of a second round of direct peace talks. But despite the talks, Russia has sent more than 50,000 troops to the Ukrainian northern border in recent days. We believe there's going to be a summer surge. Here to discuss is retired four-star General Jack Keane. General, your thoughts about what we can expect on Tuesday, judging by the actions of the Russians to this point?
Well, I'd be shocked if the Russians change their maximalist demands, which is they want more territory than they occupy. They want to demilitarize Ukrainian military. They want a regime change in Ukraine. They want signatures by everybody involved that there be no NATO expansion. And the list goes on. All of those demands are really quite unreasonable. What Putin has been counting on is that he believes the United States and Ukraine want a peace agreement and a ceasefire much more than they do. And I think that evidence is pretty clear now after many weeks. They're willing to talk, but they're not willing to negotiate anything that's realistic.
Do you believe
that's where we stand?
I know you communication, you're very well respected at the White House. Do you believe the president is beginning to realize that Putin is not the guy that he was and is not interested at all in peace? And at one point, he's going to let Congress and their massive sanctions work their way through with a veto-proof vote?
Well, I think the president certainly understands that Putin has been playing this and dragging this out as long as it possibly can. I think where the president is, he wants to hold on to this relationship. He believes in personal diplomacy. He knows once he cracks down with crippling sanctions, and hopefully what Putin will really pay attention to is continued military assistance to Ukraine. Once that happens, I think the president believes that relationship is likely significantly tarnished. So he wants to see if this is going to work. Certainly, he knows full well that Putin has been dragging this out for his own interest. Where I think Putin really is that he wants to continue this war. He's 39 months into the war, and he hasn't toppled Ukraine, which he said he was going to do in a week. That is enormous pressure. That's the same amount of time the United States went into Europe and Africa and toppled the Nazi regime, 39 months. And Putin is at this, and look at, he's failed, and he's still failing in terms of what his objective is. He wants to continue this fight on his terms. And the reason is his presidency is at stake. He can't fail in front of his people, he believes. And as a result of that, he would be significantly diminished. They may push for another leader, and likely he could be assassinated once he came out of office. He knows all of that is the playbook that he's dealing with.
And they almost blew his helicopter out of the sky over the last weekend. So let's switch over to Iran. There's optimism that they might have a framework for talks going forward. I'm not optimistic anything will ever come out of this of substance, nothing better than what Obama did. But here's what the Iranian foreign